Chapter 1530. Fortunately, Xiaohua's black iron needle had already flown to Xue's left side. Xiaohua tried his best to fly to Xue's side while controlling the black iron needle to break the magic tools and yellow talismans one by one. It has to be said that this black iron needle is really powerful. Not only can it break the defensive yellow talismans on a cultivator's body, it is also not at a disadvantage against other people's magic tools. The only thing that makes Xiaohua unhappy is that this black iron needle is still too light. When it fights against magic tools, it seems light as a feather. Seeing Xiaohua descend like a god, Xue revealed a smile. "Xiaohua, you came? Hee, if you were half a step late, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me." As she spoke, her body slightly swayed and her eyes slightly closed, as if she was about to fall from the sky. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flew up and grabbed Xue's arm. Xue leaned on Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaohua was a bit uncomfortable. He slightly used his arm and only gave it to Xue. Xue nestled next to Xiaohua's arm. She seemed to be seriously injured, but her slightly opened eyes flashed with joy that others didn't know. Xiaohua grabbed Xue's arm with one hand and patted with the other hand. Dozens of top-quality fireball talismans were taken out and shot out like a fairy scattering flowers. He already had experience controlling black iron needles, so controlling these fireball talismans was simply a piece of cake. At this time, those cultivators also put those number plates into their storage pouches. They hurriedly took out fireball talismans, icicle talismans, and other yellow talismans from their storage pouches. There were even other high-level yellow talismans and magic tools to fight against the exploding fireballs that filled the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Loud sounds came one after another, blasting these cultivators into dust. They were not stingy with these fireball talismans. Those fireball talismans couldn't hurt them, but they were still in a difficult situation, right? Of course, the most important thing was that within these fireball talismans, Xiaohua's black iron needles began to display their might again. These cultivators were all in the 9th and 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. They were far from having divine sense, so the speed of the black iron needles was absolutely not something they could perceive. Following the explosion of the fireball talismans and Xiaohua's use of this chaos, miserable screams and disbelief were transmitted from the chaos. The magic tools and yellow talismans attacking Xiaohua and Xue also gradually disappeared. After the power of the fireball talisman passed, there were still traces of heat waves in the air. Only 22 number plates were left scattered in the air. At this moment, an 11th level Qi refining cultivator slowly appeared in front of Xiaohua. It was a handsome young man. He wasn't very tall, but his face was somewhat arrogant. He wore a rarely seen white Taoist robe. Invisibility talisman? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He seemed to know that those cultivators from earlier should have been recruited by this 11th level Qi condensation cultivator. Xiaohua's figure did not move. The black iron needle also stopped above the number plate. He coldly looked at the white-clothed cultivator. The white-clothed cultivator also looked at Xiaohua. At the same time, his divine sense swept over and locked onto the black iron needle. It seemed to be a type of compromise, and also seemed to have seen the power of the black iron needle. The white-clothed cultivator's eyes flashed. His entire figure once again concealed itself in the air, but it was unknown where he went. Once the white-clothed cultivator left, Xiaohua released his perception. He looked again and again, but he still didn't find any clues. Granny! This young master was truly a bit careless. Just now, when I killed a few 11th level Qi refining cultivators, I already felt invincible. If this guy used an invisibility talisman and rashly attacked me, it's really hard to say what the result would be. Xiaohua was somewhat afraid. He waved his hand and the 22 number plates flew into his hand. Xue. Xiaohua used his arm to nudge Xue. He called out, "The third trial is about to end. Why haven't you taken the number plates yet?" Sure enough, Xue struggled to straighten her body. She waved her hand and 3 number plates flew into her hand. She weakly said, "I only need 3. He nodded. Those 19 number plates were also put into his storage pouch. Swoosh, just as Xiaohua put away the number plates, two multicolored lights flashed in the air, enveloping Xiaohua and Xue. After a while, the scenery changed. When everything stopped, Xiaohua and Xue once again appeared in the open space of Seeking Thunder Valley. The thunderboat that previously sent everyone here had already stopped in midair above the open space. Fellow Taoists, this time, the disciple selection of my Imperial Thunder sect has officially ended. Everyone, please properly keep the number plates you received. Do not take them out by any means. Otherwise, you will be immediately expelled. Although the voice was slightly immature, it was very strict. The people who had just been transported out didn't dare to do anything. As for the people who had been eliminated before, Xiaohua looked at the open space and didn't see any traces of them. Presumably, the Imperial Thunder sect had already made arrangements. Fellow Taoists, please board the Thunder boat. After 15 minutes, the restriction here will take effect. If any fellow Taoists still want to train in Seeking Thunder Valley, then properly stay here. The voice unexpectedly relaxed and said a witty sentence. Naturally, after this voice finished shouting, all the cultivators on the open space, regardless of whether their faces were indifferent, tranquil, excited, vexed, regretful, perturbed, or other kinds of emotions, urged their magic power and flew onto the thunder boat one after another. Xue was even more so. Her body leaned against Xiaohua, her arm tightly attached to Xiaohua's arm. She simply didn't use a trace of magic power. Looking at her moist big eyes, it was clearly a kind of innocence. It seemed to be saying, heavily injured, powerless please. Xiaohua shrugged. He felt a burst of panic for no reason. Although Xue was voluptuous, her weight was still a lot worse than the tip of the devil's spear. Xiaohua urged his magic power. His figure very leisurely landed on the thunderboat. Beside him, that white-clothed cultivator also landed. Seeing Xiaohua and then looking at Xue beside Xiaohua, that white-clothed cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, I am Jitsong King Yunxiao. Congratulations to Junior Brother for entering the Imperial Thunder sect. In the future, we will all be fellow disciples of the same sect. Junior Brother, please take care of us in the future. Afterwards, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he looked left and right and said in a low voice, Junior sister, if your injuries aren't heavy, stand up for the time being. Otherwise, if by any chance you are disliked by some master, a punishment for no reason is not worth it. Xue's face slightly reddened. She hurriedly straightened up and left Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. He felt that fighting against an 11th level Qi refinement cultivator was more exhausting. He also cupped his hands and said, I am Xiaohua. Greetings to Senior Brother Wang. Disciple is a loose cultivator. My knowledge is shallow. Loose cultivator? Wang Yunxiao's face was extremely moved. He looked Xiaohua up and down and said with a sigh, Junior Brother Xiao is a talent with outstanding aptitude. When you entered, you were buried among loose cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that the Imperial Thunder sect didn't stick to one pattern in selecting disciples this time, Junior Brother Xiao, I'm afraid you would be a pearl cast into darkness for a lifetime. Hearing Wang Yunxiao's words, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He asked curiously, when other sects recruit disciples, as long as they are above the 10th level of Qi refinement, could it be that there is something special about the Imperial Thunder sect? A strange expression appeared on Wang Yunxiao's face. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice call out, Fellow Taoists, you can rest in your places and take medicinal pills. We'll bring you all to Zhenlei Palace now. Zhenlei Palace? Wang Yunxiao's face showed joy. He looked at Xiaohua and cupped his hands. Without saying anything, he sat down and began to meditate. Xue was already injured in the illusion. Naturally, she took medicinal pills and guided the medicinal power to nourish her meridians. Seeing that everyone was sitting cross-legged, Xiaohua had no choice but to sit down and silently use his cultivation method. Not long after, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. On the mountain peak, there were many palaces and countless pavilions. Many immortal birds and immortal beasts leisurely strolled in the forest. In the forest, there were many exotic flowers and plants that bloomed. The thunderboat gradually slowed down and landed in front of a majestic palace. In the palace's square, there were many young cultivators. Some of them were in the 7th level of Qi refinement, while others were in the 90th level of Qi refinement. They were all standing solemnly. Opposite these young cultivators were even more children. Their cultivation levels ranged from the 1st level to the 6th level. These children were standing in a neat formation, but how could they stand still? Some were playing, some were sitting, and many were even playing with yellow talismans. Of course, the thunderboat's landing attracted everyone's attention. Many young children were running after the thunderboat. Some of them even wanted to use their flying talismans to fly into the air. Cough, cough. There was a low cough and a slightly old voice said, "Disciples on duty, why aren't you hurrying to maintain order? Although it's a rare happy day for our Imperial Thunder sect, we must remember the sect's rules." Immediately, dozens of young cultivators flew up and stopped these children. Although these children were naturally playful, they still had rules. When they saw their senior brothers fly up, they all obediently returned to their positions. They all stood with their hands behind their backs and pretended to be serious. Xiaohua and the others stood on the thunderboat. Seeing the lively scene in front of them, a warm feeling rose in their hearts. Especially Xiaohua, it was as if he saw the scene in Yellow Flower Ridge a few years ago. Instantly, his nose turned sour and his eyes filled with tears. The thunderboat landed. A tall and thin cultivator flew up to the thunderboat and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "I am Gen I, the deacon of Gen Lei Palace. In the future, I will be the martial uncle of 100 of you. Today, I will be in charge of the disciples entering the sect." "Greetings, Martial Uncle Gen." A few clever disciples began to bow and greet him. "Hee, it's too early to call me that." Gen waved his hand and said, "All of you, get off the thunderboat and follow the disciples to the side hall of Gen Lei Palace to register your number plates. At the same time, you can also test your bone age." "Yes, we will follow Martial Uncle Gen's orders." A few 11th level Qi refining cultivators bowed and jumped off the thunderboat. Of course, a few disciples below led them to Gen Lei Palace. Shue. Xiaohua and Shue jumped off the lightning boat. Just as Xiaohua was about to ask, a few young girls from the lightning conversion palace ran over and giggled. "Fellow Taoist, the female cultivator is going to the other side hall. She definitely can't be together with these stinky men." Chapter 1531. Stinky man? Xiaohua's eyes widened as he looked at these girls in disbelief. He didn't know what to say. "Hurry up and leave." One of the girls disdainfully glared at Xiaohua, then pulled Shue's hand and said, "Sister, let's wait for the other sisters here. I'll listen to junior sister's instructions." Shue was the sweetest. She immediately smiled and gave Xiaohua a look. Okay, Xiaohua was defeated by this girl in his heart. He nodded and chased after Wang Yunxiao. He asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Wang, what's the bone age test for?" Knowing that Xiaohua was a loose cultivator, Wang Yunxiao was not surprised. He smiled and said, "The bone age test is to see how old fellow Taoist is?" Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. I'm a cultivator in the cultivation world, but it's not easy to tell my age from my appearance. Take me for example. When I was young, I ate some strange herbs, which helped me retain my youthful appearance. I look like I'm in my 20s, but in fact, I'm already 32 years old. Therefore, when a cultivation sect recruits disciples, the disciples who pass the selection must have their bone age tested to find out their true age. If they are too old, even if their cultivation meets the requirements, they still can't be selected. Junior brother Xiao, think about it. If it's a 60-year-old cultivator at the late stage of Qi refining, would the Imperial Thunder sect accept them? So it's like this. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He was slightly uneasy. Look at junior brother Zhao's young appearance. On the surface, you look like you're only 17 or 18 years old. how can you cultivate to the 10th level of qi refining at this age? Fellow Taoist Xiao should have the same opportunity as me, right? Wang Yunxiao smiled thoughtfully. Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Yunxiao also didn't ask. The bone age test was about to begin, so Xiaohua's age wouldn't be a secret. Oh, that's right. Junior brother Xiao, the Imperial Thunder sect, seems to have a rule. Wang Yunxiao suddenly said, it said that only cultivators above 35 years old will be accepted into the sect unless they are foundation building. What? Xiaohua stared blankly. He almost stood still and said in a low voice, why is there such a strange condition? Wang Yunxiao's eyes flashed with understanding. He smiled and said, good for you to know, junior brother Xiao. In a normal cultivation sect, a disciple of the 12th layer should be around 38 years old. Even so, only 60% of these disciples can reach the late stage of the 12th layer, and only 30% can reach the foundation establishment stage. So low? Xiaohua exclaimed in a low voice. He felt that the disciples of cultivation sects seemed to be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if every disciple in a cultivation sect is able to reach foundation establishment, then wouldn't our Dawn Rain continent be filled with foundation establishment cultivators? Can it still be as rare as it is now? Wang Yunxiao said with a smile, it's precisely because foundation establishment is so difficult that those disciples over the age of 40, even if they cultivate to the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining, they basically have no chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. Think about it, if a 35-year-old cultivator enters a cultivation sect, what kind of benefits can he bring to the cultivation sect? Xiaohua suddenly understood. That's right, even if a 35-year-old middle-stage qi refining cultivator enters the Imperial Thunder sect, he would only have 5 years to break through to foundation establishment. And from the middle stage of the 11th layer to the peak of the 12th layer, even a disciple who has been nurtured since childhood would need 5 to 10 years. How can a disciple who just entered the sect successfully enter foundation establishment? Since he can't enter foundation establishment, why would they still want this kind of disciple? Damn it, just how old is this young master? Xiaohua's heart began to beat faster. Seeing Xiaohua's expression change again, Wang Yunxiao didn't say anything else and slowly walked into the side hall of Zhenlei Palace. Although the side hall of Zhenlei Palace was called a side hall, in reality, it was equally majestic. The carved beams and painted pillars were incomparably exquisite. Countless talismans faintly flashed on the pillars, beams, doors and windows. The various colors of light were very harmonious. It was unknown where the light came from, but it illuminated the entire side hall. Xiaohua followed Wang Yunxiao into the side chamber. At this time, the entire side chamber had more than 10 dark green tables arranged in an orderly manner on both sides of the side chamber. Behind each table, there was a late-stage foundation establishment realm old man sitting cross-legged. When Xiaohua entered, there was a cultivator in front of each table. These cultivators were sitting cross-legged in front of the tables. Those foundation establishment old men looked at them with their eyes, swept them with their divine sense, and even walked up to them and used their hands to pinch them. Then, with a wave of their hand, a different colored light flashed. Some things were recorded in the jade slips in their hands. Finally, they waved their hands and let the cultivators who were tested leave from the other side of the side hall. Not long after, it was Xiaohua's turn. Xiaohua very nervously walked in front of an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He bowed and saluted. Junior Xiaohua greets senior. And sit down first. That old man looked up and said indifferently, you don't need to panic. Even if you've eaten strange herbs and your age is a bit old, that's your fate. Even if you can't cultivate, there's still the riches and honor of the mortal world. Go and pursue them on your own. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua respectfully sat in front of the table. Just like before, the old man carefully looked at Xiaohua from head to toe. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Then, an abundant divine sense locked onto Xiaohua and enveloped him from head to toe. Xiaohua's heart moved. He also released his perception. Sure enough, that old man didn't notice. The old man's divine sense released a trace of strange fluctuation. It was through Xiaohua's bones. It should be the Imperial Thunder Sect's so-called bone testing technique. That old man looked at Xiaohua's bones from head to toe several times. He couldn't help but cry out, "Strange, there's something wrong with your bone age." Xiaohua's head began to sweat. He felt his perception withdraw and asked nervously, "Junior, how old is Junior? And you seem to be several hundred years old, or perhaps 1,000 years old, but you also seem to be 4, 5, or 18 years old." The Foundation establishment old man said very casually, but as soon as he said it, he realized something and berated, "You don't know how old you are? You actually have to ask this old man?" Junior is 23 years old this year. Of course I know. Xiaohua's heart moved and he laughed. Do I need you to tell me? That Foundation establishment old man stood up, stretched out his hand, and touched all the bones in Xiaohua's body. He touched no less than, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, almost all the bones in Xiaohua's body were touched. This time, he withdrew his hand in satisfaction. He glared at Xiaohua and scolded jokingly, "You actually dare to make fun of this old man. When there's time in the future, this old man will take care of you, brat." Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He asked urgently, "Junior, how old is Junior?" At this time, in the distance, Wang Yunxiao had already finished measuring his bone age. Looking at Xiaohua, who came in at almost the same time as him, his eyes were even more contemptuous. "How old are you? You should know." The Foundation establishment old man swiped his hand, and a fine light flashed. Everything related to Xiaohua was recorded in a jade slip. "Go," the old man said coldly, then looked at the next cultivator. His grandmother. Xiaohua cursed in his heart, "I'm afraid I can't pass this test. It seems that before I'm driven out of Mount Leima, I should find an opportunity to take out that pearl and see if I can plead for leniency." Xiaohua thought as he walked out of this side chamber. At this time, outside the side chamber, there was a long line. At the end of the line was also a side chamber. Xiaohua was somewhat dejected. Drooping his head, he silently followed the crowd. Although the line was very long, it was also very fast. Before long, it was Xiaohua's turn. Xiaohua walked in. Inside, there were 4 12th-layer qi refining cultivators and 1 early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. They stood in the center of the side chamber, respectively. Behind them were 3 large doors. The figure of the cultivator in front of Xiaohua disappeared into the middle door. Xiaohua weakly walked in front of the 5 cultivators and bowed in greeting. "Junior Xiaohua greets seniors." Those cultivators saw Xiaohua's expression and understood. They smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be discouraged. Although you can't enter my Imperial Thunder Sect, there are other sects that you can join. Fellow Taoist Zhao's 10th layer qi refining cultivation is also extremely welcomed by some sects. And many thanks for seniors' consolation." Xiaohua was somewhat spirited in advance and walked towards the middle door. Fellow Taoist Xiao is going the wrong way. The middle door is for those cultivators whose number of tokens isn't confirmed to be within the top 100. You should go to the left door. Outside that door is the Thunderboat. It can directly send fellow Taoists to Thunderclap Peak. A cultivator very politely reminded. "Okay." Xiaohua casually agreed. He turned around and walked towards the left door. But just as he took 2 steps, he came to his senses and said anxiously, "What? The left door leads to Thunderclap Peak?" That cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are already more than 10 10th layer and 9th layer qi refining fellow Taoists in front of you. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to feel ashamed." "Damn it," Xiaohua said inwardly. He quickly walked back and pointed with his finger. "The right door. Is it for those who can confirm to pass the 3rd trial?" "Of course." Another cultivator saw through the clues and asked curiously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao has 12 tokens?" Of course. Xiaohua finally felt proud and elated. He clapped his hands, and with a crash sound, a pile of tokens was thrown to the ground by this guy. He pointed with his finger and said very innocently, "Junior has 61 tokens. I don't know if I passed the trial or not. What? 61 tokens? Not only were the 4 12th layer Qi refining cultivators flabbergasted, even the early stage foundation building cultivator was moved. That cultivator scanned with his divine sense and knew the number of tokens. His eyes flashed again and again. He glanced at Xiaohua a few times and said to the disciple next to him in a low voice, "Why aren't you quickly collecting them? These 61 number plates are genuine." Chapter 1532. TSK Tisk? One of the 4 cultivators smacked his lips and waved his hand. The pile of number plates on the ground was collected into his storage pouch. He said, "That 10th layer aura refining cultivator just now was so proud of himself after getting 8 number plates. He directly called me Senior Marshal Brother, Senior Marshal Brother. This person is also at the 10th layer. He actually got so many number plates. I wonder, how many cultivators died in his hands in the illusion formation? Then, can Junior go through the door on the left?" Xiaohua asked weakly. "If you still can't go, then I'm afraid none of the cultivators participating in the 3rd trial will be able to go." The Foundation Establishment cultivator waved his hand. A fine light flashed, and Xiaohua's name and other information were written into the jade slip in his hand. Xiaohua cupped his hands and leisurely walked through the door on the left. Outside the door was a corridor. In the corridor, there were several 5th and 6th layer aura refining children. When they saw Xiaohua walk in, they all beamed with joy and raised their hands. "Senior Marshal Brother, this way." "Hee, thank you, Junior Marshal Brother." Xiaohua's heart was somewhat relaxed. He smiled and returned the greeting, then followed the children through the long gallery. There were many pictures in this gallery. Some were of demonic beasts, some were of cultivators, and some were of exotic flowers and plants. There were even scenes of fighting flickering with lightning. Xiaohua looked left and right while entering the palace door at the end of the gallery. The palace gate was extremely tall and wide. After passing through the gate, there was an incomparably huge palace. At the top of the palace was a platform that was a few feet tall. It was suspended in midair. The platform was very large, about 30% of the entire palace. In front of the platform was a flat ground. At this moment, there were already some cultivators standing on the flat ground. The men stood on the right and the women on the left. Xue was eagerly waiting. When she saw Xiaohua's face full of surprise, she waved her white hand in front of her chest. Xiaohua nodded slightly, then looked at the male cultivators. Sure enough, Wang Yunxiao was already standing there. Fellow Taoist Yuan and fellow Taoist Min also appeared as expected. Seeing Xiaohua come over, the two looked at each other and cupped their hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao really passed. We don't know each other until we fight. In the future, we'll be fellow senior martial brothers. Let's be more intimate. Wang Yunxiao saw fellow Taoist Min and fellow Taoist Yuan talking together and was slightly surprised. I, Xiaohua, formally greet you two fellow Taoists. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Now, he was somewhat confused. Did he really pass? If his age didn't pass, then shouldn't the Foundation Establishment old man have let him in? But if his age was acceptable, why would the old man say that there was a problem with his bone age? Would he say that she was lying to him again? I Huan Yuanbo greets fellow Taoist Xiao. I am Gold City's Min Gu. Greetings to fellow Xiao. The two of them respectively saluted. Xiaohua was able to escape from their joint attack, so his strength was definitely not something they could underestimate. In the future, they would be cultivating in the same sect, so how could they not have the intention to befriend him? Xiaohua knew that this was the communication method of the cultivation aristocratic families. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he didn't want to slap a smiling face, so he cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't too affectionate towards them, Mingu and Yi Zichen knew that this guy still held a grudge against them for joining hands in the illusion formation. They didn't say anything else and retreated to the side, waiting for the results of the disciple selection to be announced. Closely following Xiaohua into the main hall were several tens of people. Afterwards, no more cultivators entered. The boy who led Xiaohua and the others enclosed the main hall's door. Xiaohua released his perception and nodded slightly. He inwardly said, "There are a total of 64 people in this main hall. Among them, there are also some boys who were selected during the first trial of the Thunderclap Peak. These disciples in front of me are still 36 short of 100. I'm afraid that the remaining disciples will be selected from the cultivators in the middle gate." Sure enough, in the time it took to finish a meal, a deafening thunderclap resounded in the air above the palace, and it gave Xiaohua a fright. After that, a melodious and continuous string music resounded once more, and when it entered one's ears, it caused one to be fascinated. Along with the string music, a small gate appeared on the left side of the high platform. From that gate, another 30 or so cultivators filed out. These cultivators' faces carried excitement, rejoicing, and other complicated expressions. Following the boys who led the way in front, they stood on both sides of the high platform. "Fellow Taoists, I should call you martial nephews." A voice resounded. The thin and tall middle stage foundation establishment cultivator, Zhen, appeared on the high platform. With a wave of his hand, the string music stopped abruptly. He said in a clear voice, "Congratulations on passing the disciple selection of my Imperial Thunder Sect. You are now my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples." Hearing this, Xiaohua felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He let out a long sigh and bowed along with the others. He said, "Greetings to Martial Uncle General. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Zhen for taking care of us." All of you rise." Zhen didn't hold back. He waved his hand and said, "My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection has always been strict. In the past, there were only a dozen or so people who could stand in front of I in the Spring Thunder Hall. Today's scene of 94 people is truly a rare sight." 94 people? Xiaohua was slightly dazed. Didn't they say they were recruiting 100 people? Immediately after, Xiaohua came to a realization. I'm afraid there was more than one 100th disciple? In the end, they were all eliminated. Xiaohua's thoughts weren't wrong. Generally, the disciples of cultivation sects would take 12 or 13 number plates and give the rest of the number plates to their subordinates. Fortunately, after entering the Imperial Thunder Sect, they would have a good relationship with others and form their own forces. This way, there wouldn't be many disciples in the 90th place and the 100th place, making it easy to distinguish. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would suddenly obtain 62 number plates, which was 50 more? Naturally, the number of cultivators ranked 100 would increase by quite a bit. And it wasn't just a bit, it was a lot. As a result, the Imperial Thunder Sect, which could have recruited 6 more disciples, could only eliminate all the cultivators below the 94th disciple rank. Alright, this martial uncle won't say anything more. Although you're now my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, your temperament, background, aptitude, and so on still have to be tested. In the first year, you can only be considered preparatory disciples. If any disciple joins my Imperial Thunder Sect with an ulterior motive, not only will you not be able to become my Imperial Thunder Sect's official disciple, but, you won't be able to see the path down the Thunderclap Peak again. And that's what I was thinking. How can you join just by passing 3 tests? So there's still a year's worth of tests. If there are spies from some sects, the Imperial Thunder Sect will find some clues during this year. Xiaohua suddenly realized. The following matters will be divided into 2 rounds. The first round will be the sect's foundation building cultivators choosing the disciples they like. If any disciple is chosen by your master, they can directly follow their master to the Jade Archive Hall to register, then follow their master back to their cave. In the second round, this martial uncle will announce the results of the selection of the remaining disciples for the senior brothers who didn't choose any disciples to refer to, so that they can find a suitable master for each disciple. As for the disciples who didn't find a master in the end, don't worry. My Zhenlei Palace's Technique Imparting Hall has disciples who specialize in imparting techniques to teach you. You only need to cultivate diligently, and there will definitely be a day when you can make a name for yourself. What's going on? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. How can I not find a master in the Imperial Thunder Sect? If that's the case, how is it different from cultivating outside? Oh, right, the Imperial Thunder sect will provide cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, spirit stones, and so on. Alas, cultivation is really like the sand being washed away by the waves. It's really not easy. Just as Xiaohua was smiling bitterly, the doors of the Spring Thunder Hall opened wide. Dozens or even hundreds of foundation-building cultivators in the late stage walked in wearing different Taoist robes with different expressions. Oh my God! I'm afraid there are hundreds of foundation-building cultivators, right? Xiaohua was dumbstruck. He had never seen so many foundation-building cultivators before. Although these cultivators didn't release their pressure, that kind of aura and that kind of prestige still suppressed Xiaohua and the others to the point that they couldn't breathe. That's right, after all, there were hundreds of almighty people who could pinch them to death at any time. Who wouldn't be careful? Greetings, seniors. The disciples felt the same as Xiaohua. Apart from fear, they were also excited. All of them bowed in greeting. The group of foundation-building cultivators didn't even look at these disciples. They slowly walked up to the high platform and released their divine senses, sweeping over these disciples again and again. I owe this divine sense. Xiaohua quietly released his perception. He had already discovered that many of these divine senses were extremely similar to the divine senses he had sensed on the Thunderclap Peak that night. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. Sure enough, those divine senses didn't seem to care about Xiaohua and just swept past him. Damn it, looks like this young master has to pass the second round, or even the third round. You guys, how can you have eyes but not recognize Jade? Xiaohua almost wanted to stomp his feet. Zhen's voice sounded. Senior brothers, I'm sure you all already have a plan in mind. Right at this moment, the hall door that had just been closed after the foundation-building cultivators entered opened again. A cultivator's figure appeared at the entrance of the Spring Thunder Hall. Who's this? Xiaohua lowered his head and sighed. He didn't anxiously look up at the high platform to watch and perform. Instead, he immediately noticed that there was someone there. However, when he saw that he couldn't see through that cultivator's cultivation level, he couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this? Everyone present also noticed and raised their heads to look. Everyone on the high platform tensed up. Zhen even hurriedly bowed in greeting. Martial Ant Sun Ming, disciple greets you. Martial Ant? Xiaohua came to a realization. This cultivator's cultivation level is probably at the gold core stage. That cultivator entered the hall. It was actually a middle-aged female cultivator. She didn't wear a Taoist robe, but rather pretty clothes. Greetings, Martial Ant Sun Ming. When Sun Ming arrived on the high platform, over 100 foundation-building cultivators all bowed in greeting. You may dispense with the formalities. With a smile on his face, Sun Ming waved his hand and said, You can continue with your work. This penniless Taoist was just passing by and knew that today is a grand occasion for my Imperial Thunder sect, so I came down to take a look. Chapter 1533. Yes, Martial Uncle Sun, please take a seat. Zhen waved his hand and a jade chair appeared on the high platform in front of everyone. Sun Ming nodded and sat down. After Sun Ming sat down, Zhen smiled and said, Even Martial Uncle Sun Ming was alarmed by my Imperial Thunder sect's grand event. It seems like today's apprenticeship ceremony will be very auspicious. Senior Martial brothers, please. We won't be polite. A red-faced middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator pointed at a disciple with a jade-like appearance and said, This child has a shallow thunder body, which is suitable for eyes hibernating thunder movement. I will take the lead. As he spoke, the disciple who was pointed out walked forward and bowed. Disciple Chang Haoyu greets Master. Good, if I'm not wrong, he should be a disciple of Chang Mountain's Chang clan, right? Chang Haoyu said respectfully. Aristocratic families produce outstanding people, as expected. Let's go. Follow this old man to the Jade Archive Hall. The red-faced cultivator waved his hand and smiled at Zhen. Many thanks, Junior Martial Brother Zhen. Zhen smiled and returned the greeting. After the red-faced cultivator saluted Sun Ming again, He brought Chang Haoyu out of the Spring Thunder Hall. Immediately after, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators stood up and pointed out the selected disciples. Besides Xiaohua, Yuan Bo, Minggu, and Wang Yunxiao were also among them. Seeing everyone being picked out, Xiaohua's heart gradually calmed down. There was a kind of transcendent feeling. All he lacked were cultivation methods and medicinal pills. In this Imperial Thunder sect, cultivation methods were needless to say, they definitely had them, but what about medicinal pills? He also had the space. When he had the chance, he would go to the Imperial Thunder sect's medicine garden and find some spiritual herbs to transplant into the space. And it would be best if he could find a pill refining room. It would be best if he could still refine pills and have a master to guide him. If there weren't any, wasn't there still the technique imparting disciple? From the 2nd layer to the 10th layer of qi refining, he relied on himself. What was there to be afraid of? While Xiaohua was thinking, a beautiful middle-aged woman stood up, pointed at Xue and said, "This poor Taoist has taken a fancy to this girl. Since she passed the disciple selection, this poor Taoist will take her as a disciple." Xue's face was filled with surprise and joy. She walked out happily and glanced at Xiaohua. Her eyes curved and she immediately bowed towards the high platform. Xiaohua already knew that Xue had a divine sense mark on her body, so he wasn't surprised. He only smiled. But just as Xue was about to bow, a voice sounded, "Wait." Xue was stunned. She bowed slightly in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. "Martial Uncle Sun?" The beautiful woman was somewhat puzzled. She turned her head and asked, "May I know what Martial Uncle wants?" "He, Martial Nephew, I have something to discuss with Martial Nephew." Sun Ming stood up and pointed at Xue. She smiled and said, "This old one sees that this child's physique is very compatible with this old one's cultivation method. I want to take her as my disciple. I wonder if Martial Niece is willing to part with her?" "Ah?" Not only was Xiaohua stunned, even Xue didn't dare to believe that this was true. Sun Ming was a gold core stage cultivator. For a qi refining stage cultivator, this was an opportunity that could only be encountered and not sought. In an instant, Xue's heart jumped. Her eyes were filled with desire as she waited for the beautiful woman's answer. "Reporting to Martial Uncle, both sides are disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect. For this child to be able to receive Martial Uncle's guidance, her achievements will definitely be even higher. How can this disciple not help?" the beautiful woman said with a smile. "Good." Sun Ming clapped her hands and said, "This old one owes you a favor. If you have any matters, you can come find this old one." Disciple Xue greets master. Xue bowed towards Sun Ming. "And Xue, stand up and follow master." Sun Ming nodded with a smile. Just as she was about to wave her hand to help Xue up, a loud bang sounded. The Spring Thunder Hall's door was suddenly kicked open by someone. A thin cultivator with a somewhat wrinkled Taoist robe flew in from the outside. Before that cultivator even arrived, his voice had already arrived. Zhen, why didn't you send a disciple to inform this old one? This old one already saw a disciple a few days ago. This time if I can't, helplessness?" Sun Ming frowned slightly and scolded with extreme displeasure. "I owe Martial Uncle Sun Ming." That cultivator called helplessness was startled. He immediately landed on the ground of the Spring Thunder Hall and bowed respectfully. "Why are you interested in coming to this Spring Thunder Hall? Why can't this old one come?" Sun Ming sneered. "If this old one didn't come, how would I know that you actually dared to fly in this Spring Thunder Hall where flying is prohibited? I'm afraid that this Spring Thunder Hall's door would also be destroyed by your kick, right?" "Good, Martial Uncle Sun Ming knows," helplessness said with a wronged expression. "When this disciple heard that there was a disciple selection 2 days ago, I specially came back from the Myriad Thunder Valley and took some time to choose a suitable disciple from the Thunderclap Peak. After that, I hurriedly returned. You should know that the Myriad Thunder Valley is of great importance. This disciple didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and put all of my attention there. Therefore, not only is my cave residence near the Myriad Thunder Valley, but I also often slack off in the selection of disciples." Beside this disciple, there is no one else who is worthy of being called a good-for-nothing disciple. This time, if I still can't find a suitable disciple, I'm afraid that this disciple's lineage will." As he said that, helplessness scanned with his divine sense. His expression immediately changed and he said angrily, "Zhen, where is my disciple?" Zhen was very helpless. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Martial Brother Helplessness, it's not that I didn't want to inform you. Isn't Senior Martial Brother already here for the selection of disciples? Junior Martial Brother can't be following behind Senior Martial Brother all the time and remind Senior Martial Brother every day, right? As for which disciple you chose, this disciple also doesn't know. Furthermore, this disciple also doesn't know who took him away. I've already marked them with my divine sense. Who still dares to have ideas about my disciple?" The more helplessness spoke, the angrier he became. He directly roared, "Martial nephew Helplessness." Sun Ming glared at him and said, "You didn't even come. Who would recognize your divine sense mark? Moreover, you only came now. The other person has already been registered in the Jade Archive Hall. Even if you went to find the sect master, what reason do you have?" "But this disciple has an important task for my Imperial Thunder sect, and doesn't have time to come and select disciples?" Helplessness's face was bitter. He was just short of rolling his eyes. Xiaohua stood to the side and looked very ruefully at this Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator with messy hair and stubble on his face. This person was a disciple who truly contributed to the Imperial Thunder sect. Unexpectedly, because of an important task, he didn't come in time to select a disciple. Logically speaking, this kind of cultivator who was worthy of being the pillar of the Imperial Thunder sect should have some special authority. However, from what this cultivator said, it seemed that he only had one disciple. "Then, how about this old woman give her disciple to you?" Sun Ming said. "Don't, Martial Aunt Sun Ming. You're a disciple of the Palace of Sun Thunder, and all your disciples are female cultivators. What would this disciple need a female disciple for?" Helplessness heard this and quickly waved his hand. "How about this, Senior Martial Brother Helplessness?" Zhen smiled apologetically and said, "The first round of selecting disciples is about to end. Senior Martial Brother, let's see if there are any suitable candidates. Otherwise, how about the second round of selecting disciples and giving the best performance to Senior Martial Brother as your disciple?" The best performance? At the side, Xiaohua's heart was moved. This young master got 62 number plates. I'm afraid I got the most in this round of selection, right? Could it be that I have to take this cultivator as my master? Then, Xiaohua couldn't help but carefully size up Helplessness. Helplessness was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, but his messy hair had a lot of gray. His face was thin, but there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead. He looked like he was over 50 years old. Looking at his Taoist robe, it was also not very particular. Some places were actually a bit dirty. Then looking at the hands on his waist, they were a bit withered, the fingertips were black, and his 2 legs were slightly bent as he stood there. He looked very inferior to Xiao Yuehong, who used to be Shang Huaming. "What?" Helplessness said at this time. The good ones were all picked by that group of people. Who would want the remaining rotten cabbage? Back then, wasn't my good-for-nothing disciple. Alas, let's not talk about him. Forget it, forget it. As he spoke, he waved his hand again and prepared to leave. At this time, Sun Ming was unhappy. She scolded, "Helplessness. Your myriad Thunder Valley's lineage has a great responsibility and has always had few disciples. From Master Lei to you, it's all the same. Today, with great difficulty, you finally have so many disciples to choose from. How can you throw away your responsibility? Martial Aunt Sun Ming, the matter of my Thunderclap Palace's Master Lei, isn't something you can casually talk about." Helplessness stopped and turned around. How could I have the qualifications to talk about Master Lei? I'm just talking about Martial Uncle Lei's matter to you." Sun Ming smiled and waved her hand again. "There are so many disciples, they won't be worse than your disciple. Pick one and take it back. Your trip out of Myriad Thunder Valley won't be in vain. Fine. He helplessly halted his steps and swept his divine sense across Xiaohua's body. Instead, his divine sense lingered on a young ninth-layer qi refining cultivator for a long time. In the end, he withdrew his divine sense and said, "This poor Taoist will wait for the second round." "Okay, then I won't leave either. I'll stay and see if there's a disciple who's fated to be with you." Sun Ming smiled and sat down. Soon after, another dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators stood up and took away the disciples they had chosen. Then, Zhen waved his hand and the early foundation establishment cultivator who had been standing below the high platform quickly stepped forward and handed over a jade slip. Zhen scanned it with his divine sense and frowned. He raised his eyes and looked below the high platform. His expression was very strange. "What's wrong? Martial nephew Zhen?" Sun Ming asked curiously. "Oh, nothing. Zhen hurriedly said, "I'm just a little curious." Hearing this, Sun Ming sat down. She was already very happy to have met Xue today. The disciple selection was Zhen Lei Palace's business. Although she was their martial uncle, she couldn't interfere with other people's business for no reason. Senior martial brother helplessness. Zhen turned his head and said with a bright smile, "Junior martial brother will now point out the number 1 disciple in this selection to senior martial brother. I'm sure senior martial brother will be satisfied." Really? This time, it was helplessness's turn to be surprised. Xiaohua, 25 years old, late 10th layer qi refining. In this selection, he obtained 62 tokens and ranked first among 94 disciples. Zhen pointed at Xiaohua and his voice sounded in the Spring Thunder Hall. Chapter 1534. Is that so? 25 years old? Late stage of the 10th layer? Who? After hearing Zhen's words, he couldn't sit still any longer. He jumped out and looked around the stage. At this moment, the cultivators in the 11th layer had already been picked out. The remaining cultivators were either in the 10th or 9th layer, and they all looked very young. Besides, in the cultivation world, who would care about someone's age? Xiaohua was obviously in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. He was obviously 18 years old and had a slightly childish face. Some knowledgeable cultivators could tell at a glance that he had taken youth-retaining herbs. On the contrary, they wouldn't pay attention to him. That's because an 18-year-old 10th layer of the aura refining realm cultivator was already an outstanding disciple of someone else's sect. How could he come to the Imperial Thunder sect to become a disciple? Helplessness's gaze fell on Xiaohua, a disciple of similar age and cultivation level. Xiaohua was actually not slow. When he heard Zhen call him, he immediately wanted to step forward. However, Helplessness's movements were even faster. Before Xiaohua could take a step, Helplessness had already jumped out. Disciple Xiaohua greets senior. Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed in respect. Helplessness looked at Xiaohua with flickering eyes and asked, "Are you sure you're 25 years old?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Just now, when he told the Foundation Establishment cultivator that he was 23 years old, that was counting the 3 years he spent in Yellowflower Ridge, and the 2 years he spent in secluded cultivation. He actually completely forgot about the 2 years he spent wandering about. No wonder the other cultivators said that he was a liar. Yes, disciple is indeed 25 years old. Xiaohua respectfully replied. Your face is so young. You must have taken youth-retaining herbs, right? Helplessness's face showed a trace of disgust. Oh, no wonder this cultivator scanned me several times with his divine sense but didn't pay attention to me. Xiaohua understood. He then smiled apologetically and said, Disciple didn't know. When I was 18 years old, I became like this. I haven't changed at all. Oh, Helplessness's face clearly showed a trace of a smile. He nodded and said, That's good. I really hate those cultivator families' male disciples taking youth-retaining herbs. Female cultivators take them for beauty. What's the use of men being beautiful? Helpless, martial nephew. On the high platform, Sun Ming frowned and said, This disciple is being unreasonable. Helplessly, his mood was greatly improved. After speaking to Sun Ming, he turned his head and asked, "Which aristocratic family are you from?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Zhen, who was on the high platform, said in a clear voice, "Senior brother Helplessness, you've made a mistake this time. Xiaohua isn't from any cultivation sect. He's a rogue cultivator." A rogue cultivator? Hearing Zhen's words, not only were they helpless, even the other cultivators present, including Sun Ming, were stunned. A rogue cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refining, and at the age of 25, this was really rare in the country of Xi's cultivation world. But then, Sun Ming sighed. Sure enough, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. "What a pity, Xiaohua. If you weren't a loose cultivator, I would have accepted you as my disciple. But you are a loose cultivator, so this old man can only reluctantly part with you." Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He cupped his hands and said anxiously, "Senior, I don't blame you for not accepting me as your disciple, but why can't I, a loose cultivator, take Senior as my master?" "Senior isn't a loose cultivator, so you don't know the hardships of being a loose cultivator. Ever since I was at the 2nd layer of qi refining, I didn't have any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. I went through many difficulties to obtain some scattered cultivation methods. On one hand, I painstakingly cultivated, and on the other, I had to search for medicinal pills. Now, after spending endless effort, I finally reached the 10th layer of qi refining, and even passed the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. Senior, just because I'm a loose cultivator, you refuse to accept me. Isn't this too cruel for me?" Alas, he sighed helplessly and said, "Although I'm not a loose cultivator, before I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, I was a disciple of a small cultivation aristocratic family. How could I not know the hardships of loose cultivators like you? Moreover, my previous disciple was also similar to a loose cultivator. If you say that I treat loose cultivators differently, then you're being unfair to me." Seeing the anger on Xiaohua's face, Helplessness felt as if he was looking at his former self. He sighed again and said, "Didn't you say it just now? Ever since you were at the 2nd layer of qi refining, you didn't have a complete cultivation method. All of your cultivation methods were incomplete. Then let me ask you, how many cultivation methods did you change after you reached the 10th layer of qi refining?" 3. Xiaohua answered honestly. "Then what about you?" Helplessness suddenly asked a nearby 10th layer qi refining cultivator. Reporting to Senior, "Of course it's one." That cultivator said very proudly, "Junior's clan has a complete set of qi refining cultivation methods, from the 1st layer of qi refining to the 12th layer of qi refining." "Xiaohua, do you understand?" Helplessness didn't explain and asked Xiaohua somewhat pitifully. "Alas, disciple understands." Xiaohua's face was also bleak, and his tone was filled with boundless loneliness. Different cultivation methods have different methods of tempering the meridians, and the degree of tempering is also different. Using different cultivation methods to temper the meridians to the high level of qi refining, there definitely isn't a single cultivation method that tempers the meridians thoroughly from beginning to end, tempering them completely. If the meridians are like that, true qi is also like that. True qi tempered by different cultivation methods will always be impure in the end, and it's really disadvantageous for breaking through to foundation building. Excellent. On the high platform, Sun Ming also clapped her hands. What Xiaohua said is extremely true. I didn't think that a young loose cultivator would actually have this kind of knowledge. If he wasn't already at the 10th layer of qi refining, Martial Nephew Helplessness would have definitely accepted him as a disciple. That's right, destiny makes fools of people. Xiaohua, if you were at the 2nd layer of qi refining right now, if you were only 14 or 15 years old, but based on your comprehension ability, I would have accepted you as a disciple no matter what." Helplessness nodded. If the meridians and true qi are like that, then the realm and cultivation are even more so. What one needs to cultivate and what one needs to sharpen in one layer of a cultivation method is all fixed. And what one can't do in one layer of a cultivation method in the next layer, one definitely has to do. There won't be anything left out. So much so that between each layer of a realm, there will be a bottleneck. This bottleneck is the absolute opportunity to sharpen one's cultivation in the current layer. If you don't break through the bottleneck and achieve the cultivation you need to achieve in this layer, then this cultivation method won't let you enter the next layer. Xiaohua, from the second layer of qi refining to the 10th layer of qi refining, do you rarely encounter bottlenecks? Yes, disciple rarely encounters bottlenecks. Xiaohua nodded. Exactly. Because you're cultivating multiple cultivation techniques, there are flaws in every realm. Your foundation isn't solid, so your cultivation techniques shouldn't be able to advance. However, with your top-notch aptitude, these flaws are covered up. That's why you can't sense the bottleneck, and the bottleneck will appear when you break through to the foundation establishment realm. Disciple understands. Although helplessness didn't finish speaking, Xiaohua already understood. Perhaps the bottleneck of the first 12 layers of qi refining would appear at the end, forming an insurmountable peak. Foundation building was the most difficult threshold in his life. So, Xiaohua, don't blame me. Helplessness said apologetically. However, without waiting for helplessness to finish speaking, Zhen laughed from the high platform. Senior brother Helplessness, please wait for a moment. I still have some things I haven't read out. Helplessness rolled his eyes and said, even if you say a deluge of heavenly flowers, I only have one disciple with no future. I don't want to take in any more burdens. Zhen ignored him and read, Xiaohua, concealed fire physique, the fire attribute is unyielding and tyrannical. In the disciple's first test, the fire attribute in his body caused the spirit of the mirror to swell and burst. Ah? Concealed fire physique? How is this possible? Helplessness was stupefied. His eyes emitted an incomparably pleasant surprise, and he almost trembled a bit. Which disciple tested this? Are you serious? I'll let junior brother know. Xiaohua destroyed the spirit of the mirror, and it was my Zhen Lei Palace's martial uncle Zhen Qing who personally verified it. This record was also personally written by martial uncle Zhen Qing. Good. Helplessness heard this and raised his head to laugh loudly. I was wondering how a loose cultivator could rely on 3 unorthodox techniques to cultivate to the 10th layer of qi, refining at the age of 25. It turns out that he has the rare concealed fire physique. Moreover, the fire attribute is unyielding and tyrannical. With the help of this concealed fire physique, any bottleneck is nothing difficult. Then, this disciple Xiaohua, do you want it? If you don't accept him, I'm afraid the other senior brothers will make a move? Zhen asked with a smile. Isn't this nonsense? I have always worked hard for the Imperial Thunder Sect. I just picked a disciple, but he was snatched away by someone else. The heavens have opened their eyes this time and made this group of old things blind. This concealed fire physique, TSKC, they actually made a mistake and let I take advantage of it. How can I not want a disciple given by the heavens? Disciple greets master. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this and stepped forward to bow and salute. Good disciple. Helplessly he helped Xiaohua up and said, you will follow master to register in the Jade Archive Hall. In the future, you can cultivate well and make my myriad Thunder Valley proud. Yes, disciple will definitely, Xiaohua said with a smile. Good, Helplessness. Since you have accepted a disciple that you are proud of, this old woman should also leave. You and I can go to the Jade Archive Hall together. Sun Ming stood up and said. On the other side, Xue was also happy and looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of affection. Martial uncle, please? Helplessly taking a step back, he bowed and said. However, at this time Xiaohua, who was full of joy, also bowed. Just as he bowed, he suddenly felt a faint kacha sound coming from inside his meridians. A medicinal liquid that was several times more spiritual fire than the fire essence flame crystal but much less pure suddenly appeared in his meridians. In a flash, his entire meridians expanded. Not good, the restriction of the clear flower pill has been broken. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and his soul immediately flew out of his body. He no longer cared about etiquette and raised his hand to pull Helplessness in front of him and shouted, "Master, save me!" What? Helplessness was very displeased, but when he turned around and saw Xiaohua's face was completely red, he was also greatly shocked. He immediately understood with a sweep of his divine sense and didn't have time to ask. His hands formed seals and seals and seals entered Xiaohua's body. Chapter 1535. What kind of cultivation base is Wuxian at? Wuxian is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With a few hand seals, the bright flower pills in Xiaohua's meridians immediately shackled. "Why do you have?" Wuxian was shocked and asked as soon as the restriction took effect. Xiaohua interrupted Wuxian's question and said, "Disciple has something to report. Master, please find a quiet place." Many of the Spring Thunder Hall's disciples and cultivators on the platform had already left, but half of them were still there. How could Xiaohua let others know? Although these cultivators were all disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Wuxian's face was full of suspicion. He turned to look at Sun Ming, who was also puzzled, and said, "Martial Aunt Sun Ming, please wait in the hall for a moment. Disciple has something to ask Xiaohua." No problem. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside the hall." Sun Ming nodded with a smile, but Xue looked at Xiaohua with worry. "Come with me." With a wave of his hand, Helplessness brought Xiaohua to a side chamber of the Spring Thunder Hall. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Helplessness brought Xiaohua out of the side chamber. At this moment, Helplessness's face was filled with shock, ecstasy, suspicion, and confusion. As he walked, he pondered. When they arrived outside the hall, Sun Ming was still standing there waiting. Next to her were several cultivators who had chosen their disciples. Presumably, they were going to the Jade Archive Hall together. Wuxian smiled bitterly and bowed. "Martial Aunt Sun, disciple, has some urgent matters. For the time being, disciple can't go to the Jade Archive Hall with Martial Aunt and the other junior brothers." "What matters?" "Xiaohua, is there anything suspicious?" Sun Ming stared at Xiaohua and asked. "I can't tell Martial Aunt Sun for the time being. Disciple will talk about it after Disciple goes to the Heavenly Thunder Palace to see the sect master." Wuxian's words contained a trace of excitement. Xiaohua, who was at the side, was slightly unhappy. Earlier he'd warned repeatedly for a long time not to reveal anything. Who knew if there were any spies from the Xianghua sect in the Imperial Thunder sect? However, if he directly said that he wanted to go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace, then he would definitely say that the head of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces, that is, the sect master of the Imperial Thunder sect, was there. How could Helplessness not cause others to be surprised when he said that? Sure enough, Sun Ming was shocked. The several cultivators beside her were also shocked. Xue and the other disciples also had puzzled looks on their faces. Xue was even somewhat anxious. Xiaohua shook his head slightly to signal her to be at ease, but the concern in Xue's eyes didn't lessen at all. Helplessness naturally had its own reasons. When Sun Ming and the others heard that it was the Heavenly Thunder Hall, they did not ask any further questions. Although they had looks of shock on their faces, they still smiled and said, "Then you had better hurry and go. For such an important matter, if you do not have the sect master's approval, you must not reveal it to us." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Sun Ming." Helplessly he bowed in greeting. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Xiaohua to his side. However, a light thunderclap could be heard in midair. Helplessly he executed the lightning escape and flew far away. "Hee, Martial nephews, let's go to the Jade Archive Hall." Sun Ming glanced at Helplessness, who was running away in a hurry, and led everyone to the Jade Archive Hall. Xue walked at the back, looking at the sky with worry. Although the lightning escape was fast, the Lei-Mo mountain range was indeed very big. From the Zhen Lei Palace to the Heavenly Thunder Palace, it took them almost the time to eat a meal. "Damn it, this is really too big, isn't it?" Xiaohua followed Helplessness and flew. He did not reveal a single trace of transcendence energy. Seeing that Helplessness was flying several times faster than him, he could not help but be shocked by the strength of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he was immediately dumbfounded. This is the Imperial Thunder sect that is second only to the three great sects of Xiuzhen. It is on the same level as the Huanhua sect. How could their sect be small? Take Shanghuaming as an example. If the entire Yellow Flower Ridge was taken out, it might not be smaller than the Imperial Thunder sect. Looking at the enormous mountain peak, Xiaohua realized that there was actually a palace that was even more majestic than the Zhenlei Palace. It had a grandeur that was even more dazzling than the Zhenlei Palace. Xiaohua knew that this was most likely the Zhenlei Palace. Sure enough, he heard Helplessness say in a low voice, "Xiaohua, this is the Thunder Immortal Peak where the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder sect, Qianlei Zi, resides. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is just ahead." As he said that, he helplessly pointed at the group of palaces, before continuing, "When we reach the Great Thunder Hall, you must clearly tell the sect master everything that you have said to this old man earlier. Senior Martial Brother Qian Qinghua is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and is from the sect leader's branch. He is also my junior Martial Brother. I did not expect such a thing to happen. Alas, you have contributed so much to my Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid you will be taken into the Heavenly Thunder Palace by the sect leader. This is also the reason why I did not bring you to the Jade Archive Hall." Master, I called you Master just now. How can I go back on my words now?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "You are thinking too much." A hint of joy flashed through Helplessness's eyes, but he immediately shook his head. "My myriad Thunder Valley has always had a hard time. Their cultivation is not particularly outstanding and the disciples they teach are also mediocre. Your hidden fire physique is buried in my myriad Thunder Valley." "Alright, let's not talk about this. It won't be too late to talk about it when we reach the Great Thunder Palace." Helplessness waved his hand slightly and landed in front of a palace. This palace was different from the Spring Thunder Palace of the Imperial Thunder Palace. In front of the door was a Peak Chi refining disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect guarding. Seeing Helplessness approach, he walked forward and cupped his hands. "Martial Uncle, which palace have you come to? The Great Thunder Palace? Please report your name." "I am Helplessness of the Shocking Thunder Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley. Today I have brought Xiaohua to see the sect leader. I have an extremely urgent matter to report." Helplessness returned the salute and said, "All right, Martial Uncle knows that the sect leader is not in the Great Thunder Palace right now. Only Martial Ancestor Mi Yu of the Canlei Palace is on guard. How about this disciple report to Martial Ancestor now?" That disciple said with a smile, "This is the only way." Helplessness wrinkled his brows and slapped his hand, taking out a waste tablet from his storage pouch and handing it over. "This is my waste tablet. I would like to trouble Martial Nephew to report to Martial Ancestor." That disciple took Helplessness's waste tablet and went in. However, after a short while, he returned and said helplessly, "Martial Ancestor Mi Yu invites Martial Uncle to speak in the palace." All right, Helplessness took the waste tablet and didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and was about to bring Xiaohua in. "Martial Uncle?" That disciple extended his hand, stopping Xiaohua as he said very discontentedly, "Martial Uncle, don't forget, aura refining disciples are not allowed to enter Colossal Thunder Hall unless they are summoned by the Palace Lord on duty." Sigh, Helplessness slapped his forehead and said very regretfully, "Look at me. I should have explained it just now. How about this, Martial Nephew, please report to Martial Ancestor again. This is the new disciple who passed the selection this time, Xiaohua." Helplessness had no choice but to say it again. "Helplessness, why did you come to the Great Thunder Palace instead of guarding the Myriad Thunder Valley?" Just as Helplessness was explaining, a melodious voice came from midair. This voice is somewhat familiar." Xiaohua didn't think he knew any senior from the Imperial Thunder sect. However, when he really looked up, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He saw a cultivator flying in midair. That cultivator looked very young and had an ordinary appearance. However, his complexion was somewhat red and the only thing that was somewhat confusing was his sparse eyebrows. Wasn't this the mysterious cultivator Xiao Hua met in front of the thunder accumulation cave whose cultivation was unknown? That cultivator descended from midair. Helplessness hurriedly went forward and saluted, saying, "Helplessness greets martial ancestor Lei Meng." Martial ancestor Lei Meng? Thunder Meng Taoist? Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately remembered what Sun Ming said in the Spring Thunder Palace. "Get up. What are you doing here?" Thunder Meng Taoist waved his hand and helped Helplessness up. He casually glanced at Xiao Hua and turned his head to ask Helplessness. However, just as he finished speaking, Thunder Meng Taoist seemed to remember something and turned his head to ask Xiao Hua, "You seem to be that loose cultivator from the thunder accumulation cave called Xiao Hua, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with joy. He didn't expect that a nascent soul senior would actually remember him, a small loose cultivator at the second level of qi refining. He immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Disciple Xiao Hua greets martial ancestor." Martial ancestor? Thunder Meng Taoist was slightly stunned. Helplessness, who was beside him, felt that his brain wasn't enough. He muttered, "Martial ancestor, you know Xiao Hua? He's a disciple who passed this time's selection and was accepted by me as a disciple." You passed the disciple selection? Thunder Meng Taoist was stunned. Looking at Xiao Hua's cultivation, he was even more shocked. "Xiao Hua, it's only been 3 years. You actually went from the second level of qi refining to the 10th level of qi refining? This is bad." Xiao Hua complained in his heart. Although this person was already his master, but going from the second level of qi refining to the 10th level of qi refining, this kind of unimaginable cultivation was something that could only happen in a dream. How could he dare to let this kind of thing happen to him? Xiao Hua promptly saluted and said, "Yes, martial ancestor knows." That day, Junior was a bit secretive from martial ancestor. At that time, disciple's cultivation was damaged. Although my cultivation was at the 9th level of qi refining, I could only use the magic power of the 3rd level of qi refining. I'm afraid that martial ancestor misunderstood. "Oh, so it's like this. I was wondering why I felt that your magic power was much higher than others of the same level. So it's like this." Thunder Meng Taoist nodded. In the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator like him, qi refining cultivators were like infants. How could an adult accurately distinguish the strength of an infant? Then you're also not a loose cultivator, right? Thunder Meng Taoist didn't care about Xiao Hua's concealment and laughed. "Disciple is indeed a loose cultivator. That day in the thunder accumulation cave, I really wanted to join Tian Qi and do some things." Xiao Hua almost wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That day, martial ancestor evaluated disciple's cultivation. Disciple didn't know how to explain, so, no matter. That day, you and I didn't know each other. I only saw that your cultivation was not bad, so I casually evaluated you. You can't take it seriously. However, I didn't expect that today you would actually enter my Imperial Thunder sect and even become a disciple of my Thunderous Palace. You and this old man do have some fate." Thunder Meng Taoist said with a smile, still looking like the senior who helped Xiao Hua that day in the thunder accumulation cave. "Martial ancestor?" "Yes, martial ancestor knows. This time, Xiao Hua has come to the Great Thunder Hall to report to the sect master." At the side, seeing the two people actually starting to reminisce about old times, at the same time he was happy in his heart, he was also somewhat anxious. Chapter 1536. "Oh, that's right. Xiao Hua, what business do you have with Wu Hen?" Thunder Meng Taoist nodded. "Grandmaster, please lay down the silence talisman." Xiao Hua bowed and said, "Oh." Thunder Meng Taoist waved his hand and laid down a silence talisman restriction. He smiled and said, "You're quite cautious, just like you were at the thunder accumulation cave." However, when Xiao Hua said the 3 words, "Qian Qing Hua," Thunder Meng Taoist's expression changed greatly. He waved his hand and said, "Xiao Hua, who did you tell about this matter?" "Yes, Grandmaster knows." Disciple has only told master, I didn't reveal a single word to anyone else. Xiao Hua said respectfully. Good, good, good. Thunder Meng Taoist said, good, 3 times in a row. He waved his hand and the silence talisman restriction instantly shattered. You don't need to repeat such an important matter a second time. You should personally report to Sect Master. Sect Master is temporarily not in the Great Thunder Hall. Xiao Hua said helplessly. Hee, that's easy. Thunder Meng Taoist waved his hand and used the thunder light sound transmission technique. A bolt of lightning rapidly flew towards a place on the Thunder Immortal Peak. Thunder Meng Taoist looked at Xiao Hua. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He said very amiably. Yes, I'll listen to Grandmaster's instructions. Xiao Hua already had a good impression of Thunder Meng Taoist. Now that he had become his grand disciple, he was satisfied and replied respectfully. The person at the side looked on helplessly and rejoiced in his heart. He thought to himself, from the looks of it, it seems that Grandmaster has a very good impression of this Xiao Hua. Fortunately, I accepted Xiao Hua as my disciple earlier. Otherwise, wouldn't Xiao Hua have become my martial uncle? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several figures flew out from somewhere on the Thunder Immortal Peak. Like rolling thunder, they quickly rushed to the front of the Great Thunder Hall. When they appeared, they were Master Qian Lazy, Fairy Xianhua, and the others. Master Qian Lazy's face was full of joy. He had already spread out his divine sense from far away and firmly locked onto the unfamiliar Xiao Hua. When they came close, Master Qian Lazy's eyes that contained thunder light swept over Xiao Hua, full of pressure. My goodness, this is a master who is even more powerful than Lei Meng Jinren. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting, but he was still too late. Lei Meng Taoist and Wu Hen had already bowed, and Wu Hen respectfully said, Myriad Thunder Valleys Wu Hen greets Sovereign. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's disciple Xiao Hua greets Sovereign was heard clearly by Qian Lazy. Disciple? Qian Lazy was a bit surprised, but then he laughed, haha, Qian Qinghua is smart for once. Then he turned to instruct the disciples of Great Thunder Hall. Go, call Palace Master Zhen Xing of Great Thunder Hall over. This guy has also made a great contribution. The disciple nodded and immediately sent a message. Qian Lazy waved his hand and said, Let's go, Xiao Hua. We'll talk inside. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiao Hua bowed respectfully and hid behind Wu Hai. Qian Lazy and the others naturally went in first, while Helpless and Xiao Hua walked at the back. Don't be fooled by Helpless arrogance in the Spring Thunder Hall. Here, he was extremely respectful, even more careful than Xiao Hua. The style of the Great Thunder Palace was not much different from the Spring Thunder Palace, except that the interior of the palace was much larger. 2 incomparably huge pillars supported the roof of the palace. Lightning was lingering on the pillars, and countless strange patterns were emerging one after another. The surrounding jade walls and the roof of the palace were also filled with purple talismans that were faintly swimming about, displaying their endless means. Great Thunder Hall didn't have a high platform, but there were 8 praying mats floating in the air. Qian Lazy and the other palace masters sat on their own praying mats. Qian Lazy waved his hand, and a light purple thunderbolt gathered on the pillar in the center of the hall. The pillar emitted a tricolored brilliance, and the brilliance went straight up the pillar. After rushing to the roof of the hall, it quickly spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, covered the entire hall. Xiao Hua, tell me about your encounter with Qinghua. Qian Lazy was very calm, and after seeing that the restriction of the Great Thunder Hall had taken effect, he slowly asked, Yes, disciple? Xiao Hua took a step forward. Although there was some fear in his heart, he suppressed his excitement and prepared to report. Sect Master, why don't we wait for Zhen Sheng and Dui Jie to come first? This child deliberately wanted to contribute to the sect, and thought of the method of recruiting disciples, but he was scolded by you. If he didn't hear it with his own ears, how could he be at ease? Fairy Xianhua said with a light smile. When did I scold them? Qian Lazy's mood was very good, and he said with a smile, That day, I even encouraged him to recruit a few more disciples. Xiao Hua, what did Qian Qinghua ask you to bring back? Seeing that Qian Lazy didn't ask, Thunder Talisman's spiritual master didn't ask. Xiaohua would be his direct disciple in the future, so there was no need to be polite. Qian Lazy wasn't in a hurry. Hearing Thunder Talisman's spiritual master's question, his ears perked up and his eyes contained a trace of expectation as he looked at Xiaohua. Seeing the 6 nascent soul cultivators looking at him with 12 pairs of eyes, although there was no pressure, cold sweat gradually dripped down from Xiaohua's forehead. Damn, this nascent soul cultivator is really powerful. Just his gaze alone can kill me, a qi condensation cultivator. Xiaohua secretly sighed. He patted his hand and took out the bead from his storage bag. When the bead was taken out from the storage pouch, countless tiny purple lightning bolts immediately flashed. The lightning bolts lingered around the bead and gradually grew larger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the 4 walls of the enormous Thunder Palace, the roof of the palace, and the 2 giant pillars simultaneously flickered in sync with the lightning bolts surrounding the bead. With a flash, the lightning gathered around the bead and was absorbed by the bead at a speed visible to the naked eye. This wasn't the end. Immediately after, the second wave of lightning appeared and was also absorbed by the bead. Ah? Thunder-devouring bead. Seeing this, Qian Lazy and the others revealed extremely shocked expressions. Xiaohua only heard their voices. His eyes blurred and his hand became lighter. The thunder-devouring bead in his hand disappeared. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He secretly touched the cold sweat on his forehead and looked at Qian Lazy, who was floating in the air with the thunder-devouring bead in his hand. At this moment, Qian Lazy's face was filled with shock, surprise, and shock. At this moment, the thunder-devouring bead that was flickering with purple lightning was blocked by an invisible barrier, and the lightning couldn't escape from Master Qian Lei's palm in the slightest. At this moment, the barrier around the Great Thunder Palace had returned to its previous state, and one couldn't see any difference. Lei Tan Daoist and the others were like Qian Lazy. They could no longer sit still. Their bodies floated up and surrounded Qian Lazy. Their eyes were fixed on the lightning-devouring bead. The lightning-devouring bead was reflected in their eyes. After a while, Master Qian Lei waved his hand, and another thunderbolt hit the pillar. The same tricolored light flashed, and Xiaohua was a bit confused. At this moment, Qian Lazy lowered his head and said, "Xiaohua, I have some difficulties. There's something I need to tell you." Xiaohua was stunned. He bowed and said, "Sect Master, please tell me what you need. This thing is indeed brought back by Senior Uncle Qian Qinghua. There's nothing else." "Ha, good boy, I'm not talking about this." Qian Lazy smiled and said, "Qinghua hasn't returned to the Thunder Controlling Sect, and his spirit tablet hasn't been damaged. As far as I know, he has probably used the soul concealing technique, which is a secret technique of our sect, to hide all of his life force and aura. I'm sure you know that the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan School, and Seven Skills sect are still looking for him." Hearing this, Xiaohua understood. Without any hesitation, he said with a smile, "Sect Master, please don't worry. Since I've already come to the Imperial Thunder sect, I've already offended the 3 sections. Besides, I'm now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Why should I be afraid of them? Even if they have some dirty tricks up their sleeves, how can I not trust Sect Master?" "Good, good, good." Qian Lazy shouted 3 times in a row, then clapped his hands. Instantly, the restrictive spells around the thunder-devouring bead were broken, and the lightning bolts hovering around the thunder-devouring bead were enlarged once again. At the same time, because the restrictive spells of the huge Thunder Palace were no longer isolated, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the Thunder Immortal Peak and the Thunder Mo mountain range. Strands of lightning bolts were flashing in the dark clouds, like swimming pythons, which were accumulating power to strike down at the huge Thunder Palace. Moreover, it was unknown just how many restrictions within the Thunder Core mountain range were also beginning to shine with brilliance following the appearance of the dark clouds. Numerous runes gradually flickered, gradually converging into threads of lightning, just like the restrictions of the colossal Thunder Palace, eagerly about to be thrown into the extremely distant thunder-devouring orb. Alas, I was lucky. Qianlei Zi let out a long sigh. He waved his hand and an extremely powerful seal surrounded the thunder-devouring bead. As the lightning from the thunder-devouring bead retracted, the seal around the Thunder Mo mountain range returned to normal. The dark clouds above the mountain range also gradually disappeared. At the foot of the Thunder Mo mountain range, many disciples of the Splendid Sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao Sect didn't relax their vigilance just because the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection was over. Less than 100 li away from the Thunder Mo mountain range, several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were sitting cross-legged at the foot of a tall mountain. Two of them were the male and female cultivators from the Splendid Sect that Xiaohua met in Shihuang Town. Similarly, the male cultivator looked at the peaceful scene and raised his voice. "Junior Marshal Sister Qi, is there any news from the Sky Thunder Peak?" Senior Marshal Brother Gao, in the past few days, only those who didn't pass the Imperial Thunder Sect's test went down the mountain. What news could there be? They didn't even stop Xiaohua from going up the mountain. If that Xiaohua really went up the mountain, how could he be so stupid as to go down the mountain again? Junior Marshal Sister Qi's complexion wasn't good. Needless to say, Junior Marshal Sister Qi and Senior Marshal Brother Gao did stop Xiaohua in Shihuang Town that day. However, they didn't find any trace of the thunder-devouring bead on Xiaohua's body, so they easily let him go. Later, things changed, especially when Xiaohua strangely escaped from the hands of the Three Sects Foundation establishment cultivators. This made the Splendid Sect realize that Xiaohua was different. Senior Marshal Brother Gao and Junior Marshal Sister Qi didn't dare to hide the matter and reported it to the Splendid Sect's master. When he heard that Xiaohua was stopped by his own disciples, the Splendid Sect's master almost flew into a rage. Therefore, these two unlucky late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent to the foot of the mountain to atone for their crimes. Chapter 1537. Hee, Junior Marshal Sister Qi, don't worry. That Xiaohua guy was only in the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, and we've already searched his storage pouch. There's no way he could have taken the thunder-devouring bead. All of our plans are just guesses, the sect's punishment. Senior Marshal Brother Gao, didn't you see how many storage pouches Xiaohua had? If he put the thunder-devouring bead in his storage pouch and buried it somewhere, there wouldn't be any trace of it on his body. Junior Marshal Sister Qi sighed. We should have used soul searching to force him to tell us the truth. How could we? We're only at the Foundation establishment stage. Even Master and Martial Ancestor don't dare to use the soul searching technique lightly. If we use it, that little cultivator will definitely become an idiot. Senior Brother Gao exclaimed. Senior Marshal Brother Gao is really soft-hearted. A Foundation building middle stage cultivator laughed. If it was I would have used soul searching first. Who cares if he's an idiot? Your Xuanyan School's disciples can, they're all decisive. Junior Marshal Sister Qi glanced at him and said, My Senior Marshal Brother Gao felt that it wasn't easy for that rogue cultivator to cultivate, so he didn't have the heart to kill him. If he really was a thunder-controlling sect disciple, Senior Marshal Brother Gao would have done it already. Seeing Junior Marshal Sister Qi protecting Senior Marshal Brother Gao, the Xuanyan School disciple looked at the smiling 7 Possibilities sect disciple and tactfully shut his mouth. Look, what's that? The smiling 7 Possibilities sect disciple's eyes lit up as he pointed at the direction Senior Marshal Brother Gao was facing. Thunder. Junior Marshal Sister Qi and Senior Marshal Brother Gao turned around and saw the dark clouds and lightning above Mount Lama. Their expressions changed greatly as if they lost their souls. Senior Marshal Brother Gao, fellow Taoist Qi? The 7 Possibilities sect and Xuanyan School disciples clearly hadn't been to Shihuang Town and didn't see the thunder-devouring beads phenomenon. The celestial phenomenon soon disappeared. Looking at the dissipating dark clouds above the Lama Mountains, Junior Marshal Sister Qi sighed and waved her hand, sending out several message talismans. Senior Marshal Brother Gao turned his head with a wry smile and said, Fellow Taoists, send a message to your respective sections. That thing has fallen into the hands of the thunder-controlling sect. Could it be that Qian Xinghua is back? It's still that little itinerant cultivator. Everyone was a little confused as they asked all at once. Fellow Taoists, I don't know either. Senior Marshal Brother Gao cupped his hands and said, I have only seen the strange phenomenon of that thing in Shihuang town. As for the next step, I still need the guidance of the sect. With that, Senior Marshal Brother Gao sighed and sat down again. He closed his eyes. It was unknown whether he was regretting or cultivating. The other cultivators looked at each other and sent out their communication talismans. They were all waiting for the orders from their sections. Leaving aside the panic of the Foundation establishment disciples at the foot of the Imperial Thunder School, in the Great Thunder Hall, Master Qian Lazy had just sealed the thunder-devouring bead and was about to put it into his storage bag when he heard a surprised shout from below the hall. Sect Master. Is this the thing Xinghua found? Xiaohua turned his head and saw that it was a male and female cultivator who were quite old. They quickly walked over with happy expressions. That child. Xiaohua suddenly thought of Fairy Xianhua's words and felt that it was absurd for no reason. Haha, Zhenxing, you came just in time. Look at this thunder-devouring bead. Master Qian Lazy opened his hand and the thunder-devouring bead flew in the air again. Xinghua found the thunder-devouring bead? This is the thunder-devouring bead that our sect's ancestor Qian Yun found? Zhenxing's face was even more excited than the others. It is this thunder-devouring bead. Master Qian Lazy smiled and put away the thunder-devouring bead. He said, Ancestor Qian Yun found the thunder-devouring bead and observed the birth and death of lightning in the thunder-devouring bead. He comprehended the thunder amplification technique and thus ascended. That was why the Imperial Thunder School's orthodoxy was left on the Dawn Rain continent. All the formations and restrictions in the Thunder Mountain range were set up according to the thunder amplification technique. Our Imperial Thunder School's foundation, the Thunder Pool, was also refined by Ancestor Qian Yun according to the thunder-devouring bead. Today, our Imperial Thunder School has obtained the thunder-devouring bead. This is a sign of our school's prosperity. Congratulations, Sect Master. Fairy Xianhua cupped her hands and said, with the thunder-devouring bead, Sect Master can also comprehend the supreme scriptures of our school. Your cultivation will also improve. It won't be hard to reach the spirit-severing stage. Congratulations, Sect Master. Taoist Lei Meng and the others also bowed and said, Thank you all for your good intentions. Master Qian Lazy seemed to be in good spirits. He smiled and said, The path that our school can explore is also a path that everyone can take. The future of our Imperial Thunder School is still in the hands of all of us. We are willing to do our best for the revival of our school. Taoist Mi Yu and the others replied with a smile. Good boy. Raise the clouds and ascend. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was already fascinated. He thought, this Imperial Thunder School actually has a cultivator who can ascend. The Imperial Thunder School's Sect Master is only a nascent soul stage cultivator, not even a spirit-severing stage cultivator. This Imperial Thunder School actually has a cultivation method for ascending? What kind of realm is that? This thunder-devouring bead looks like its power is still limited. I'm afraid it will take a long time to refine it. As for comprehending it, it's still too early. Master Qian Lazy sat back down on the praying mat. Everyone else also sat down. Then, Master Qian Lazy said lightly, That's right. If it's a fully formed thunder-devouring bead, how can a foundation establishment stage kid like Xinghua get it? Fairy Xianhua said with a smile. Qian Xinghua chuckled. Actually, for my Imperial Thunder sect, comprehending the thunder amplification method is secondary. The most important thing is that the thunder-devouring bead must be in the hands of my Imperial Thunder sect. Why is that? Dui Jie asked curiously. Is it possible that all the thunder-devouring beads in the world must be taken into our Imperial Thunder School? You little girl. Taoist Lei Meng scolded with a smile. All the thunder-devouring beads in the world? It's already not bad to have a thunder-devouring bead in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. According to our school's records, the thunder-devouring bead that ancestor Qian Yun obtained was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Dui Jie and Zhen Sheng's cultivation is still low. They don't know the origin of the thunder-devouring bead. Plus, they came too late and didn't see the power of the thunder-devouring bead. They also don't know what the thunder-devouring bead does to the restrictions of our Imperial Thunder School. Dui Jie and Zhen Sheng looked at each other. They were both confused. Master Qian Lazy said with a smile, "Didn't I just say it? The thunder-devouring bead contains thunder birth and destruction. As the name suggests, the thunder-devouring bead can devour thunder and lightning. The restrictions and formations of our Imperial Thunder School all originate from the Thunder Pool. Isn't the thunder-devouring bead the nemesis of all the formations and restrictions of our Imperial Thunder School? If Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, or Xuanyan sect get their hands on the thunder-devouring bead, it's fine if they don't covet our Imperial Thunder School, but if they do, they can use the thunder-devouring bead to break all the formations of our Imperial Thunder School." Ah? Zhen Sheng and Dui Jie suddenly realized. Clearly they were scared. They must know the use of the thunder-devouring bead, that's why. Zhen Sheng said fiercely. But you're wrong. Reverend Lei Tan waved his hand and said, "First, the thunder-devouring bead was snatched by Qinghua. Second, if Sun Yunzi knew the use of the thunder-devouring bead, he would have done it himself." "Ha, Lei Tan, you're right." Master Qian Lazy laughed. "Sect Master?" Fairy Xianhua suddenly thought of something. Her voice trembled as she said, "Sect Master, you said that the thunder-devouring bead contains thunder birth and destruction. Then our Imperial Thunder School's Thunder Pool? Ah? Yes, the Thunder Pool." Master Qian Lazy's smile froze on his face. He was even more surprised. Our Imperial Thunder School's Thunder Pool was created by our ancestor by imitating the thunder-devouring bead. However, Master Qian Lazy didn't finish his sentence. He looked around and said with a smile, "This matter needs to be discussed carefully with our ancestor and the others. We can't confirm it for now." We were talking so happily that we actually forgot the biggest hero of our Imperial Thunder School. Of course, a few nascent soul stage cultivators and 2 gold core stage cultivators were talking here. Helplessness and Xiao Hua stood there respectfully. To be honest, they were really reserved. Moreover, these words faintly revealed many secrets of the Imperial Thunder School. Helplessness was only a late foundation establishment stage disciple, and Xiao Hua was even worse. How could they dare to listen? The two of them almost covered their ears. Now that Master Qian Lazy changed the topic to them, their hearts relaxed. Helplessness straightened his back and the smile on his face became even brighter. "Xiao Hua, why don't you tell me everything that happened? After all, it was a lot of hard work." Master Qian Lazy's voice was gentle. Instead, he was more like an amiable old man. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He bowed and under the gazes of the 8 people, he told them how he met Qian Qinghua in the transportation formation of Lu Yang's Kai family. Afterwards, he was chased by Kai Hongfeng and met Qian Qinghua again. Afterwards, Qian Qinghua gave him the thunder-devouring bead. He was frightened and scared as he took the storage pouch, hid and searched, left Shihuang town, and then went to the Fu family. Of course, Xiaohua didn't know how many times he had thought about this story. There were 2 points that were hard to explain. One was that he took the thunder-devouring bead out of Shihuang town. The second was that he escaped from the hands of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. However, Xiaohua also understood that he was now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder School. The stronger he was, the better it would be for the Imperial Thunder School. Moreover, he brought back such an important item like the thunder-devouring bead to the Imperial Thunder School. The Imperial Thunder School wouldn't treat him lightly. Even if they had any doubts, he still did it. The Imperial Thunder School had no choice but to believe him. Sure enough, when they heard that Xiaohua actually foolishly hid the storage pouch and then secretly took it out, the 8 people looked at each other in dismay. Fairy Xianhua even sighed, "AI, you child, you've really suffered. That's right, a divine soul-searching technique from a divine soul-searching sect disciple could easily deal with him. To say that he used such a stupid method to escape was really difficult and lucky. When they heard that Xiaohua actually escaped from the hands of 4 Foundation establishment stage cultivators, the 8 people remembered that this guy also met Qianxinghua in Luyang after escaping from the hands of Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Unconsciously, their faces showed joy. Chapter 1538. Actually, in the eyes of Master Qian Lazy and the other nascent soul cultivators, there wasn't much difference between Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivators. Besides, Xiaohua had always been able to hide his cultivation, so they didn't think it was too unreasonable. But when they heard that Xiaohua had escaped from 4 cultivators with higher cultivation than him, Master Qian Lazy couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohua, can you fly very fast?" "Yes, Disciple has learned a nameless technique that can increase my flying speed. And Disciple is very good at flying." Xiaohua knew that Qianxinghua didn't die, and that Qianxinghua had seen him fly, so he didn't hide it. Martial Uncle Qianhua also praised Disciple, saying that I was even faster than our sect's lightning escape technique. Xiaohua's words were 80% true and 20% false. There were some strange things that he didn't hide, which successfully confused everyone. Qian Lazy laughed and said, "That's good. Xiaohua, you should join my Qianlei Palace. My sect will find you the best gold core disciple to teach you the thunder escape technique as a reward for your contribution to my Imperial Thunder sect." Sect Master, Master Qian Lazy couldn't take it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, "Xiaohua has been accepted by our Thunder Palace as a disciple. You can't take away his love." Xiaohua had goosebumps all over his body. "Martial ancestor, how can you say that?" "Oh, I forgot. Xiaohua is an official disciple who went through the disciple selection." Master Qian Lazy seemed to have just woken up and said apologetically, "Oh right, Master Qian Lazy wants to negotiate with you. How about giving Xiaohua to our Heavenly Thunder Palace?" He was saved by Qianhua, and he fulfilled Qianhua's wish. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing for Qianhua to be his master? Qianhua? When Xiaohua thought of Qianxinghua's boorish appearance, he felt gloomy and helpless. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to refute, which made his face and neck red. Lei Tan's spiritual master looked at him helplessly, feeling somewhat disappointed. When Lei Tan's spiritual master spoke, Xiaohua bowed and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sect master." Disciple didn't enter the eyes of martial uncles during the disciple selection. It was Master who chose Disciple at first glance. How can Disciple hurt Master's heart? That's helplessly muttered, "I've been working so hard to guard the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Why didn't Zhen Lei Palace inform me that they were going to select disciples?" Although their voices were soft, what kind of cultivation did they have? How could he not understand? Zhen Sheng's expression changed slightly, and he stole a glance at Qian Lazy. However, Qian Lazy acted as if he didn't hear Zhen Sheng and laughed. "Xiaohua, you really are a loyal person. It seems like Qinghua was really lucky to meet you that day." Forget it. Xiaohua, you can be helplessly's disciple. This is Zhen Lei Palace's disciple selection rules. It's not good for me to interfere." Master Qian Lazy waved his hand. "However, you've made such a great contribution to our Imperial Thunder sect even before joining us. Our Imperial Thunder sect has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. Tell us and we'll consider it." Red Cloud's Ascension Technique. Xiaohua shouted these 6 words in his heart almost without thinking. Of course, this was only Xiaohua's wishful thinking. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua really didn't have anything he wanted. He was already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He could get anything he wanted in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. What's the difference between now and later? Reporting to Sect Master, Disciple used to be a loose cultivator. Now that I can become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I am already overjoyed. I don't lack any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. Disciple has thought for a long time, but I can't think of anything I want. You child? Fairy Xianxia smiled kindly. It's rare for the sect master to be so generous. Why don't you think about it more? How about this, sect master, give Xiaohua some more medicinal pills. In addition, the mental cultivation method of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. That won't do either. N helplessly was a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Although Xiaohua could be bestowed with a special cultivation method of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, helplessly couldn't do that. Reporting to Sect Master, the medicinal power of the clear flower pill in Disciples' Meridians is enough for me to reach the foundation establishment stage. Let's talk about this later. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. However, his heart suddenly moved. He rolled his eyes and said, if Sect Master is kind enough, Disciple would like to. Could you give Disciple a chance to read more cultivation methods? When Disciple was a loose cultivator, Disciple longed for cultivation methods for a long time. You child, what is this? Fairy Xianxia seemed to like Xiaohua very much. She laughed and scolded, what kind of gift is this? Every disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has their own cultivation method pavilion in each lightning palace. As long as your cultivation is sufficient, you can naturally go to the cultivation method pavilion to find a suitable cultivation method for you. Qian Leizi thought for a moment, then slapped his hand and took out a token from his storage bag. He struck it with a spell. After a flash of light, he waved his hand and the token flew in front of Xiaohua, saying, Xiaohua, take this token. With this token, you can study all the cultivation methods of the cultivation method pavilions of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 great lightning palaces. Xiaohua was overjoyed, but his face was full of shock. Sect Master, isn't this inappropriate? Yes, Sect Master, I'm afraid this method will do more harm than good, right? Lei Mengzhenren also tried to stop him. This Sect Master knows. Qian Leizi waved his hand and said, however, except for the ancient books of the Thunder Palace, you can only study the cultivation methods of the other lightning palaces by yourself. In addition, Lei Meng and Xiaohua's spirit stones and elixirs will be double the standard of ordinary disciples. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Qian Leizi said again. Of course. Lei Mengzhenren nodded. In addition, the chores of the Thunder Palace. Xiaohua can choose from them. Don't make it difficult for him. Yes, disciple understands. Well, Xiaohua, take this token. You have made great contributions to the sect, so these rewards are still too light. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask Lei Meng. Disciple is afraid. Xiaohua took the token and said very respectfully. Of course, you are now a low-level disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is the most important thing you should remember. Don't let your previous contributions drag down your cultivation and make you slack off. Qian Leizi warned again. Yes, disciple understands. Thank you for your warning, Sect Master. Xiaohua bowed. You have worked hard to guard the myriad Thunder Valley and made great contributions to the Imperial Thunder Sect. How can I not know if others don't know? Qian Leizi said to Xiaohua in a pleasant tone, you must have thought about the Thunder Escape art for a long time. I will allow Xiaohua to copy it and you will teach him. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple is very grateful. Xiaohua's face was filled with joy and blush. He quickly bowed and thanked Qian Leizi. Well, you can leave now. Qian Leizi waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, disciple will leave now. Xiaohua and Xiaohua bowed and left. After the two of them left, Qian Leizi smiled and said to Zhenxing, Zhenxing, you have made a great contribution this time. I will remember it in my heart. Zhenxing quickly said, Disciple is just making a suggestion. Xiaohua has worked hard and we don't know where Qinghua is right now. Disciple can't say that I have made any contribution. Don't tell me that your martial uncle Xianhua is afraid that you don't understand? Thank you, martial uncle and sect master. Disciple just felt uncomfortable when he saw how arrogant the Xianghua sect was. Zhenxing quickly explained. Well, let's not talk about this for now. I think that once the thunder-devouring beat appears, the Xianxia sect and the other two sects will definitely relax their attention on the Imperial Thunder sect and the Western Huang town. Of course, for the next 10 years, we don't have to pay too much attention to Shihuang town. We even have to release a little bit of news about Qinghuo's return. Qinghuo will need at least 10 years to recuperate. Even if this sect head were to find Qinghuo now, we wouldn't be able to wake him up. Otherwise, Qinghuo's efforts over the past 2 years would be for naught, or even worse. Disciple understands. Zhenxing nodded and said, the soul oblivion art is a taboo. However, Disciple will occasionally send disciples to the Western Huang town. If there is an opportunity, well, since you know how powerful it is, go and do it. Qian Lazy said with a smile. Also, how is the recruitment of disciples this year? Sect Master, this year we recruited a total of 94 disciples. 73 of them have found a master and 21 of them have been accepted into Zhen Lei Palace. They will be taught by the technique imparting disciples. But why are there still 94 disciples? Are there even zeros? Can't we just recruit 100 disciples? Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Yes, Martial Uncle knows. Previously, we also decided on 100 disciples. Who would have thought? Dui Jie, who was standing at the side, said with a smile. This Xiaohua is really interesting. He is really a rogue cultivator. He doesn't have the temperament and skill of a disciple of a cultivation family. Fairy Xianhua laughed. Xiaohua is naturally a rogue cultivator. When Disciple went to the Thunder Cave last time, I saw him. He seemed to be going through the Heaven Forsaken's test and wanted to join the Heaven Forsaken sect. Lei Meng explained his encounter with Xiaohua. This Xiaohua seems to be fated with my Imperial Thunder sect. Qian Lazy said with a smile, I guess you didn't expect him to be your disciple that day, right? Of course. His cultivation is too shallow. Disciple just said a few words to encourage him. Do you really want to accept a rogue cultivator as your disciple? Reverend Lei Meng nodded. Rogue cultivators can't be underestimated. They are just scattered sand. If there is a plate to gather them together, they will be a very strong force. Qian Lazy said again, that cultivator who organized the Heaven Forsaken sect is also a person with foresight. Sect Master, don't worry. 2 years ago, Disciple heard that the founder of the Heaven Forsaken sect had disappeared. The Heaven Forsaken sect only exists in name. I guess it has already been forgotten by others. Reverend Lei Meng said with a smile. Chapter 1539. Zhenxing, Dui Jie, you have worked hard in selecting disciples. Go and rest. Qian Lazy waved his hand and said, Yes, we will leave now. Zhenxing and Dui Jie bowed and left. After the two left the Great Thunder Hall, Qian Lazy looked at the 5 people beside him and said in a low voice, What Xianhua said is very reasonable. Our Imperial Thunder sect's lightning pool is made with the thunder-devouring bead as the prototype. However, this lightning pool is a fake after all. Even though it can simulate the birth and death of lightning, it is not something made by nature and cannot adjust itself. It cannot adapt to any slight changes in the heavenly lightning. Now that we have the real lightning-devouring bead, we can make use of it. Firstly, we can use the lightning water from the lightning pool to nourish the lightning-devouring bead and accelerate its maturity. Secondly, we can use the lightning-devouring bead to deal with the changes in the heavenly lightning. Sect Master is right. Fairy Xianhua nodded. I also feel that the lightning pool and the thunder-devouring bead complement each other. More importantly, we can clearly see the birth and destruction of lightning of the thunder-devouring bead. It will be more beneficial for Sect Master to comprehend the thunder amplification method. Of course, I also need the help of martial uncles. Don't make any mistakes. Qian Lazy said solemnly. Leaving aside the fact that Master Qian Lazy and the others were discussing the Imperial Lightning Sex matters in the Great Thunder Hall, Xiaohua had also followed Helpless out of the Great Thunder Hall. Helpless didn't say anything else as he used the lightning escape technique to fly out of the Thunder Immortal Peak. Along the way, Helplessness bowed his head and didn't say anything. When Xiaohua saw this, he didn't dare to say anything. After flying for a long time, he saw that there weren't any Imperial Thunder Sect disciples flying around. He helplessly landed. Xiaohua didn't understand. He thought it was the 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, after looking around, it didn't seem like anyone lived there. He also couldn't see anything important. Only then did he look at Helplessness. At this time, Helplessness was also looking at Xiaohua. Helplessness frowned and said, "Xiaohua, do you really want to be my disciple?" Xiaohua saw this and said very respectfully, "If disciple isn't sincere, why would I refuse in front of sect master? And, since you think of me as your master, then master will also think of you as my disciple. There are some things I need to make clear to you." Helplessness said very seriously. Xiaohua's heart trembled as he nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Xiaohua, do you think it's better to be in the limelight in the Imperial Thunder Sect and shine all day long? Or is it better to remain unknown and improve my cultivation? Xiaohua's heart relaxed, and a warm current flowed through him. He said with a smile, "Look at what Master said, it's naturally good to raise my cultivation." "Then do you think you've made a great contribution to the Imperial Thunder Sect?" "All I did was bring the thunder-devouring bead back. The one who really contributed was Martial Uncle Qinghua." Xiaohua shook his head. What's Senior Uncle Qinghua? Remember to call him Senior Uncle Qinghua." He helplessly spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "If this old man wasn't guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley, I would definitely be able to do something like this." He scratched his chin and said, "Well, since you know that the credit belongs to your Uncle Master Qinghua, that's good. You can return the token that the sect leader gave you, but..." Xiaohua naturally didn't understand. What does that have to do with anything? Alas, didn't this old man say it in the Spring Thunder Palace? As a loose cultivator, you've already practiced many kinds of techniques when you were refining qi, creating an insurmountable bottleneck for your future cultivation. Now it seems that with your hidden flame physique, you might be able to break through this bottleneck and step into the Foundation Establishment realm. But after you enter the Foundation Establishment realm, you mustn't repeat the same mistake and practice many kinds of techniques. With this token in your hand, how can you resist the temptation of those techniques? Moreover, you're always wandering around other people's technique inheritance pavilions. What kind of scandal is that? How can you not attract the attention of others? Since you've attracted the attention of others, there will naturally be people who will investigate your token. How can anyone not know about your matters? Can you still cultivate peacefully? Xiaohua understood. He knew that Qinghua's worries were very reasonable. However, he was really afraid of being poor. He didn't want to live without techniques anymore. Besides, if he wanted to exchange something that was already in his hand back, then wouldn't it be harder than ascending to the heavens? Alright, Master knows. This disciple also thought about it at that time. Xiaohua explained, "Firstly, this disciple feels that although the techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect are different from the Lightning Palace, after all, they're all branches, right? Their basic techniques should be the same, right? Secondly, this disciple only wants to look at some techniques and practice some opposing divine abilities. Alas, raising one's cultivation is fundamental. The so-called techniques and divine abilities are all insignificant das." Qinghua sighed helplessly. "However, what you said is also reasonable. The cultivation techniques of the Dawn Rain continent are extremely lacking. The techniques of my Imperial Thunder Sect are also comprehended by the ancestors. They're only related to the physique of the cultivator. Their fundamentals are indeed similar. Moreover, if this disciple returns the token, then how will Master's lightning evasion technique reach perfection?" Xiaohua took the opportunity to say again. "Isn't that so?" Qinghua suddenly realized, the Heavenly Thunder Palace's lightning evasion technique is the most complete. This old man has long coveted it. Master doesn't covet other techniques? Left and right, they're all Imperial Thunder Sect's techniques. This disciple can also report to Sect Master and see if there's anything he can reveal? Xiaohua said in a low voice again. "Nonsense. Sect Master has already warned you. You must not provoke sect master. Qin Hua scolded with a smile on his face. All right, just take it as this disciple didn't say anything. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Hee, you're actually quite interesting. You're much better than your eldest senior brother. Seeing Xiao Hua's mischievous smile, Qin Hua didn't get angry. What's wrong with eldest senior brother? Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of Gong Mingwei. Hee, you'll know when you go to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Qin Hua didn't want to talk about this eldest senior brother anymore. Master, this disciple forgot. Martial Uncle Qin Hua? Martial Uncle gave this disciple a token. This disciple didn't take it out just now. Xiao Hua suddenly remembered and exclaimed. Qin Hua thought for a moment and said, Forget it. Don't go today. Wait for a chance in the future. From the looks of it, sect master and martial ancestor might be discussing the lightning-devouring bead. Won't you be disturbing them if you go? This disciple understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Let's go. We'll go to the Myriad Thunder Valley today. You can also get to know the sect first. It'll be convenient for you when you come back in the future. Qin Hua waved his hand and said, Master, what do you mean? Don't I live in the Myriad Thunder Valley? Xiao Hua was surprised. And, of course you don't live in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Qin Hua waved his hand helplessly and brought Xiao Hua along. They rushed to the Myriad Thunder Valley while flying while explaining to Xiao Hua. It turned out that in the Imperial Thunder sect, all cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage lived in the Zhenlei Palace and the Conversion Thunder Palace to cultivate. Xiao Hua, for example, usually stayed in the Conversion Thunder Palace and did some chores for the Imperial Thunder sect in exchange for spirit stones and medicinal pills. Only when they encountered difficulties in cultivation or at fixed times would they have the opportunity to go to the Myriad Thunder Valley to receive guidance. Of course, the Conversion Thunder Palace also had its own specialized disciples who could accept Xiao Hua's inquiries. As for talisman crafting and alchemy, every Thunder Palace in the Imperial Thunder sect had a special quiet room. One only needed to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to use it. Of course, the spiritual herbs and other materials used for alchemy were all provided by the Imperial Thunder sect. The Imperial Thunder sect could also provide the basic yellow talismans for alchemy. It's really great to have a sect. Xiao Hua almost jumped up in the air. He was still thinking about finding a place with earth fire to refine pills, but now the Imperial Thunder sect had a special alchemy room with a special earth fire. As long as you take out spirit stones, it'll be fine. It was really convenient. All right, Xiao Hua, every disciple has something to do in the Imperial Thunder sect. You aura refining disciples naturally don't have to do important things. You're basically just doing chores. You have to think about it carefully. Qin Hua exhorted helplessly. However, the sect master said that you can choose any chores in the shocking Thunder Palace. Master, don't I live in the Zhenlei Palace? I should be a chores in the Zhenlei Palace, right? Xiao Hua reminded. How many aura refining disciples are there in the Zhenlei Palace? How many chores do they have to do? You usually live in the Zhenlei Palace, but you still have to do chores in the shocking Thunder Palace. Qin Hua explained helplessly, you're a disciple of the shocking Thunder Palace, so you naturally have to do things for the shocking Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua understood. After thinking for a while, he asked, does the shocking Thunder Palace have a medicinal garden? Yes, every lightning palace has one. Qin Hua nodded helplessly, but then he asked, could it be that you want to plant spiritual herbs? That's a hard and tiring job. Not many disciples are willing to do it. In my opinion, you should go refine yellow talismans. That's a place that all aura refining disciples like to go. On one hand, you can improve and control your magic power. On the other hand, you can practice many magic arts, which will be very useful after you build your foundation. Oh, I reckon that Grandmaster Lei Meng also has the same idea. Seeing that Qin Hua actually used Lei Meng Daoist to persuade him, Xiao Hua became even more excited. He smiled and said, I have my own plans. I've been refining talismans in the Fu clan for a long time and have learned a lot. I want to change my tastes. Moreover, no one goes to the medicinal garden, so it's quiet and convenient for cultivation. Besides, it's double the amount of medicinal pills and spirit stones anyway, so I won't lose out anywhere. These are all small paths, you can choose as you wish. I'm just reminding you. Refining talismans can indeed improve your cultivation, but repeating the same thing every day isn't very interesting, and you don't have much time. The medicinal garden is indeed tiring, but once you're done with it, you'll have your own time. It's really beneficial for cultivation. Xianxia said helplessly. All right, we'll enter the myriad thunder valley in front of us, which is where my immortal's cave is located. You should be careful. Although the myriad thunder valley is still far away, the thunder from the myriad thunder valley can hurt people. Xianxia waved his hand and sent out a scarlet summoning talisman, reminding Xiaohua. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded, but just as he nodded, his heart suddenly jumped. It was as if someone had inexplicably hit him with a stick. Chapter 1540. Xiaohua was startled, but before he could ask, his heart started beating rapidly again. It was very sudden, causing Xiaohua's blood to rush up, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately after, the beating disappeared without a trace. Master! Xiaohua did not dare to be careless and quickly asked, is it possible that the sound of thunder is not only heard in the ears? It is also possible to hit the heart? Helplessness nodded slightly. The threat of the 10,000 Thunder Valley is not only the sound of thunder, the most powerful thing is the soundless. Xiaohua, did you comprehend it yourself? Or did you hear it from here? Helplessness said and stopped the lightning escape in shock. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, raised his hand and touched his chest, saying, how could disciple have such high aptitude? Just now, when Master finished speaking, disciple felt it in his heart. Really? Helplessness not only did not have a worried expression, but instead, he was very surprised. Xiaohua was puzzled. Helplessness looked like a master who did not care about his disciple. Of course it's true. Xiaohua described the rhythm and helplessness of the previous few times. Helplessness looked up and down at Xiaohua. The joy in his eyes was very obvious. Seems like it's a good thing. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Xiaohua, you obviously do not have a thunder attribute body. Martial Uncle Zhen Qing's test should not be wrong. But, how could you feel the soundless thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Valley from such a distance? Helplessness said and clapped his hands. Even if a disciple with a thunder attribute, it is impossible to feel the soundless thunder here. This range was set by the senior martial ancestor. Master also did not feel anything here. Master, it's here again. Xiaohua held his hand on his chest and said. Helplessness naturally had to feel it. After a while, he smiled helplessly. Xiaohua, seems like you are indeed the hope of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiaohua suddenly felt an invisible weight on his shoulder. He curled his lips and smiled apologetically. Disciple only has sensitive senses, it's not that serious, right? This is not just a matter of sensitive senses. Helplessly suppressing his joy, he said somewhat incoherently, my Imperial Lightning Sex cultivation method has always focused on the lightning attribute physique. The fire attribute physique is only a secondary cultivation method, it is far inferior to the lightning attribute. You're able to sense the soundless thunder in the myriad Thunder Valley from here, which only shows that you're very sensitive to the thunder in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If you cultivate the thunder attribute cultivation technique of my Thunderous Thunder Palace, you'll definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and break through to the foundation establishment realm in the shortest amount of time. Hehe, this time Xianxia can't laugh at my disciples for being slow. But Uncle Master Xianxia, even if he wants to laugh at you now, he won't be able to. Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't know why Xianxia didn't get along with his master, but he still remembered some of Xianxia's words. This bastard, he better come back quickly. Let this bastard be envious of this old man. He helplessly snorted and said, in the past, he often talked about your eldest senior brother. Speak of your eldest senior brother, And your eldest senior brother is here. That guy, he's so quick with this. When he was cultivating, why didn't I see any improvement? While speaking helplessly, his eyes looked into the distance. Xiaohua looked and released his perception, but he couldn't find any trace of Qian Qinghua. He couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, there was a loud rumble. Xiaohua's perception was struck by the silent lightning of the myriad thunder valley. Xiaohua's entire body seemed to have sunk into the thunder waves. Xiaohua! Xiaohua was shocked. He had already sensed Xiaohua's abnormality and hurriedly waved his hand. A seal was placed around Xiaohua. Xiaohua let out a long breath. The thunder just now was like a shocking wave that drowned him. Xiaohua wanted to escape from the wave, but he couldn't do anything. The helpless restriction was like a barrier, instantly rescuing him from the sea of lightning. Master was careless. Xiaohua said regretfully, Master didn't expect you to be so sensitive to the sound of thunder. I still wanted to teach you the lightning avoidance technique in the future. Lightning avoidance technique? Xiaohua was stunned. It's nothing. It's just a cultivation technique that can reduce the damage caused by the silent and loud thunder. Xiaohua said in a low voice. Let's go. We'll talk after we retreat. Let's see if you can comprehend it in a short time. If you can't, you should return to Zhen Lei Palace tonight. Helpless, he cherished this disciple very much. With a wave of his hand, he brought Xiaohua and flew several li away before stopping. Yes, disciple will try to comprehend it now. Xiaohua nodded and sat down cross-legged. He silently chanted the lightning avoidance technique in his heart and began to comprehend it. Xiaohua didn't impart many cultivation techniques, but every word was a gem. It was rather difficult to pronounce. But who was Xiaohua? What heavenly laws embodiment technique? What's stealing the heavens? What heavenly laws embodiment technique? All of these cultivation techniques were comprehended by himself. Master never said a word. Therefore, although this cultivation technique was obscure and difficult to understand, under Xiaohua's comprehension, he gradually comprehended it. Good. No wonder martial ancestor Lei Meng could enter the thunder accumulation cave. If I also had this cultivation technique at that time, there would be no harm in entering. After Xiaohua had some comprehension, he secretly praised the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation technique in his heart. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart stirred and he opened his eyes. The sky was already bright. Several zhang in front of him, Xiaohua was looking at the rising sun in the east with his hands clasped behind his back. Next to him was a short cultivator, probably at the early stage of foundation establishment. He had his back to Xiaohua and was respectfully accompanying Xiaohua. Eldest martial brother? His heart stirred and he stopped comprehending. He was about to stand up. Although Xiaohua was looking to the east, he had been paying attention to Xiaohua. At this moment, he immediately smiled and said, Xiaohua, how much have you comprehended? Master, this lightning avoidance technique is very profound. I'm afraid disciple can only comprehend 20% of it. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said with a smile, 20%? Xiaohua was shocked again. At this moment, the eldest martial brother next to Xiaohua also turned his head and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. Ah? When Xiaohua saw the eldest martial brother's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. The person who turned his head was wearing a clean Taoist robe, but his stature was shorter than Xiaohua's by half a head. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that this senior martial brother had a lot of wrinkles on his face. His hair was gray and he had a bitter expression. He looked much older than Xiaohua. In the eyes of ordinary people, this eldest martial brother was the master and Xiaohua was the eldest martial brother's disciple. Although Xiaohua also knew that cultivators couldn't be judged by their appearance, but this eldest martial brother whose name he didn't know was far from what he imagined, right? Xiaohua's astonishment fell into the eldest martial brother's eyes, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. He only nodded slightly and didn't say half a word. It was as if as long as Xiaohua was here, he would absolutely listen to Xiaohua's arrangements and absolutely wouldn't overstep his boundaries. Xiaohua, are you sure you can comprehend 20%? Xiaohua asked again. This. Xiaohua scratched his head. This technique was indeed marvelous. In fact, Xiaohua had already comprehended 40% of it. But seeing Xiaohua so shocked, he could only smile apologetically and say, Disciple, probably only comprehended 15%? It's just that I'm afraid Master will be disappointed, so I said 20%. You brat. Xiaohua scolded with a smile. This is the secret inheritance of my Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Only Foundation Establishment cultivators can comprehend it. Master telling you this can also be considered a test. Even if you can only comprehend 5%, Master will still be gratified. How can I be disappointed? Congratulations, Master. You've accepted such a cute and clever little disciple. The eldest martial brother beside him smiled apologetically and said. Xiaohua frowned, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He pointed with his finger and said, That's right, this is your eldest martial brother, Xianxia. You've seen him before, right? If you had 20% of your eldest martial brother's steadiness, Master wouldn't be so worried. Master, look at what you're saying. Eldest martial brother is steadiness. That's how eldest martial brother should be? If disciple is steadiness, what would eldest martial brother do? Xiaohua said as he stepped forward and bowed deeply. Disciple Xiaohua greets eldest martial brother. Quickly get up, quickly get up. Xiangyang had a pure smile on his face. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Xiaohua, not letting him kneel down. He said, That year, I used half a year's time to comprehend the lightning avoidance technique. Little martial brother was able to comprehend 15% in just one night. It really makes me blush with shame. Half a year? That can't be right. Xiaohua secretly sighed in his heart, but he had a sudden realization in his heart, looking at eldest martial brother's aptitude, it's a bit lacking. Seeing how old he looks, he's probably not young. He's still in the early stage of foundation establishment. No wonder Master didn't want to mention him. You still have the nerve to say that. A simple lightning avoidance technique and you used half a year's time to comprehend it. You're still a foundation establishment cultivator. I don't even feel like talking to you. Xiaohua scolded helplessly. Xiangyang only laughed foolishly, not answering. Master, that means eldest martial brother is also a foundation establishment cultivator. Disciple even dreams of foundation establishment. That's right. Disciple, should I call eldest martial brother senior? Xiaohua said with a smile. Please don't. Xiangyang was somewhat panicked. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, Although all the aura refining disciples in my Imperial Thunder School have to call foundation establishment cultivator senior, you and I have the same master. You can only call him senior martial brother. What are you so anxious for? You're only 25 years old. Not to mention foundation establishment, the medicinal efficacy of the brilliant flower pill in your body is enough to raise your cultivation to foundation establishment. Xiaohua scolded helplessly. Right now, your main task is to comprehend and quickly raise your mental state and Tao heart. This is what you individual cultivators lack the most. What? Youngest martial brother is also an individual cultivator? And just 25 years old? Xiangyang couldn't help but ask. Yes, this junior martial brother of yours is also an individual cultivator. He's about the same as you. Xiaohua snorted helplessly and said, However, he has the concealed fire constitution. Damn it, why did I only take in individual cultivators? Hearing that Xiaohua was an individual cultivator, Xiangyang's eyes once again revealed a bit of warmth. He said, Before I joined the Imperial Thunder School, my family declined, and I became an individual cultivator. It just so happened that the Imperial Thunder School was recruiting disciples. I was lucky enough to pass, but no one was willing to accept me. Only Master was kind. Chapter 1541. That numb feeling actually followed the juice of the green thunder fruit into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua already had some experience and knew that this was the unique reaction of the rare lightning-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He immediately used his cultivation method to refine the spiritual energy in his meridians. Only after 3 cycles did the numb feeling completely disappear. The moment the numbness disappeared, a comfortable feeling arose in his entire body. Xiaohua's face revealed a kind of enjoyment. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Xian's concerned gaze. Seeing Xiaohua look over, Wu Xian hurriedly asked, "How is it? Has the spiritual energy in the green thunder fruit been refined?" Xiaohua was a bit puzzled, but he still answered honestly, "Master, after 3 cycles of refinement, it has been refined." "Good." Wu Xian's face revealed a happy expression. He clapped his hands and smiled. He picked up the cold spiritual tea and drank it all. "Eldest senior brother?" Xiaohua turned to Xiangyang for help. "Oh, Master is testing you again." Xiangyang smiled and said, "This green thunder fruit contains the unique lightning-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth from my imperial thunder sect. This thing is very domineering. Ordinary physiques cannot refine it. Only those with lightning-attributed and fire-attributed physiques can absorb it. Little junior brother did not use my imperial thunder sect's cultivation method and was able to refine it within 3 cycles. Not only does it show that little junior brother's physique is suitable for practicing the imperial thunder sect's cultivation method, it also shows that little junior brother's current cultivation method is also very good." "Yes, Xiaohua, you are a loose cultivator. I heard you said that you practiced 3 kinds of cultivation methods. What kind of cultivation method are you practicing now?" Wu Xian was in a good mood. Yan Qinglian poured 3 cups of spiritual tea for him, then put down the teacup and asked with a smile. "Disciple is practicing heavenly law embodiment technique." Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a booklet from his storage pouch and handed it over. "Oh," Wu Xian looked at the booklet in Xiaohua's hand and felt a bit strange. She said in a low voice, "Master should have some impression of any cultivation method that has some reputation in Xi. Why don't I have any impression of this heavenly law embodiment technique?" Wu Xian was not polite. He picked up the heavenly law embodiment technique and carefully read it. "Little junior brother, this spiritual tea is good to drink when it is hot. It will have no effect when it is cold." Xiangyang said as he pointed at the teacup. "Thank you, senior brother." Xiaohua picked up the teacup, and a refreshing aroma rushed into his nose. When he finished the spirit tea in 1 gulp, a refreshing spirit energy also rushed into his meridians. Alas, regardless of whether it's the fruits or the spirit tea, they all contain the world's spirit energy. In this kind of situation, even if you don't want to cultivate faster, it's impossible. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Yan Qinglian walked over and filled Xiaohua's cup to the brim. She smiled and said, "Although the taste of this spiritual tea is not bad, its spiritual energy is still not enough. In a while, little junior martial brother, come to our abode and have a seat. Senior martial sister will invite you to taste the spiritual wine brewed by senior martial sister." Spirit wine? When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned slightly. It seemed that he didn't like drinking wine at all. "What? Little junior brother doesn't like wine?" Xiangyang asked curiously. "Although your Shizao's wine isn't as good as Shermu's, it's better in terms of quantity. You can drink as much as you want when you go." Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "Eldest martial brother and martial sister are inviting little brother to drink. Little brother is naturally happy. It's just that little brother didn't expect eldest martial brother and martial sister to have another abode. In my imperial thunder sect, cultivators before the foundation establishment stage all live in the Gen Lei Palace and the converted Lei Palace. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage are they qualified to have their own cave abodes. Normally, for the convenience of cultivation, they would open a cave abode near their master's cave abode. My abode is not far from master's. So it's like this." Xiaohua looked around and asked in a low voice, "When cultivating, one needs a place with abundant world spirit energy. My imperial thunder sect's Mount Leima already has abundant world spirit energy. I didn't expect master's abode to have more." little junior brother doesn't need to worry about this. In my Imperial Thunder Sect's Cheong Lei Peak, there's a Qi Qiao pavilion that specializes in raising spirit-seeking mice. Once little junior brother reaches foundation establishment, you'll have the qualifications to open your own abode. As long as you get a token from Zhen Lei Palace and a spirit-seeking mouse from Qi Qiao Pavilion, that little thing will naturally help you find a place with abundant world spirit energy. Xiangyang said with a smile. A spirit-seeking mouse? Xiaohua stared blankly and immediately thought of the spirit-seeking mouse in his space. He whispered, That's a third-rank spirit beast, comparable to Foundation establishment. Xiangyang smiled and waved his hand, saying, little junior brother is talking about the wild ones outside. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's spirit-seeking mouse is domesticated and can only search for world spirit energy. It can't even be considered a first-rank spirit beast. Oh, so it's like that? Xiaohua nodded, picked up the teacup and slowly tasted it. Seeing this, Xiangyang didn't say anything and just silently accompanied him to drink tea. Xiaohua wasn't drinking tea. He had already entered his space. His space was also strange. For spirit herbs and other things, one day was already many years in the outside world. But for spirit beasts, it was far from having this kind of effect. One day was just one day, and it even seemed like it wasn't even one day. Therefore, although the spirit-seeking mouse's baby, the iceworm king's egg and the water-patterned butterfly's 2 eggs also had changes, they were far from the changes of the spirit herbs. Looking at the rainbow epiphyllum's several zhang-long rainbow brilliants, as well as the worm eggs that were several times bigger than before, Xiaohua slightly shook his head and looked at the baby mouse. After 2 years of growth, the baby mouse's length had changed a bit. The fur on its body had also grown, and it was snow white. It was very cute. However, the baby mouse still had its eyes closed. Even if it often rolled around, it still didn't open its eyes. However, it was also strange. No matter how the baby mouse rolled, it didn't leave the vicinity of 10 zhang. Xiaohua was worried that it would harm the spirit herbs, but it never happened. Mother. When Xiaohua's mind entered the space, Goldie sensed it. Its eyes slightly rolled as it shouted in its heart. Goldie. Mother asks you, do you think it's faster to stay here? Or is it faster to stay outside? Xiaohua also said in his heart. Of course it's faster to stay outside. Goldie said without hesitation, it's always daytime here. Outside, it's going to be night soon. Xiaohua snickered in his heart. He knew that Goldie would not be able to tell. At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above the reverse light. The dark cloud drifted in the air, and occasionally, lightning would flash out from the dark cloud. This space of mine, when did it have lightning? Xiaohua was surprised, but then he realized, the lightning in the thunder-devouring bead is probably because I took the thunder-devouring bead into the space, and the space changed again? It's a pity that there's only lightning and no rain. Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was imagining things in the space, he helplessly called out. Master, Xiaohua withdrew from the space and said, this cultivation method, is there a problem? Helplessly, he threw the heavenly law embodiment technique to Xiaohua and shook his head. This cultivation method is very strange. It seems to be different from the ordinary cultivation methods in the country of Xi. It's somewhat biased towards body cultivation. However, according to Master's vision, using this cultivation method, you'll definitely be able to build your foundation. Alright, which level of Qi refining did you start cultivating from? Late 4th level of Qi refining. Xiaohua replied. Alas, it's still a pity. Helplessly, he said, if you started cultivating from the 1st level of Qi refining, Master wouldn't have to worry about your foundation. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and didn't say much. This had already happened, and it was useless to talk about it. Master originally wanted to take a look at your cultivation method. If it wasn't good, I would have taught you the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qi refining cultivation method. Since your cultivation method isn't bad, you should cultivate this first. If you rashly change to another one, it might be inappropriate. Helplessly, he still said, however, Master always feels that this cultivation method is a bit strange. As for why it's strange, Master can't tell. The key point is that you can cultivate to the late 10th level of qi refining with this cultivation method, which makes me feel that my suspicions are groundless. Okay, I'll follow Master's instructions. Xiaohua put away the cultivation method and laughed. In addition, your Master's wife just said that she wanted to give you a magic tool, but Master stopped her. Helplessly, he said again, Master feels that since you've just started qi refining and can't control magic tools, it's better to give it to you after you build your foundation. Thank you, Master's wife. Thank you, Master. Xiaohua said with a smile. Disciple will stay in the Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm not afraid of any magic tools from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Bless. Helplessly sighing, Zhuo Minghui looked at Xiangyang and the others and said with a smile, the Imperial Thunder Sect isn't a paradise. Wherever there are people, there will be fighting. Xiaohua scratched his head. Zhuo Minghui's words were very profound, and he couldn't think of the meaning behind them for a while. His eyes turned and he asked, then, Master, do you have any more common methods to refine magic tools? If you do, there's no harm in giving disciple 1 or 2 first. 1 or 2. Helplessly, he waved his hand again and again. You're only in the 10th level of qi refining. This method to refine magic tools can only be used by foundation building cultivators. What do you want them for? Wait until you build your foundation in the future. Xiaohua didn't say much. He had Qian Leizi's command medallion, and this method to refine magic tools wasn't particularly precious. He could just wait until later to find it. All right, Xiaohua. Master still has things to do in the Myriad Thunder Valley, so I won't keep you. You can go out with your eldest senior brother. Helplessly, he waved his hand and said to Xiangyang, take Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall to register, pay respects to the founder, see where he lives, and then come back. All right, Xiaohua's foundation building cultivation, when you have nothing to do, go take a look. Although that disciple teaches, how can he know as much as you? Moreover, if you don't take out your 50 years of foundation building experience now, when will you take it out? Yes, disciple understands. Xiangyang stood up and said, Xiaohua, since you know where your master's cave is, come over when you have time. Although there are many people in Zhen Lei Palace, it's different from your eldest senior brother and the others. Since you're new here, you should get closer to your eldest senior brother. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask him. Zhuo Minghui exhorted. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will definitely come whenever he has time. However, disciple must drink some of the wine master's wife brewed. Xiaohua said with a smile. Still not getting lost. Helplessly, he scolded from the side, you just came to my cave for a while, and you're already snatching my wine? But, don't scare other people's children. Zhuo Minghui spat and said, Xiaohua is not someone else. What's wrong with letting him drink? Hee, madam, as long as it's not for Qianqinghua? Oh, there's something I forgot to tell madam. Helplessly suddenly thought of something and said, I was wondering why Qianqinghua hasn't come here to drink wine for so many years. So something happened? Xiaohua smacked his lips and was very disdainful. He knew that helplessly must have something to do with Qianqinghua. Therefore, he didn't mention it until now and pretended to forget. What? Something happened to Qianqinghua? Zhuo Minghui was stunned and asked anxiously. Fine, you see, I was just talking about Qianqinghua. Look at how anxious you are. Helplessly said with a sullen face, and you said you never miss him? Zhuo Minghui's face was a bit unnatural. She glared at helplessly and said, Qianqinghua is my junior brother. He has been with me since he was young. How can I not care? Since he was young? How can you not care? Helplessly said with a bit of jealousy and sarcasm. What? It's true. Zhuo Minghui's face also twitched and replied. Oh, so that's it. Xiaohua now understood why helplessly didn't have a good tone towards Qianqinghua. It seemed that there was a story between the three of them. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled. He looked down and saw Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian had already stood up. It was Yan Qinglian who pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and signaled him to quickly go out. Xiaohua didn't dare to be slow. He used a bit of strength and slowly moved out of the cave. Unfortunately, he had just taken a few steps when helplessly shouted, Xiaohua, tell me about your encounter with Qian Qinghua. Don't mention anything that sect master is worried about. Xiaohua, you met Qian Qinghua? Zhuo Minghui asked curiously. This Xiaohua touched his nose and helplessly walked back. He had a strange expression and told the story again. However, he didn't tell the truth about the thunder-devouring bead. Oh, Qian Qinghua used the soul oblivion technique? Zhuo Minghui's face was extremely worried. Yes, master knows. This is all sect master's guess. Disciple didn't see it. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. AI, you can go. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. Yes. Xiaohua felt relieved and immediately left. He had just walked to the entrance of the cave when he heard Zhuo Minghui say in a low voice, "Look at Qian Qinghua. He's younger than you, but his cultivation is higher than yours. Now, he actually made such a great contribution to our Imperial Thunder sect. Look at you, you were on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. Why did this old lady like you back then? You must have been possessed by a ghost. What contribution did he make? If it wasn't for my disciple, his things would have been stolen long ago. He wouldn't have had time to use the soul oblivion technique. It's all because of Qian Qinghua's things that you accepted him as your disciple." Xiaohua had a strange expression on his face as he fled out of the cave. Xiangyang and his wife were already waiting at the entrance. Both of them also had strange expressions on their faces. Xiangyang didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he flew away with Xiaohua. Master and master's wife are like this. After they sat down in the cave, Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It said that master's wife was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like master. Not only was she as beautiful as a flower, but her cultivation was also higher than master's. She was a top disciple from converted Thunder Palace. Many disciples wanted to dual cultivate with master's wife, including Qian Qinghua. However, master's wife took a fancy to master and followed master to Myriad Thunder Valley. Hundreds of years have passed since then. Master and mistress often bicker, so they'll forget about it soon." Yan Qinglian took out some of the spirit wine she brewed herself and agreed. "Master and master's wife don't have any children?" Xiaohua smelled a very fragrant aroma. He felt that this spirit wine was different from what he imagined. He took a sip and said, "If they had children, they wouldn't quarrel anymore, right?" While he was speaking, a burning spirit qi rushed out from his dantian, causing his face to turn red. That spirit qi rushed into his meridians, forcing Xiaohua to quickly use his mental cultivation method. "Little junior brother, you can only taste the true flavor of this spirit wine if you don't use your mental cultivation method." Xiang Yang's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ears. Oh, Xiaohua put away his mental cultivation method and let the spirit qi move along his meridians. It was also strange. Along with the movement of the spirit qi, Xiaohua's mind was rushed up to the 9 heavens. Then, it quickly fell back down. When it fell back into his body, it was like flowing water. When the spirit qi disappeared into his meridians, Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. His whole body was comfortable. He didn't even want to raise his little finger. He smiled and said, "The methods of immortals are indeed different. Your senior sister-in-law's spirit wine is nothing. The spirit wine brewed by master's wife can make one's mind go up and down. That's what I call satisfying." Xiang Yang said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, it's monopolized by master. Even I rarely drink it. It's because your cultivation is too low. You couldn't get the thunder-amplifying fruit from the 10,000 Thunder Valley, so I could only use other spirit fruits to replace it. If you could pick the thunder-amplifying fruit, you could also drink the same spirit wine." Yan Qinglian said unhappily. Xiang Yang didn't refute and said, "Go to the inner room and take out the mental cultivation method." Okay, Yan Qinglian nodded and entered. Xiang Yang's cave was much smaller than the one in Helplessness, but it was also very clean. There were also many things. However, there were 2 holes in the stone wall, which were different from the restriction in Helplessness's cave. Not long after, Yan Qinglian came out with a booklet in her hand and handed it to Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang flipped through it and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "Take it." This is the method to refine a magic tool that you wanted just now. Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly pushed it away, saying, "Didn't Master say to wait until I built my foundation? Eldest senior brother doesn't need to make things difficult for me. I told you to take it, so take it." Xiangyang said with a straight face, "Master already said that I'll give you pointers on the cultivation method before you built your foundation. I just took out a mental cultivation method, and you don't want it? Then, many thanks, eldest senior brother." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "What's there to be polite about? If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me." Xiangyang said with a smile, "Master was right. The lesson of building your foundation for 50 years is enough for you to learn." Xiangyang's smile was bitter. Xiao Hua wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only put the booklet into his storage bag and said with a smile, "It's getting late. Eldest senior brother should take me to the Jade Archive Hall. Don't let them miss me." They dare. Although Xiangyang said that, he didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and said, "Qinglian, I'll take Xiaohua back to Zhenlei Palace. You can cultivate by yourself first. And you two go. Xiaohua, come over when you have time." Yan Qinglian smiled and sent the two of them out of the cave. She then reminded Xiangyang, "It's fine. Come back early, don't." She wanted to say something but stopped. Xiangyang said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't bicker with them." Xiao Hua listened with a strange expression. He really didn't understand what they were talking about. Chapter 1542. When Xiao Hua arrived at Zhenlei Palace with the sun, it was already noon. Under the bright sun, Zhenlei Palace appeared resplendent on the mountain peak. There were still many young disciples shuttling back and forth in Zhenlei Palace. Some were busy while some were leisurely. In short, it was a warm scene. Within Zhenlei Palace, there was a very deep and quiet place. Two bored disciples were standing in front of a simple and unadorned palace door. These two disciples were at Qi refining stage level 12. They were tall and straight, with a face as white as jade. Occasionally, there would be arrogance between their brows. With one look, one could tell that they were not easy to get along with. At this moment, the disciple on the left wearing a white robe looked at the empty corridor in front of him and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, where did that Xiao Hua run off to? It has already been 24 hours. Why hasn't anyone brought him to Jade Archive Hall? Was this guy killed to silence him?" He, Junior Zhen Liang, Xiao Hua is the #1 disciple in this year's disciple selection. He has some tricks up his sleeves. How could he be killed silently in the Imperial Thunder sect? Bullshit, he is just a bullshit. I heard from the disciples that came to Jade Archive Hall yesterday that this guy is just a loose cultivator. The disciples of the other clans all keep their number plates as favors, but he stupidly took it himself. If that's the case, then naturally he is the #1 disciple. But how much is this #1 disciple? Don't you think so, Senior Zhenming? That means the Xiao Hua is also a brainless guy. If they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for the other disciples. Of course, Senior Zhen Liang, don't forget that this year we recruited 94 disciples. It is 10 times more than before. Those true experts will pass as long as they can and won't put in more effort. This is because they know that the true strength is during the disciple selection and the cultivation after entering Zhenlei Palace. Without any support, it is impossible for him to establish himself in the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Xiao Hua's results are good, his aptitude is not good. In the first round, he wasn't chosen by the other martial uncles. In the second round, he was barely chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai from the Myriad Thunder Valley. Speaking of martial uncle Wu Hai, why do I feel that Xiao Hua being chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai was a trap set by martial uncle Zhen? What do you mean? Think about it. The disciple that Senior Uncle Helplessness had chosen was taken away by someone else. Senior Uncle Helplessness wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. How could Senior Uncle Zhen let him do as he wished? Wouldn't he have to quickly find a disciple who could be of use to him? If he doesn't give face to Zhenlei Palace, will Senior Uncle Zhen give him face? Zhen Liang laughed and said, "Senior brother Zhen Ming is overthinking things. I don't think it's that complicated. Unfortunately, Martial Uncle only has one disciple. He is far from being able to accomplish anything. In this lifetime, he will only be in the early stage of foundation establishment. Perhaps Martial Uncle Jen is. While they were talking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the empty corridor in the distance. Shoo, I'm afraid that Martial Uncle helplessness has brought Xiaohua over. Jen Ming furrowed his brows and said, Senior Martial Uncle, you're so annoying. You brought Xiaohua out of the Spring Thunder Hall yesterday, so why are you only here now? Why are you? Hee, it doesn't seem to be Senior Martial Uncle helplessness. It's Xiangyang, the one who built his foundation in 100 years. Zhen Liang's eyes were sharp. Good. Although Zhen Ming's mouth was full of praise, his eyes were filled with mockery. Xiaohua followed Xiangyang. After flying for a long time, he felt that Xiangyang's flying technique wasn't very good. It was much worse than his own. He couldn't help but ask why Xiangyang didn't use the lightning evasion. However, Xiangyang smiled bitterly and explained the reason behind it. It turned out that although the lightning escape technique was a unique escape technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect, not every disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect had the opportunity to practice it. Only disciples with suitable physiques and profound cultivations could practice it. Moreover, the 8 great lightning palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect all had the lightning evasion. Among them, the Heavenly Lightning Palace had the most complete lightning evasion. It was divided into 9 levels. The other lightning palaces either didn't have the complete lightning evasion, or it was modified according to the physique of the disciples. Thus, Xiaohua understood why Sect Master Qian Lazy was so happy to teach Senior Martial Uncle Helplessness the lightning evasion of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. As the two talked, they arrived in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Looking at the spacious corridor, Xiaohua smiled and said, Eldest Martial Brother, there were many disciples in the other palaces of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. Why didn't I see anyone here? I'm glad to let you know. The Jade Archive Hall is where the new disciples register. Every year, new disciples enter the Jade Archive Hall. Only disciples at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm who break through to the foundation building realm can open the Jade Archive Hall. They have to leave their spirit tablets in the hall. Is that so? As Xiaohua walked, he saw Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming standing in front of the door. He asked curiously, Is the registration done by Qi refining disciples? Of course not. They are only the gatekeepers. Xiangyang said in a low voice. The two of them walked to the front of the Jade Archive Hall. Coincidentally, when the two of them were only a few feet away from the door, Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming looked at each other and clapped their hands. A two-colored light flew out from each of their hands and struck the two sides of the Jade Archive Hall's door. Shwa! A 4-colored light swept down from the door and sealed the door in the blink of an eye. The two of them didn't even look at Xiaohua and Xiangyang and were about to leave. Xiaohua didn't understand. Xiangyang, on the other hand, was very anxious. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted, Martial nephews, I brought Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall to register. Why did Martial nephews close the Jade Archive Hall? Martial Uncle, are you Xiaohua's master? Zhen Liang asked with a smile. Of course not. Xiangyang smiled apologetically and said, But I was following master's orders. Since Martial Uncle isn't Xiaohua's master, how can you bring Xiaohua to register? Zhen Ming said with a fake smile, It's better to wait until Martial Uncle cultivates to the late stage of foundation establishment and has the qualifications to choose disciples. Then you can bring your own disciple to register. These words were originally spoken with a normal tone, but when it came out of Zhen Ming's mouth and entered Xiangyang's ears, it already changed its meaning. It was a pun within a pun. Xiangyang's expression changed and his eyes were about to spit fire. However, he slightly turned his body and looked at Xiaohua, whose face was as calm as water. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, I am Xiangyang, a disciple of the Thunder Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Because Master is busy in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he didn't have time to spare. Thus, he ordered I to bring junior martial brother here to register. My Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a rule that requires a master to bring a disciple here to register, right? Normally, when the masters come to Thunder Palace, they would bring their disciples here. I am also an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so I can barely register. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's easy for you to say. Are you the guard of Jade Archive Hall, or am I the guard? Do you know the rules of Jade Archive Hall, or am I the one who knows the rules of Jade Archive Hall? I have been on guard here for many years. Every year, there would be masters bringing their disciples here to register. I have never heard of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator bringing a disciple here to register. But, 10 years ago, I indeed saw it with my own eyes. Xiangyang was a little anxious. Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang, I saw it 10 years ago. However, I only came to Jade Archive Hall 9 years ago. I don't know about that kind of thing. Zhen Ming still had a fake smile on his face. Please return to Martial Uncle Xiang. Next year at this time, Martial Uncle Xiang will bring Xiaohua here. Next year? Xiaohua was stunned. His expression didn't change. Hee, you see, you also know that there isn't enough time. Today's matter is something I don't understand and didn't explain it clearly to Master. I hope the two of you can make an exception. If we register another year later, won't we delay Xiaohua's cultivation for a year? This is not appropriate. You also know it's not appropriate? Zhen Ming said angrily. If you know it's not appropriate, why didn't you come here yesterday? Why did you make us wait here for 24 hours? If you know it's not appropriate, why didn't the master come and send a disciple instead? Isn't this not taking Jade Archive Hall seriously? Xiangyang looked left and right. He clapped his hands and took out a few high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. He quietly handed them over. His face was already red. He smiled and said, "This has nothing to do with my master. It's all I's fault for making things difficult for the two of you. These spirit stones can be considered as I's compensation." Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang is quite polite. When Zhen Liang saw this, he reached out his hand to remember it. Weighing the spirit stones in his hand, he casually waved his hand, causing the high-grade spirit stones to scatter to the ground. With a cold expression, he said, "What a pity, it's only a few high-grade spirit stones. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's fine if your myriad Thunder Valley is poor, but don't treat Jade Archive Hall as beggars. Even if you kneel down and give these spirit stones to Jade Archive Hall won't accept them." Xiang Yang's face became redder and redder. However, just as his anger rose, he forced it down. Hee, it's all I's fault, it's all I's fault. Xiang Yang was so angry that he forgot to use a spell. He squatted down and picked up the spirit stones. Damn it, you've gone too far. Just as Xiang Yang squatted down, Xiaohua finally couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he understood the meaning of Yan Qinglian's words when Xiang Yang came out. Thinking of eldest senior brother's honest appearance, he was actually forced into such a state by these two 12th-layer qi refining juniors. Xiaohua's temper, which had been ignited long ago, finally exploded. Hee, a piece of trash that no one wants, you're actually so arrogant? Hearing Xiaohua's angry shout, Zhen Liang slightly tilted his head and scolded with a smile. You're just a rogue cultivator with no reason. You think you can be arrogant just because you got first place this time? Hearing this, Xiaohua was furious. Chapter 1543. Mercy my ass. He scolded helplessly. I just wanted to find a helper, but the others were all chosen, so I had no choice but to pick you. You didn't even try to live up to my expectations. You spent 50 years to reach foundation establishment, and now. Forget it. Fortunately, Xiaohua is here, so I can finally hold my head high. 50 years? Xiaohua secretly stuck out his tongue in his heart. If Xiang Yang used 50 years to reach foundation establishment, even if he was only 35 years old when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect, he would be 85 years old now. What about his cultivation after foundation establishment? No wonder he looked so old. Yes, yes, with little junior brother, Master doesn't need to lose face anymore. Xiangyang wasn't angry at all and smiled apologetically. Forget it, let's go. He waved his sleeve helplessly and said, I'm afraid your master's wife and the others are waiting anxiously. Yes, do you need me to send them a message? Xiangyang was still smiling. Master's wife? Them? Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, could it be that master has concubines? I-oh. Thinking of concubines, Xiaohua suddenly shouted for no reason as if he remembered something. What's wrong? Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua strangely. The master, disciple wants to ask you, a disciple of a gold core stage cultivator, how should I address them? Xiaohua muttered. Nonsense, that depends on the disciple's cultivation level. Xiaohua scolded Xiaohua softly and rolled his eyes. He also thought of something and said with a smile, if they're qi refinement like you, of course they should be called junior sister or senior sister. If they're foundation establishment, then they can be called martial uncle. That's good. Xiaohua's heart was at ease. Looking at Xiaohua's somewhat ambiguous gaze, his face was somewhat unnatural. What? Did a gold core stage grandmaster go to the Imperial Thunder Palace to recruit disciples this time? Xiangyang said with some astonishment, this is extremely rare. That boy who was chosen has some luck. Idiot, it's a girl. Xiaohua scolded Xiaohua, but then he helplessly slapped his head and said, oh, damn it, there are too many things today, I actually forgot to bring Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall. Right at this moment, Xiaohua also thought that he hadn't gone to the Jade Archive Hall yet and hadn't been registered. No wonder he always felt that something was missing. Forget it, forget it. Let's go to the Immortal's cave first. Helplessly, he thought for a moment and said, I'll ask your eldest senior brother to bring you there later. Yes, disciple will follow master's orders. Xiangyang bowed and said. Helplessly, he seemed to be used to Xiangyang's respect. Without saying anything, he waved his hand, let's go, Xiaohua. Let me see if you have truly comprehended the lightning avoidance technique. Yes, master. Xiaohua wasn't afraid of anything. After helplessly flying away, he asked Xiangyang to go first and followed behind the two. Seeing that Xiaohua was very respectful towards him, Xiangyang was also very happy. He slowly flew together with Xiaohua and secretly used his magic power to help Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart felt warm, but he didn't say anything. He only secretly nodded towards Xiangyang to express his thanks. When they arrived at last night's place, helplessly stopped. He looked at Xiaohua and signaled him to fly forward. Xiaohua was very free and flew forward without consulting anyone. Behind him, Xiangyang was somewhat worried. Puff, puff. Several fierce sounds of his heartbeat resounded. Xiaohua hurriedly circulated his magic power and displayed the spell formula he had comprehended yesterday. Sure enough, the sound immediately disappeared. Soon after, Xiaohua stealthily released his perception. The monstrous thunder waves once again attacked him. However, as Xiaohua sped up the spell formula, his perception was like a small boat freely cruising through the thunder waves, no longer suffocating. Great! Xiaohua's face revealed a happy expression. He withdrew his perception and turned his head with a smile. It's very useful, master. Helplessly's originally worried heart immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, like I said, this time this old man definitely didn't make a mistake. My myriad Thunder Valley will definitely shine in the Imperial Thunder Sect, no, in the country of Xi. Xiaohua curled his lips. It seemed that in the Spring Thunder Palace, Helplessly didn't want to accept him as a disciple several times. Hey, they're here too? Helplessly smiled and looked into the distance again. This time, Xiaohua didn't use his divine sense. He just silently followed behind helplessly. After flying forward for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, two women appeared in the distant sky. The woman in front was at the late foundation establishment stage. She looked to be about 50 years old, but her skin was fair and her black hair was like clouds. Her every movement was quite elegant, and her colorful clothes were very cheering. The person behind her was a female cultivator about 60 years old. Her hair was grizzled, and her cultivation was probably at the middle foundation establishment stage. She wore a cyan Taoist robe that didn't look gorgeous. Hey, this? Xiaohua's eyes flashed. He somewhat understood. Sure enough, when they approached, the well-behaved Xiangyang stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, master's wife. The female cultivator in front smiled and nodded. The female cultivator behind her flew to the side and landed beside Xiangyang. Disciple Xiaohua greets master's wife. Xiaohua immediately stepped forward and bowed. You're called Xiaohua? You seem to be a very young child. The female cultivator smiled and used her hand to support Xiaohua. She then looked at helplessly and said, "Congratulations, husband, for taking in a disciple as desired." Helplessly stroked the beard on his chin, very proud. He pointed at the female cultivator and said, "Xiaohua, this is your master's wife. Her name is Zhuo. Back then she was, Ba." Without waiting for helplessly to finish, Zhuo spat and said with a slightly red face, "You old thing, you've been saying this for over 100 years. You still don't know when to get tired." "Of course I don't get tired." Helplessly shrunk his neck and said in a low voice. Xiaohua laughed inwardly. After he got up, he turned around and bowed to the other female cultivator. Disciple Xiaohua greets senior sister. "I don't dare. Junior martial brother, please rise." That female cultivator saw that Xiaohua was young and also had a smile on her face. She stretched out her hand but looked at Xiangyang. "Xiaohua is only 25 years old. He's just a child." Xiangyang understood the meaning of his dual cultivation partner. As he spoke to that female cultivator, he said to Xiaohua, "This is elder brother's dual cultivation partner. Her name is Yan Qinglian." Hearing that Xiaohua was only 25 years old, Yan Qinglian's eyes were filled with astonishment. She then didn't hide anything and reached out to help Xiaohua up. With a pat of her hand, she took out a jade bottle from her storage pouch and handed it over. She said with a smile, "Senior sister doesn't have anything good here. Take this foundation building pill. It'll be useful when you build your foundation." Xiaohua's heart warmed. He took it with his hand and said with a smile, "With senior sister's foundation building pill, how could I not dare to build my foundation? Otherwise, I'd be angered by the heavens and resented by men." Not only did Yan Qinglian cover her mouth, but Zhuo also covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "This child is much stronger than Xiangyang. Our myriad Thunder Valley won't be boring anymore." Soon after, she said somewhat apologetically, "Xiaohua, master's wife also prepared a foundation-building pill, but Qinglian already gave it to me. It's not good for master's wife to take it out. Let's wait until we return to the immortal's cave." Okay, master's wife. I like everything you give me." Xiaohua beamed with joy. He'd naturally like something even better than a foundation-building pill. "Let's go." Helpless waved his hand and took the lead with Zhuo. Xiangyang and his wife weren't in a hurry. Xiangyang waved his hand, and just like before, he took Xiaohua to his right while Yan Qinglian flew to his left. The group of 5 flew towards Helpless Immortal's cave in Myriad Thunder Valley. After flying for about 4 hours, a tall mountain peak appeared in front of them. Halfway up the mountain peak, a vigorous mountain ape was standing in front of an immortal's cave in a very serious manner. Helpless waited for them to descend from the sky. That mountain ape jumped in front of Helpless and waved its arm, pointing here and there, as if it was saying something. Helpless stretched out his hand and patted the mountain ape's head. He took out some kind of medicinal pill and threw it to the mountain ape. The mountain ape nimbly caught a handful and threw it into its mouth. Then, very satisfied, it retreated. Immediately after, it looked at Xiangyang and the others who slowly landed on the ground. The gaze it used to look at Xiaohua was very vigilant. "Xiaoshan, this is I's little junior brother. In the future, you two can get closer." Xiangyang pulled Xiaohua's hand and said to the mountain ape very intimately. It was unknown whether that mountain ape really understood or was pretending to understand. It nodded in a very serious manner and even stretched out its hand to touch Xiaohua's arm, as if it was familiar with him. Xiaohua scratched his head. He could only say the same thing he said to Little White Dragon, "Hello, Xiao Shan." Xiao Shan blinked its red eyes, as if it understood. Xiao Hua was happy. Just as he was about to say something, who knew that Xiao Shan would squeak and scurry into the forest beside the cave? Hee, I'm afraid it saw some pheasant. Xiangyang said with a smile, "This guy likes to roast things the most." Xiao Hua's perception swept over. Indeed, that mountain ape was chasing a fat pheasant. Following Xiangyang and his wife into the cave, Xiao Hua subconsciously nodded. This was the place that he wanted to cultivate. Helpless Cave was quite big. There were many moonlight stones around the stone walls, illuminating the entire cave. The entire cave was abnormally clean. Inside the cave, there were jade tables and jade chairs, as well as some seemingly ordinary things. In the corner, there were 2 mirrors that flickered with brilliance. They seemed to be the entrance to the back of the cave. "Xiao Hua, sit anywhere you want." Yan Qinglian helplessly sat on the seat of honor with Zhuo Minghui. Xiangyang also sat on the chair beside them. Yan Qinglian smiled and said to Xiao Hua. She then walked towards the light in the corner of the cave. When she got close, she took a step and disappeared from the stone wall. Xiao Hua looked around, then picked up Xiangyang's hand and sat down. Not long after, Yan Qinglian came over from the other side of the stone wall, holding a jade tray in her hand. On top of it was a teapot, as well as a few small cups. Beside the teapot there were also 2 plates. Inside the plates were lush green fruits. Yan Qinglian placed the fruits and the cup filled with tea in front of Helpless. She smiled and walked in front of Xiao Hua. "Little junior brother, come and taste Master's Cloud Mist Tea and my 10,000 Thunder Valleys green thunder fruit. This is something that you can't eat anywhere else." "Many thanks, senior sister." Xiao Hua smiled and took the green thunder fruit. He picked one up and put it in his mouth. A feeling like lightning struck came from his mouth. Chapter 1544. Get out of here. Helplessness scolded. "You just came to my cave and you're already trying to steal my wine? But don't scare the kid." Zhuo Minghui spat. "Xiao Hua is not someone else. What's wrong with letting him drink?" "Hee, madam, as long as it's not for Qianxinghua." "Oh, I forgot to tell madam." Helplessness suddenly thought of something and said, "I was wondering why Qianxinghua hasn't come here to drink for so many years. Something happened?" Tiskasken, Xiao Hua smacked his lips in disdain. He knew helplessness must have something to do with Qianxinghua, so he didn't mention it until now and pretended to forget. "What? Something happened to Qianxinghua?" Zhuo Minghui was stunned and asked anxiously. Fine, you see, I was just talking about Qianxinghua." "Look how anxious you are," Helplessness said. "And you said you never cared about him?" Zhuo Minghui's face was a bit unnatural. She glared at Helplessness and said, "Qianxinghua is my junior brother. He has been with me since he was young. How can I not care?" "Since he was young? How can I not care?" Helplessness said with a bit of jealousy and sarcasm. "What? It's true." Zhuo Minghui's face also twitched as she replied. "Oh, so that's it." Xiao Hua now understood why Helplessness didn't have a good tone towards Qianxinghua. Looks like there's a story between the 3. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled. He looked down and saw Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian already got up. It was Yan Qinglian who pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and signaled him to go out. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He exerted a bit of force and slowly moved out of the cave. Unfortunately, he had just taken a few steps when he heard a helpless shout. "Xiao Hua, tell me about your encounter with Qianxinghua. Don't mention what the sect master is worried about." "Xiao Hua, you met Qianxinghua?" Zhuo Minghui asked curiously. "This..." Xiao Hua touched his nose and helplessly walked back. He told the story again with a strange face, but he didn't tell the truth about the thunder-devouring bead. "Oh, Blue Fire actually used the Soul Oblivion technique?" Zhuo Minghui's face was filled with extreme worry. "All right, teacher's mother knows. These are all sect master's guesses. Disciple didn't see them." Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. "Sai, go ahead." Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. Yes. Xiao Hua felt relieved and immediately ran away. As soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, he heard Zhuo Minghui say in a low voice, "Look at Qian Qinghua, he is younger than you, but his cultivation is higher than yours, and now he has made such a great contribution to our Imperial Thunder School. Then look at you, I know you're on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. Why did I take a fancy to you back then? He must have been possessed. What kind of contribution did he make? If it weren't for my disciple, his belongings would have been stolen long ago. He wouldn't have had the time to use the soul oblivion art. It's all because of Qian Qinghua's things that you accepted him as your disciple." Xiao Hua had a strange expression on his face as he fled out of the cave. Xiangyang and his wife were already waiting at the entrance. Both of them also had strange expressions on their faces. Xiangyang didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he flew away with Xiao Hua. Master and teacher's wife are like this. After they sat down, Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It is said that teacher's wife was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like master. Not only was she as beautiful as a flower, but her cultivation was also higher than master's. She was a top disciple from converted Thunder Palace. Many disciples wanted to dual cultivate with teacher's wife, including Qian Qinghua, but teacher's wife took a fancy to master and followed him to Myriad Thunder Valley. Hundreds of years have passed since then. Master and mistress often bicker, so they'll forget about it soon." Yan Qinglian took out some of the spirit wine she brewed herself and agreed. "Master and teacher's wife don't have any children?" Xiao Hua smelled a very fragrant aroma and felt that this spirit wine was different from the wine he imagined. He took a sip and said, "If they had children, they wouldn't quarrel anymore, right?" While he was talking, a burning spirit qi rushed out from his dantian, causing his face to turn red. That spirit qi rushed into his meridians, forcing Xiao Hua to quickly use his mental cultivation method. "Little junior brother, this spirit wine can only taste its true flavor if you don't use your mental cultivation method." Xiang Yang's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ears. Oh, Xiao Hua put away his mental cultivation method and let the spirit qi move along his meridians. It was also strange. Along with the movement of the spirit qi, Xiao Hua's mind was rushed up to the ninth heaven and then quickly fell back down. When it fell back into his body, it was like flowing water that flowed endlessly. When the spirit qi disappeared into his meridians, Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief. His whole body was comfortable and he didn't even want to raise his little finger. He said with a smile, "This immortal's method is indeed different. Hee, your senior sister-in-law's spirit wine is nothing. The spirit wine brewed by teacher's wife can make one's mind go up and down. That's what I call satisfying." Xiang Yang said in a low voice, "It's a pity that it's monopolized by master, even I rarely drink it. It's because your cultivation is too low. You couldn't get the thunder-amplifying fruit from the 10,000 Thunder Valley, so I could only use other spirit fruits to replace it. If you can pick the thunder-amplifying fruit, you can also drink the same spirit wine." Yan Qinglian said unhappily. Hee. Xiang Yang didn't refute and said, "Go to the inner room and take out the mental cultivation method." Okay, Yan Qinglian nodded and entered. Xiang Yang's cave was much smaller than the one in helplessness, but it was also very clean. There were also many things, but there were 2 holes in the stone wall, which were different from the ones in helplessness. Not long after, Yan Qinglian came out with a booklet in her hand and handed it to Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang flipped through it and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Take it, this is the method to refine a magic tool that you wanted just now." Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly pushed it. "Didn't master say to wait until after I built my foundation? Eldest senior brother doesn't need to make things difficult for me." "I told you to take it, so take it," Xiang Yang said with a straight face. "Master already said that I'll give you pointers on the cultivation method before you built your foundation. I just took out a mental cultivation method, and you don't want it? Then, many thanks, eldest senior brother," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "What's there to be polite about? If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me." Xiang Yang said with a smile, "What master said is right. The lesson of building your foundation for 50 years is enough for you to learn. Xiang Yang's smile revealed bitterness. Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only put the booklet into his storage bag and said with a smile, "It's getting late, eldest senior brother should take me to the Jade Archive Hall. Don't let them miss me." They dare. Although Xiang Yang said this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and said, "Qinglian, I'll take Xiaohua back to Zhenlei Palace. You can cultivate by yourself first. And you two go. Xiaohua, come over when you have time." Yan Qinglian smiled and sent the two of them out of the cave. She then reminded Xiang Yang, "It's fine. Come back early, don't?" She wanted to say something but stopped. Xiang Yang said with a smile, "Don't worry, your husband won't bicker with them." Xiaohua listened strangely. He really didn't understand what they were talking about. When Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang to Zhenlei Palace, it was already close to noon. Under the bright sun, Zhenlei Palace appeared dazzling on the mountain peak. There were still many young disciples shuttling back and forth between the many palaces of Zhenlei Palace. Some were busy, some were leisurely. In short, it was a warm scene. Inside Zhenlei Palace, in a very deep and quiet place, two disciples were bored to death standing in front of a very simple and unadorned palace door. These two disciples were at the 12th level of Qi refining realm. Their figures were tall and straight, and their faces were as white as jade. Occasionally, there would be arrogance between their brows. With one look, one could tell that they weren't easy to get along with. At this moment, the disciple on the left wearing a moon-white Taoist robe looked at the spacious corridor in front of him and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, where did that Xiaohua run to? It's already been 24 hours, why hasn't anyone brought him to Jade Archive Hall? Was this guy killed to silence him?" Hee, junior brother Zhen Liang, Xiaohua is the #1 disciple of this year's disciple selection. He has some tricks up his sleeves. How could he be silently killed in the Imperial Thunder sect? Bullshit, he's just a bullshit. I heard from the disciples of the aristocratic families that came to Jade Archive Hall yesterday that this guy is just a loose cultivator. The disciples of the aristocratic families all keep their number plates as favors, but he stupidly took it himself. If that's the case, then naturally he's #1. But how much of this #1 is fake? Don't you think so, senior brother Zhenming? If that's the case, this Xiaohua is also a brainless person. If they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for the disciples of the aristocratic families. Of course, senior brother, don't forget that this year we recruited 94 disciples. It's 10 times more than before. Those true experts will pass as long as they can. They won't put in more effort. This is because they know that the true strength is during the disciple selection and the cultivation after entering Zhenlei Palace. Without any support, it's impossible for him to establish himself in the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, I know. Although Xiaohua's results are good, his aptitude isn't good enough. In the first round, he wasn't chosen by the other martial uncles of the Lightning Palace. In the second round, he was barely chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai from the Myriad Lightning Valley. Speaking of martial uncle Wu Hai, why do I feel that Xiaohua being chosen by martial uncle Wu Hai is a trap set by martial uncle Zhen? What do you mean? Think about it. The disciple that martial uncle Wu Hai chose was taken away by someone. Martial uncle Wu Hai wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. How could martial uncle Zhen let him do as he wished? Wouldn't he have to quickly find a disciple that he could use? If he didn't give face to Zhenlei Palace, would martial uncle Zhen give face to him? Moreover, in the past few hundred years, the influence of the aristocratic families in the Imperial Thunder sect has been gradually expanding. They are almost overshadowing the direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Martial uncle Wu Hai is originally between an aristocratic family's disciple and a loose cultivator. If he was given a loose cultivator without any foundation, wouldn't it be the same as eliminating the influence of the aristocratic family's disciples? That Zhen Liang laughed and said, "Senior brother Zhen Ming is thinking too much. I don't think it's that complicated. Martial uncle Wu Hai only has one disciple. He's far from being a capable person. In this lifetime, he will only be in the early stage of foundation establishment. Perhaps Martial Uncle Jen is. While they were talking, a series of footsteps could be heard from the empty corridor far away. Chapter 1545. Shu, I'm afraid Martial Uncle Helplessness has brought Xiaohua here. Jen Ming frowned and said, Martial Uncle Helplessness is so annoying. He brought Xiaohua out of the Spring Thunder Hall yesterday. Why is he only here now? But, it doesn't seem to be Martial Uncle Helplessness. It's Xianxia, the one who built his foundation in 100 years. Zhen Liang's eyes were sharp. Good. Zhen Ming's mouth was full of praise, but his eyes were full of mockery. Xiaohua followed Xianxia. After flying for a long time, he felt that Xianxia's flying technique wasn't very good. He couldn't help but ask why Xianxia didn't use the lightning evasion technique. However, Xianxia smiled bitterly and explained the reason behind it. It turned out that although the lightning evasion technique was a unique technique of the Imperial Thunder sect, not every disciple had the opportunity to practice it. Only disciples with a suitable physique and profound cultivation could practice it. Moreover, the 8 great lightning palaces of the Imperial Lightning sect all had the lightning escape art. Among them, the Cosmos Thunder Palace had the most complete lightning escape art. It was divided into 9 levels. The other lightning palaces were either incomplete or modified according to different physiques. When using it, they definitely wouldn't be as fast as the Cosmos Thunder Palace. Thus, Xiaohua understood why Sect Master Qian Lazy was so happy to pass the lightning evasion technique of the Heavenly Thunder Palace to helplessness. As the two talked, they arrived in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Looking at the empty corridor, Xiaohua smiled and said, Eldest Martial Brother, there were many disciples in the other palaces of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Why didn't I see anyone here? I'll let you know. The Jade Archive Hall is where the new disciples register. Every year, new disciples will open the Jade Archive Hall. Only disciples at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm who break through to the foundation building realm can open the Jade Archive Hall and leave their spirit tablets inside. So it's like that. As Xiaohua walked, he saw Zhen Ming and Zhen Liang standing in front of the door. He asked curiously, is the registration done by the Qi refining disciples? Of course not, they are just gatekeepers. Xiangyang said in a low voice as the two of them walked to the Jade Archive Hall. Coincidentally, when the two of them were only a few dozen feet away from each other, Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming looked at each other and clapped their hands together. A 2-colored light shot out from each of their hands and struck the 2 sides of the Jade Archive Palace's door. Shwa! A 4-colored light shot out from the door and sealed the Jade Archive Palace's door. The two of them didn't even look at Xiaohua and Xiangyang as they prepared to leave. Xiaohua didn't understand, but Xiangyang was very anxious. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted, Martial nephews, I brought Xiaohua to the Jade Archive Hall to register. Why did Martial nephews close the Jade Archive Hall? Martial uncle, are you Xiaohua's master? Zhen Liang laughed. Well, I naturally didn't. Xiangyang smiled apologetically, but I was ordered by my master. Since Martial Uncle isn't Xiaohua's master, how can you bring Xiaohua to register? Zhen Ming said with a fake smile, it's better to wait until Martial Uncle cultivates to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm and has the qualifications to choose disciples. Then you can bring your own disciple here to register. These words were originally spoken with a normal tone, but when it came out of Zhen Ming's mouth and entered Xiangyang's ears, it already changed its meaning. It was a pun within a pun. Xiangyang's expression changed and his eyes were about to spit fire. However, he slightly turned his body and looked at Xiaohua, who had a calm expression. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, I am Xiangyang, a disciple of the Thunder Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Because my master is busy with the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he didn't have time to spare. Thus, he ordered me to bring my little martial brother here to register. My Imperial Thunder sect doesn't have a rule that requires a master to bring his disciple here to register, right? Normally, When the masters come to the Thunder Palace, they would bring their disciples here. I am also an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator, so I can barely register. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's easy for you to say. Are you the guard of the Jade Archive Hall, or am I the guard? Are you the one who understands the rules of the Jade Archive Hall, or am I the one who understands the rules of the Jade Archive Hall? I have been on guard here for many years. Every year, there would be masters bringing their disciples here to register. I have never heard of an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator bringing a disciple here to register. But, 10 years ago, I indeed saw it with my own eyes. Xiangyang was a little anxious. Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang, I saw it 10 years ago. However, I only came to the Jade Archive Hall 9 years ago. I don't know about that kind of thing. Zhen Ming still had a fake smile on his face. Please return, Martial Uncle Xiang. Next year at this time, Martial Uncle Xiang will bring Xiaohua here. Next year? Xiaohua was stunned, but his expression didn't change. Hee, you see, you also know that there isn't enough time. Today's matter is something I don't understand and didn't explain it clearly to my master. I hope the two of you can make an exception. If we register another year later, wouldn't that delay Xiaohua's cultivation for a year? This is not appropriate. You also know it's not appropriate. Zhen Ming said angrily, since you know it's not appropriate, why didn't you come here yesterday? Why did you make us wait here for 24 hours? Since you know it's not appropriate, why didn't the master come and send a disciple instead? Isn't this not taking the Jade Archive Hall seriously? Xiangyang looked around and slapped his hand. He took out a few high-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and quietly handed them over. His face was already red. He smiled and said, "This has nothing to do with my master. It's all I's fault for making things difficult for the two of you. These spirit stones can be considered as I's compensation." Hee, Martial Uncle Xiang is quite polite. When Zhen Liang saw this, he reached out his hand to remember it. Weighing the spirit stones in his hand, he casually waved his hand, causing the high-grade spirit stones to scatter to the ground. With a cold expression, he said, "What a pity, it's only a few high-grade spirit stones. Martial Uncle Xiang, it's fine if your myriad Thunder Valley is poor, but don't treat my Jade Archive Hall as beggars. Even if you kneel down and give these high-grade spirit stones to my Jade Archive Hall, my Jade Archive Hall won't accept them." Xiangyang's face became redder and redder. However, just as his anger rose, he forcefully suppressed it. Hee, it's all I's fault, it's all I's fault. Xiangyang was so angry that he forgot to use a spell. He squatted down and picked up those spirit stones. Damn it, you've gone too far. Just as Xiangyang squatted down, Xiaohua finally couldn't take it anymore. At this time, he already understood the meaning of Yan Qinglian's words when Xiangyang came out. Thinking about how his eldest senior brother's honest appearance was actually forced into such a state by two 12th layer qi refining juniors, Xiaohua's temper, which had been ignited long ago, finally exploded. Hee, a piece of trash that no one wants, actually dares to be arrogant? Hearing Xiaohua's angry shout, Zhen Liang slightly tilted his head and scolded with a smile, "You're just a rogue cultivator with no reason. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you got first place this time?" However, just as he turned his head, he saw a figure rapidly approaching him. Before he could see clearly, the figure was already beside him. Zhen Liang was shocked. He absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua to dare to make a move in front of the Jade Archive Hall. Even more so, he didn't expect Xiaohua's movements to be so fast. As he retreated, he was about to make a spell with his hand. Suddenly, he felt his neck tighten. "Oh, not good." Zhen Liang was shocked and hurriedly activated his defense. Zhen Liang's whole body flashed, and Xiaohua's hand that was choking Zhen Liang was blocked by a defensive yellow talisman. "You're courting death." Zhen Liang's heart was at ease. He made another spell with his hand, wanting to escape from Xiaohua's hand. "Do you think you can escape?" Xiaohua sneered and increased the strength in his hand. Kachachet, the defensive light around Zhen Liang's neck, was immediately crushed by Xiaohua. Xiaohua's strength was originally boundless. After 2 years of tempering his bones with the fire essence flame crystal, 40% of his bones had already turned red. The strength in his hand had increased by several times. Zhen Liang's defensive yellow talisman was shattered by Xiao Hua's furious strike. Ah! Zhen Liang couldn't scream anymore. His neck was choked, and his magic power seemed to have been sealed. He couldn't use it anymore, and his face was completely red. What are you doing? Xiao Hua attacked Zhen Liang in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Zhen Ming didn't take Xiao Hua seriously and didn't have the heart to help. When Xiao Hua restrained Zhen Liang, Zhen Ming turned pale with fright. What am I doing? This young master won't do anything? Xiao Hua sneered and stretched out his right hand. Pa! He slapped Zhen Liang's face. Walala! Another burst of light disappeared. The light followed Zhen Liang's body, and in the blink of an eye, all of Zhen Liang's defenses were broken by Xiao Hua's palm. This young master will let you see what it means to look down on people with dog eyes. Xiao Hua was really angry at this time. He couldn't think of the word endure anymore. As he spoke, he slapped Zhen Liang's face again. Although Xiao Hua held back his strength, how much strength did he use? Although Zhen Liang's cultivation was at the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, and his body could be considered to have some foundation, half of Zhen Liang's face was still instantly swollen, and his nose was bleeding. Rebellion, rebellion. Zhen Ming jumped up and clapped his hands. He was about to take out his magic weapon. This young master wants to see who dares to stop this young master from doing what he wants to do. Xiao Hua's cold words sounded in Zhen Ming's ears, causing him to be startled. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief, and then looked at Xiangyang, who was squatting on the ground and seemed to be restrained. You are offending your superior. Zhen Ming still took out his magic tool and said weakly, You dare to attack this young master? This young master will crush you to death. Xiao Hua coldly glanced at him and said, What you did to my senior brother, this young master will do to you all the same? Offending my superior? You all have taught this young master before. Moreover, this young master hasn't even registered yet, so it can't be considered offending my superior. You injured my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, my Imperial Thunder Sect, and you are not finished. Chapter 1546. Stop bullshitting. I've already passed the selection and am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. What do you mean by your Imperial Thunder Sect is mine? Xiao Hua said impatiently, Stop bullshitting, pick up the spirit stones on the ground and give them to my eldest senior brother. Huh? No need, I'll do it myself. Xiangyang finally came to his senses. He really couldn't imagine how his youngest junior brother, who had just reached the 10th layer of qi refining, could be so brave. You're still not picking them up? Xiao Hua tightened his grip. Wait until I kill this bastard. Let's see how you'll explain it to your palace master. Zhen Ming instantly lost his mind. Seeing the pleading look in Zhen Liang's eyes, he hurriedly squatted down and fought with Xiangyang to pick up the scattered spirit stones. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua pitifully as if he was waiting for instructions. Open the door of the Jade Archive Hall. Xiao Hua loosened his grip slightly and said to Zhen Liang, Don't try anything and make me angry. Zhen Liang's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't dare to delay and activated his magic power. A ray of light shot out from his hands and hit the door of the Jade Archive Hall. Zhen Ming also did the same and the light on the door disappeared. Let's go, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua tightened his grip and dragged Zhen Liang's body into the Jade Archive Hall like a little chick. He then said to Zhen Ming, If you have the ability, don't come in. Xiangyang's face was filled with excitement and worry. He quickly walked into the Jade Archive Hall and thought about how to deal with the aftermath. After thinking about it, Zhen Ming didn't dare to go too far. He stomped his feet and followed in. The Jade Archive Hall was huge. At a glance, there were countless jade tablets placed in different places. Xiao Hua roughly looked at the 8 different areas and understood what was going on. Xiangyang obviously knew where the Thunder Palace's jade tablet was. He led Xiao Hua to an area that was faintly glowing with yellow light. Open the restriction, Xiao Hua said coldly. Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the seal. Zhen Ming then took out a blank jade token from his storage pouch and handed it over to Xiangyang. Xiangyang took the jade token and used his divine sense to write something on it. Then, two ancient words, Xiao Huai, appeared on the jade token. "All right, junior brother, drop a drop of your blood on it." Xiangyang raised the jade tablet in front of Xiao Hua's eyes and said, "Qi condensation disciples don't have divine sense, so they can't pretend to be a life spirit tablet. After using your blood to make a blood tablet, wait until you reach foundation establishment before using the jade tablet to make a life spirit tablet." "All right." Xiao Hua dripped the blood in his body onto the jade tablet. Xiangyang was careful not to let the drop of blood fall from the jade token, and he released his spiritual will. Who would have thought that the blood droplet would actually not be driven by divine sense and could not seep into the jade token at all? Xiangyang was slightly stunned. Xiao Hua also frowned, his mind racing, and he hurriedly released his perception. At this moment, Xiangyang was trying to use his divine will for the second time. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua felt Xiangyang's divine sense and immediately used his own perception to drive the blood droplet. Under the control of Xiao Hua's perception, the blood droplet gradually penetrated into the jade token. Shua! An extremely bright golden light flashed and the jade token seemed to be plated with a layer of golden film. Damn it! Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. But at this moment, the golden light on the jade token suddenly disappeared and the jade token returned to its original appearance, just like all the other jade tokens on the table. Xiangyang wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhen Liang and Zhen Ming, one of them was looking at the door while the other was being held by Xiao Hua by the neck, he also wanted to say something but stopped himself. He placed the jade token on the table and said, "Next to it is my life spirit tablet. My 10,000 Thunder Valley will depend on junior brother from now on." Xiao Hua ignored Xiangyang and turned to Zhen Ming. "Don't keep looking at the door. Your palace master won't be coming soon. See if there is anything else I need to do?" "Nothing." Zhen Ming unhappily turned his head and looked at Zhen Liang in Xiao Hua's hand and said, "Junior brother Xiao has already been registered and is now an official disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. But the enmity between you and my Jade Archive Hall. Where there are people, there will be fighting. My master's wife has already taught this little one." Xiao Hua shook his hand and threw Zhen Liang in front of Zhen Ming. Zhen Liang nimbly stood up and looked at Xiao Hua with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. "If there is anything you are unsatisfied with, I will take it all." As Xiao Hua spoke, he slapped his hand and took out an item from his storage bag. He threw it over and said, "Also, this young master is here to register under the sect master's orders. You actually dare to obstruct this young master? Isn't this going against the sect master's orders? I am in a good mood today and can't be bothered to argue with you. But if you do anything to make me unhappy again, I will not let you off." Zhen Liang's heart was filled with hatred. Countless thoughts ran through his mind as he tried to think of a way to take revenge on Xiao Hua. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, and then receiving Qian Leizi's command medallion, which Imperial Thunder Sect disciple didn't know about, seeing that the token was almost useless, Zhen Liang was immediately discouraged. He looked at the token left and right and couldn't find anything wrong with it, so he gave it back to Zhen Ming. Zhen Ming was also shocked and looked at it even longer than Zhen Liang. "You too, have you seen enough? If you have, quickly give it back to I." Xiao Hua yelled from the side. "Xiao Hua, since you have the sect master's token, why didn't you show it earlier?" Zhen Ming gave the sect master's token back to Xiao Hua and said with dissatisfaction, "This token, like this? You too think this token is fake? If so, can you too come with me to the 10,000 Thunder Palace? When you see the sect master, you can tell him everything that made things difficult for me." Xiao Hua sneered. He didn't take back the sect master's token and just played with it in his hand. Zhen Ming quickly waved his hand. "I didn't mean that. I was just asking why junior martial brother Xiao didn't take it out earlier. If he took it out earlier, how could there be so many misunderstandings?" "Hey!" Xiaohua saw that they had already shed all pretense of cordiality and he was in the right, so he no longer hesitated. He pointed his finger and scolded, "My senior martial brother is a foundation establishment cultivator and is your senior. He has already lowered himself and you still want to make things difficult for him. Why should I give you any face? Senior martial brother didn't argue with you because he is broad-minded. I won't say anything else. You too actually want me to register it next year. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for me? I want to see who makes me uncomfortable. I will make their life difficult." "All right, senior martial brother, is everything fine?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked. "Oh, everything is fine." Xiangyang came to his senses. "Senior martial brother, please lead the way." Xiaohua said with a smile, "We still have a lot of things to do. Let's not waste time here. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1547. Xiangyang nodded and left the Jade Archive Hall with Xiaohua. Not long after they left, Xiangyang whispered, "Little junior brother. Isn't this too rash? If Master finds out, he'll definitely punish you." "Rash?" Xiaohua also turned his head to look at the Jade Archive Hall in the distance and snorted, "These two old dogs, they actually want to obstruct this little brother from registering. If this little brother doesn't show his might on this matter, won't he be suppressed by them all day long?" "But," Xiangyang was a bit embarrassed, "you still have to stay in Zhenlei Palace in the future. With them interfering, I'm afraid it won't be comfortable." "Hee, eldest senior brother, what those two said just now, one is that the master has to bring the disciple to register. That should be nonsense. The second is that I have to wait until the next year to register. That's probably true, right?" "Yes, little junior brother is right. I only brought you here because the time was right. If I inform Master now, it will definitely be delayed. You see, they deliberately want to make things difficult for me. Moreover, I took out the sect leader's token. Do you think they will report to the Zhenlei Palace's master? Of course I know this, but the problem is, they will secretly hinder your cultivation." Xiangyang didn't seem to ask about the sect leader's token. He was only worried about Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Didn't Master's wife say that? Where there are people, there will be fights. Since there will be fights, it depends on strength. All schemes are nonsense in front of absolute strength." "Oh, right, little junior brother. You actually subdued a 12th layer Qi refining disciple with just a wave of your hand." Xiangyang, who had been worried about Xiaohua, finally realized that his little junior brother was only at the 10th layer Qi refining realm. He actually didn't even put a 12th layer Qi refining disciple in his eyes. Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. "It was just luck. That guy probably didn't expect me to make a move in the Jade Archive Hall. That's why I succeeded. Right, little junior brother, are you going to stay in Zhenlei Palace? Where is it?" Seeing that Xiaohua had changed the topic, Xiangyang didn't ask any more questions. He pointed his finger and said, "Junior brother still needs to go to the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace and listen to the arrangements of the Zhen Thunder Palace's disciples there." Leaving aside the fact that Xiaohua and Xiangyang were heading to the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace, Zhen Ming looked at the swollen side of Zhen Liang's face and smiled bitterly. He whispered, "Junior martial brother Zhen Liang, why don't you take the pill? Don't tell me you're going to see the deacon? What? Little brother has suffered a great loss just like that, allowing Xiaohua, a rogue cultivator, to run wild in my Jade Archive Hall for nothing?" Zhen Liang was clearly still angry. Zhen Ming sighed. He looked at Xiaohua's jade tablet and advised, "Then, junior martial brother, please think about how you should explain this to the deacon." "What's so hard to say?" Zhen Liang shouted, but the more he spoke, the lower his voice became. In the end, he fell silent. After a while, he said, "We can report to the deacon that Xiaohua is abusing his magic power in the Jade Archive Hall. It's the sect master's order, junior martial brother." Zhen Ming reminded, "Why did Xiaohua misuse his powers? We can't escape from the blame. Are we going to break our teeth and swallow it? Zhen Liang was unwilling to accept this. Zhen Ming sighed and shook his head slightly. Today's matter? I'm afraid it will be like this. As he spoke, Zhen Ming patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. He threw it to Zhen Liang and said, Xiaohua won't make a big fuss about this matter, so we can't expose it either. As for the future, since Xiaohua is in my Zhenlei palace, we will have countless opportunities to deal with him. He's just a rogue cultivator in the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. If it wasn't for Xiangyang, a foundation establishment disciple, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. Damn it, this bastard's speed is really fast. Zhen Liang finally understood. He reluctantly took out the pill from the jade bottle and used his magic power to dissolve it. He rubbed the pill on his face and the swelling on his face disappeared at a visible speed. And if there's an opportunity next time, we have to be careful of this bastard's speed. Zhen Ming nodded. At this moment, a divine sense swept across the hall. Zhen Ming was shocked and he nudged Zhen Liang with his arm. The two of them quickly walked out of the hall and met Deacon Zhen Liang. Zhen Ming, did that Wu Hai bring Xiaohua here to register? Zhen asked. Yes, Deacon. Wu Hai didn't come. It was Wu Hai's disciple, Xiangyang, who brought Xiaohua here. Wu Hai actually brought Xiaohua back to the Wanlei Valley first? He's really something. He's not afraid of delaying Xiaohua's registration. As expected, Zhen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, since Xiaohua is the last to register, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment is over. You all have worked hard. Go to Qiqiao Pavilion and receive your rewards. Yes, Deacon. Zhen Ming and Zhen Liang bowed. Zhen Liang looked at Zhen Ming and suddenly said, oh right, Deacon, there's something I don't know if I should say. Just say it. Zhen felt strange and waved his hand. Just now, Xiaohua came with the sect leader's token to register. I didn't know that the sect leader's token, huh? Isn't it just registration? What sect leader's token? Zhen was slightly dazed. He thought of the unusual expressions he saw on Wu Hai's and Xiaohua's faces in the Spring Thunder Palace yesterday. He rolled his eyes and said, don't worry about other people's matters. We just need to do our own things. Yes, disciple understands. Disciple just feels that Xiaohua is a rogue cultivator. If he obtained the sect leader's token, I'm afraid that my direct disciple, I understand. Zhen glared at Zhen Liang and signaled him to stop talking. Then, he ordered the two to seal the door of the Jade Archive Palace and quickly left the Jade Archive Palace. This Xiaohua, how did he obtain the sect leader's token? Zhen thought as he walked. Zhen Liang's words weren't in vain. The mountain where the Zhenlei Palace was located was called the Fledgling Thunder Peak. This fledgling Thunder Peak wasn't a single mountain peak. It was surrounded by a mountain range that stretched for several miles. In this mountain range, there were many wooden houses scattered around. Each wooden house looked very sturdy and there was a large plaque on the door of each wooden house. On the plaque, there weren't words but numbers written on it. At this moment, Xiaohua was standing in front of a wooden house with Xiangyang. Xiaohua looked at the plaque in his hand and then looked at the number on the wooden house. He smiled and said, 1134, it's really this one. Then, Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to enter the house. He turned around and looked at the wooden house on the mountain ridge. Then, he looked at the lush forest in the mountain ridge and the abundant world energy in the surroundings. He said to Xiangyang, eldest martial brother, you've lived here before, right? It seems to be an excellent place for cultivation. Of course I've lived here before. Moreover, I've lived here for 50 years. Xiangyang's expression didn't change as he smiled and pointed to the distance. Back then, I lived in number 346. Xiaohua suddenly thought of what happened in the Spring Thunder Palace and couldn't help but ask, that's right, eldest martial brother. Just now, the martial uncle of the Qiqiao Pavilion asked your son, what's going on? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1548. Speaking of which, it was very simple. Just as Xiangyang brought Xiaohua into the Spring Thunder Palace, they ran into a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple. That disciple obviously knew Xiangyang. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Senior Martial Brother Xiang, where's your son? Why didn't he come to the Spring Thunder Palace?" Xiangyang's expression didn't change, and he waved his hand. "It's still early. This child is naughty and hasn't descended yet. When he comes later and cultivates to become a deity transformation cultivator, I'll naturally bring him to the Spring Thunder Palace to kowtow to you all." That foundation establishment cultivator smiled and cupped his hands, then hurriedly left. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator called Xiangyang Senior Martial Brother and even talked about a child. Xiaohua had long been muttering in his heart, but thinking that this might be his eldest senior martial brother's private matter and that he didn't see him in the Immortal's cave, he felt embarrassed to ask too much. However, in the side hall of the Spring Thunder Palace, they ran into several foundation establishment disciples. Every one of these people asked Xiangyang the same question, and Xiangyang's answers were also the same. However, some disciples smiled kindly, while others sneered or even ridiculed him. Therefore, Xiaohua couldn't help but ask at this time. "Hee, it's nothing." Xiangyang's expression was as calm as water. "The few disciples I ran into just now all know me. They also lived in this wooden house in the past. Their aptitudes were good, so they quickly cultivated to the foundation establishment realm. However, I was unable to reach the foundation establishment realm. I cultivated for 50 years before I was lucky enough to step into the foundation establishment realm. However, I feel that my aptitudes aren't good enough, but my son might not be. My son might not be suitable for cultivation in the future, but as long as he's suitable for cultivation, he'll definitely become a deity transformation cultivator." "Ah? Eldest senior martial brother? That can't be, right?" Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He finally understood that Xianghua thought of his son as an immortal descending from the heavens. As long as he cultivated, he'd definitely become a deity transformation cultivator. Speaking of his dream, Xianghua's face was somewhat excited, and he said with a smile, "Did you know? Little junior martial brother, I've already thought of a name for the child." "What's his name?" Xiaohua's curiosity was greatly aroused. "Xiangjili," Xiangyang said very proudly, "a deity transformation cultivator who knows etiquette." Good name." Xiaohua gave him a thumbs up and said, "Then little brother will quietly wait for little martial nephew's arrival." Sigh. Hearing this, the originally excited Xiangyang sighed and said, "Let's go and see junior brother's wooden house." Xiaohua knew that Xiangyang had some hidden troubles, so he didn't ask anymore and followed Xiangyang to the wooden house. When he was 3 feet away from the cabin, Xiangyang pointed at the token in his hand, which then released a misty cyan light towards the closed wooden door. With a swish, a cyan light circled around the cabin from the wooden door. After that, the wooden door disappeared, revealing an open door. Additionally, moonlight radiated from the door. Xiaohua followed Xiangyang inside and casually looked around. This was a simple and crude hut. Other than a chair, a desk, a praying mat, and a shelf, everything was empty. Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua and pointed his hand again. The same cyan light once again shot towards the door. The entire cabin was shrouded in a layer of restriction. "Little junior martial brother, I'll tell you the incantation." Xiangyang handed over the token and told Xiaohua the incantation to control the token. Only then did he say, "Let's go. I'm afraid that you'll have to live here before you reach foundation establishment. I'd better hurry and take you to Thunder Shock Palace and get your job done." However, just as Xiangyang and Xiaohua walked out of the cabin, dozens of qi condensation disciples just happened to return. The one who came was Wang Yunxiao. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually his neighbor, Wang Yunxiao stared blankly. First, he saluted Xiangyang, then he thought for a while with Xiaohua, and then he said somewhat strangely, "Junior martial brother Xiao, this wooden house of mine is surrounded by the residences of the Thunder Palace's disciples. Could it be that junior martial brother was also accepted into the Thunder Palace? But I don't know, who is your master?" "Senior martial brother Wang is actually also a disciple of Thundershock Palace?" Xiaohua's face was also full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, Junior Martial Brothers Master is myriad Thunder Valley's helplessness. This is Junior Martial Brother Xiangyang. Xiangyang? Wang Yunxiao was slightly stunned again. A trace of a smile flashed through his eyes, but that smile was immediately concealed by Wang Yunxiao. He cupped his hands again. So it's Senior Xiang. How could Xiangyang not know the meaning in Wang Yunxiao's eyes? He laughed and said, Who is Junior Martial Brothers Master? I'm afraid that when he was teaching you a lesson today, he didn't mention I's name, right? Oh no. Wang Yunxiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior Martial Brothers Master's name is Zhenyu. He only mentioned Senior Xiang when he was talking about the difficulty of foundation establishment. Master also praised Senior Xiang's spirit for being praiseworthy and that his willpower is #1 in Thundershock sect. Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He didn't quite understand. Although Xiangyang used 50 years to reach foundation establishment, he was still at foundation establishment after all. Wasn't he countless times stronger than those disciples who didn't reach foundation establishment? Why was he so famous in Thundershock sect? Oh, right, I wonder what kind of odd jobs Junior Martial Brother Xiao is assigned to in Thundershock Palace? I was assigned to 100 Refinements Hall precisely to refine yellow talismans. It's said that if you cultivate well in the future, you can even practice spirit talismans. Junior Martial Brother hasn't gone to Thundershock Palace yet. Senior Martial Brother Xiang is about to bring me there. Xiaohua said with a smile. That's good. Does Junior Martial Brother Xiao have the mind to come to 100 Refinements Hall? I know the deacon in charge of 100 Refinements Hall, so I can put in a few good words for Junior Martial Brother. Wang Yunxiao had the intention of showing off, seemingly trying to rope Xiaohua in. Ah? Talisman crafting? When Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly shook his head and said with a headache, No. Thank you for your good intentions, Senior Martial Brother Wang. Whenever I see talisman crafting, my head will explode. I've never succeeded. If I were to craft talismans, how would I have the time to cultivate? Wang Yunxiao smiled very elegantly and said, All right then. In any case, I'll be crafting yellow talismans in the future. If Junior Martial Brother Xiao has any needs, feel free to tell me. Who asked us to live together? Thank you, Senior Martial Brother Wang. Xiaohua's face was overjoyed. He happily cupped his hands and said goodbye to Wang Yunxiao. Then he followed Xiangyang and flew away from fledgling Thunder Peak. Looking at the conversation between Xiaohua and Wang Yunxiao, Xiangyang seemed to have something to say. However, after hesitating for a long time, he flew in the air and reminded, Junior Martial Brother, if you lack yellow talismans, feel free to tell me. Zhenyu and our master have some conflicts. If you take his disciples' things, first, master will be angry. Second, taking a gift will shortchange him. Hee. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a pile of yellow talismans from his storage bag. He said with a smile, Junior Martial Brother has a lot of yellow talismans here. Who cares about his? Besides, Senior Martial Brother is a foundation establishment stage cultivator. How could you not know how to craft yellow talismans? Junior Martial Brother will ask you for them. Xiangyang's face was a bit embarrassed. I really don't know how to craft yellow talismans. It's your senior martial sister who is more adept at crafting yellow talismans. It's so. Xiaohua laughed in his heart and said, Junior Martial Brother was just joking with that guy. That's good. Xiangyang breathed a sigh of relief. Looking left and right, he said in a low voice, You were in the limelight just now. You actually beat up a disciple on duty at the Jade Archive Hall. Senior Martial Brother was worried that you would be plotted against. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder sect isn't a monolithic block. What do you mean? Xiaohua was stunned. Sigh. Speaking of which, Master's wife was right. Where there are people, there will be fighting. Xiangyang sighed and said, Let's not talk about the open and covert struggles between the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the disciples within a single thunder palace have some competition. Xiaohua asked curiously, The 8 great Thunder Palaces' struggles are understandable. But what about the competition within a single Thunder Palace? Let's not talk about the ordinary competition between disciples first. That kind of competition can show off one's strengths and weaknesses, obtain the approval of the masters, and then obtain high-level cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, spells, and so on. These are all very important for a cultivator's cultivation. Let's talk about the disciples who have just been accepted into the Imperial Thunder sect. First, there are 2 levels in terms of birth. One is the children of cultivation families, and the other is the loose cultivators like junior martial brother. Of course, the Imperial Thunder sect accepts very few loose cultivators, but there are after all. Among the cultivation families, they are divided according to the size of the family. Then, according to the distribution of the disciples of those families in the Imperial Thunder sect, they are divided into different small areas of influence. It's so complicated? Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. However, Senior Martial Brother's words, Junior Martial Brother is somewhat puzzled. Since the disciples of the aristocratic families enter the Imperial Thunder sect, then they are naturally the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid that they can no longer have any relationship with the cultivation families. Then, how does the Imperial Thunder sect restrict these disciples? Aren't they afraid of being swallowed by those aristocratic families? Ha! Xiangyang laughed loudly and said, "How is this complicated? These are just the disciples that they have recruited. You forgot that my Imperial Thunder sect also has disciples. Their influence is the greatest." Seeing that Xiangyang didn't answer the question, Xiaohua carefully pondered and understood. He said with a smile, "So in the Imperial Thunder sect, the greatest influence is still Xiang Zhili's group. In that case, we don't have to be afraid of the aristocratic family's disciples wreaking havoc. More than that, you think that all the disciples registering in the Jade Archive Hall and leaving behind their jade tablets is just a formality?" Xiangyang said with a smile, "With the Jade Archive Hall's jade tablets, the sect master has 10,000 ways to restrict the disciples of the sect." Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he secretly said, Good, so, they aren't good people." Looking at Xiangyang, he seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. Xiaohua was afraid that he would ask about the golden brilliance on the jade tablets, so he hurriedly asked, "In that case, the ordinary disciples should be divided into the Imperial Thunder sect's own disciples, the disciples of the cultivation families, and loose cultivators, right?" "And exactly so. This is also a rough division. There are many subdivisions, and Senior Martial Brother doesn't know much about them." Xiangyang smiled bitterly. Senior Martial Brother's achievements are limited when he wholeheartedly cultivates. How can I have so many thoughts like them? Hee, I'm afraid that only with such thoughts can you obtain more, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. That's what Master said too. Xiangyang nodded and said, "Unfortunately, Senior Martial Brother and Master aren't that kind of people. We only know how to wholeheartedly cultivate and don't know how to curry favor with others. We also don't know how to speak human language when we see ghosts." "Ha, Senior Martial Brother, aren't you talking about Junior Martial Brother?" Xiaohua had seen Helpless' performance in the Spring Thunder Palace, so he understood Xiangyang's meaning very well. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Of course, my myriad Thunder Valley needs people like Junior Martial Brother." Xiangyang said sincerely, "Senior Martial Brother is too weak, too indecisive. That's why I ended up being laughed at by others." Senior Martial Brother's words seemed to have some allusions. Xiaohua's heart moved and asked. Xiangyang sighed and said, "Actually, it's simple. Senior Martial Brother was similar to you in the past. Although I was also from a cultivation family, it had long since declined and was no different from a loose cultivator. It wasn't easy to enter the Imperial Thunder sect, but no one accepted me as a disciple. My situation was similar to yours. In the end, a master accepted me into the myriad Thunder Valley. Senior Martial Brother was already at the peak of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm at that time, and my cultivation speed wasn't slow either. However, When senior martial brother entered the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, master and master's wife had something to do and left the Thunder Mo Mountains. Moreover, something went wrong and they left for a long time. Senior martial uncle Qinghua's situation at that time was similar to today's. Whether he was alive or dead was unknown. At that time, senior martial brother hadn't dual cultivated with your sister-in-law yet. In the Thunder Palace, a master coveted the myriad Thunder Valley and wanted to accept senior martial brother as a disciple. If senior martial brother left the myriad Thunder Valley, then there wouldn't be anyone left in the myriad Thunder Valley. At that time, whether master was alive or dead was unknown. Myriad Thunder Valley could only be given to someone else. Senior martial brother remembered master's kindness and didn't dare to agree. I guarded the myriad Thunder Valley to the death. Even when that master promised to help me cultivate to the foundation building realm, I didn't leave. Junior martial brother must already know how powerful the myriad Thunder Valley is. Without the cultivation of the foundation building realm, one can't get close to it for too long. And because senior martial brother guarded the myriad Thunder Valley. So, looking at Xiang Yang's aged face and listening to Xiang Yang's tireless narration, Xiaohua felt very warm in his heart. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Senior martial brother, this is righteousness. Junior martial brother really admires you." Admire? Xiang Yang shook his head. In front of cultivation, everything is nothingness. What is righteousness? What is reason? What is integrity? What is shame? It can't even compare to the cultivation of the Tao. Sigh, Xiaohua let out a long sigh. Looking at the mountain range that was getting closer and closer in the distance, he said helplessly, "Yes, a person who cultivates the Tao only has the word Tao. As long as they can increase their cultivation, as long as they can live forever, they can use any method. But with this kind of approach, even if they can live forever, even if they cultivate to the nascent soul stage or the spirit-severing stage, then what joy is there in that? A person isn't a fish, how can he know the joy of a fish?" Xiang Yang shook his head. "Maybe they were right and we were wrong." Xiaohua caught on and said, "Or maybe they were wrong and we were right." Who is right and who is wrong, I'm afraid only the heavens can know. And thousands of years later, they might laugh at our withered bones. Xiang Yang said very profoundly, "Knowing this, you should know why senior martial brother is being laughed at like this, right? I don't want the opportunity to step into the foundation building realm and instead bitterly cultivate by myself." Chapter 1549. Oh, and then? Didn't master and master's wife come back? Xiaohua asked curiously. Master did come back, but I failed to build my foundation for the first time. Later, my mind was hurt by the thunder in 10,000 Thunder Valley. After cultivating for 50 years, I barely entered the early stage of foundation establishment. After that, I didn't have any great achievements. First time building your foundation? Again? Xiaohua muttered in his heart, but he didn't ask. Instead, he smiled and said, "Hee, eldest senior brother, did you regret it?" Hee, it would be a lie to say I didn't regret it. Xiang Yang didn't hide it and said with a smile, "But there are countless spiritual medicines in this world, but there is no medicine for regret. What if there is?" Xiaohua asked. "But there isn't." Xiang Yang shook his head. If master knew, he would be sad." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Master?" Xiang Yang's face showed a strange smile. Seeing the strange expression on Xiang Yang's face, Xiaohua was even more curious and said, "What did master say? Did he praise you greatly?" "Forget it." Xiang Yang snorted and said, "Master and master's wife came back a few years later. They didn't say a word to me about what happened. While they were recuperating, they called me to the cave. I thought they were going to praise me, but who would have thought that master would scold me to my face?" Scolding? Xiaohua was stunned. With a disciple like eldest senior brother, how could master not be happy? How could he scold you? Master said I was an idiot. I didn't walk the path to heaven and insisted on taking the mountain path. Also, because of my stubbornness, my Tao foundation was damaged. In the future, my cultivation couldn't advance much. Not to mention nascent soul, I couldn't even reach golden core. He also said he was blind to take a fancy to me as a disciple and insisted on driving me out of 10,000 Thunder Valley. He also said that this 10,000 Thunder Valley was a difficult job. He wanted to return it to Thunder Palace long ago, but no one took it. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep guarding here. Now that someone has set their sights on him, it's his best chance to escape. Now that I've messed things up, he'll have to stay in this myriad Thunder Valley again. And then? Xiaohua was very puzzled. After that, I knelt in front of Master's cave for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, under the persuasion of Master's wife, Master calmed down a little and reluctantly allowed me to return to the wooden house to reflect on my mistakes. That's strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Since 10,000 Thunder Valley is such a hard job, why did that teacher choose this place? I don't know. After that, no one ever mentioned this matter again. Xiangyang smiled bitterly. It's me who has made a name for myself in the deafening Thunder Palace. Not only in the deafening Thunder Palace, but also in the 8 great Thunder Palaces. Xiaohua scratches his head again. Of course, in the eyes of an ordinary cultivator, Xiangyang is indeed abnormally stupid. For the meaningless loyalty in his heart, he has damaged his Taoist foundation and state of mind. However, he has no choice but to be ungrateful and almost expelled him from the school. If this is not a joke, what else can it be? However, was Tao cultivation as simple as Tao cultivation? How could one cultivate the Tao without cultivating the mind? Even if one's Tao cultivation reached the heavens, without a mind that matches the Tao cultivation, that Tao will never be able to reach perfection. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound came from the heavenly Tao that was steadily revolving within Xiaohua's space. In these past few years, while Xiaohua was cultivating, he was attaching his mind to the heavenly Tao's starry sky within the space. He slowly comprehended and experienced the traces of the heavenly Tao's circulation, as well as the fluctuations in the circulation of the heavenly Tao. And these so-called comprehensions, Xiaohua actually didn't understand a lot of the time. It's just that when he comprehended, sometimes he would feel sadness, sometimes he would feel joy, and sometimes he would feel neither joy nor sadness. Almost all of the emotions and all of the world's entanglements would appear in this comprehension. As for what use these comprehensions had, Xiaohua didn't know. Of course, when comprehending the heavenly Tao, Xiaohua's cultivation could increase rapidly. This was what Xiaohua knew. He was naturally willing to continue comprehending and wanted to know what the so-called heaven-reaching realm was like. However, it was also the heavenly Tao that Xiaohua had been silently comprehending but had never made any progress. At this time, when he comprehended Xiangyang's sincere heart, the starry sky actually became a little clearer. The details that Xiaohua saw before were very vague at this moment. Even the karma hand had revealed a few traces of the technique. But the Tao heart, how can it reach perfection? What kind of Tao heart is worthy of cultivation? Xiaohua's heart was at a loss, but this couldn't stop Xiaohua's reverence for Xiangyang. Xiaohua stopped flying and respectfully bowed and said, "Many thanks to eldest senior brother for teaching me. This little brother will benefit endlessly." Don't. Xiangyang was shocked. He hurriedly pulled Xiaohua up and said, "I told you about my own matters because I don't want you to take a detour like I did." Isn't that? Eldest martial brother, what little brother has gained is not what you have gained, and what you have lost is also not what you have lost. Who can know about gains and losses? Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and said, "Look at Master, I feel that he is not. What do you think?" Xiangyang blinked and said with a smile, "Admittedly, this elder brother has made some losses, but that senior sister of yours also agreed to this elder brother's dual cultivation because of this. Isn't this a gain?" That's right. Xiaohua laughed. Thinking about what Yan Qinglian said to Xiangyang, the concern in her words really made him envious. However, this elder brother is wrong. Junior brother is too conspicuous, it's also not good. Xiangyang said again. However, he wasn't helpless after all. His words were still vague. I'll let senior brother know that this little brother has always endured silently. However, those two things are really hateful. They actually want to delay this little brother's cultivation for a year. How can this little brother endure? Xiao Huan naturally knew what this always cautious senior brother was thinking and explained in a low voice. And then it's fine. This elder brother will report this matter to master later and also let him have a plan in his heart. Won't master be especially happy? Xiao Hua said shamelessly. Stop dreaming. It's already not bad that he won't punish you. Xiangyang looked at Xiao Hua's appearance and couldn't help but pat his head. It seemed similar to his own nephew. Xiao Hua slightly frowned. He originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the kindness in Xiangyang's eyes and thinking about Xiangyang's sorrow, his heart softened and he let that hand rest on his hair. Let's go. Thunder Palace's rushing Thunder Hall is in front. This elder brother will go and see if there are any senior brothers familiar and find you a comfortable odd job worker. Xiangyang stroked Xiao Hua's hair a few times and sighed in his heart. As soon as his hand left, he urged his magic power and said gently, Yes, I'll listen to senior brother's instructions. Xiao Hua smiled and caught up. Shuttling Thunder Hall was similar to Spring Thunder Hall. However, in the Jade Archive Hall's position, there was a rather large side hall with the words, Shuttling Thunder Hall, written on it. There were many aura-refining disciples walking into the hall, some with tired faces, some with a trace of joy on their faces. They were holding things that they didn't have time to put in their storage pouches as they hurriedly walked out. This is not only the place to assign odd job workers to Thunder Palace, but it's also the place to hand over the monthly harvest and distribute the offerings, Xiangyang explained in a low voice. Senior brother Xiang. Xiangyang was talking to Xiao Hua with his head lowered when a middle-stage foundation building cultivator turned around from the side of the huge pillar. That cultivator was extremely thin and had a few strands of goatee on his chin. When he saw Xiangyang, a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. He called out, Senior brother Xiang, and walked over. How could I dare? So it's senior brother Zhenfeng. When Xiangyang saw that cultivator, his face was full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, Senior brother, you can just call me junior brother. I can't accept the title of senior brother. How could that be? Back then, senior brother Xiang was I's senior brother. You also gave I a lot of pointers on cultivation, Zhenfeng said while waving his hand. That was a matter from several decades ago. Senior brother Zhenfeng, please don't mention it. Xiangyang's expression was slightly ashamed. When he saw Xiangyang's ashamed expression, Zhenfeng turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. He pointed at him and said with a smile, Junior brother Xiang? Could it be that this is the son you said would definitely become a deity transformation stage cultivator? Oh right, I heard that you even gave him a name. What was it again? Xiangyang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior brother Zhenfeng, don't joke around. This is the disciple my master accepted. He's I's junior brother. This time, I came with him on a mission from Thunder Palace. Soon after, he looked around and said in a low voice, I just don't know if senior brother can be merciful and find a mission that can increase his cultivation. My myriad Thunder Valley will be eternally grateful. Of course. Zhenfeng laughed and said, Junior brother Xiang came personally, how can there not be a good mission? My Thunder Palace's great herb garden needs your junior brother to take care of it. Xiangyang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly pulled Zhenfeng's sleeve and said, the herb garden is far away. Xiao Hua still has to report to Thunder Palace every day. How can this be? What? Your master didn't even come to take care of the herb garden and do the hard work? Zhenfeng flung his sleeve and said coldly, the masters and disciples came to Thunder Palace yesterday. You only came today. What other good place do you want? If you think this herb garden is not good enough, I will let Xiao Hua patrol the mountain. Xiangyang also threw away his face. He hurriedly pulled Zhenfeng and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua and Wang Yunxiao are old friends. Just now, what? Xiao Hua? Zhenfeng suddenly realized. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua, whose face was as calm as water. He patted his hand and took out a jade scroll. He immersed his divine sense in it and looked carefully. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Is it the Xiao that starts with the word grass?" Xiangyang said curiously, "That's right. Could it be that my Thunder Palace has another Xiaohua this year?" Oh no. Zhenfeng concealed his awkwardness, took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and said to Xiaohua, "Ha, this poor Taoist was wondering who it was. So it turns out that it's someone that palace master thinks highly of. It's only right for me to come later." Chapter 1550. Someone that palace master values? Xiangyang suddenly remembered Xiaohua's sect master's token and unconsciously felt bitter in his heart. Of course, I've always been low-key. Since Xiaohua has the sect master's token, what do I have to worry about? Xiaohua's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "I don't dare. Junior has only seen sect master a few times. I can't say that he values me." A few times. Junior brother Xiao makes it sound so simple. Zhenfeng was still full of smiles as he said, "Palace master has already sent a message to my Rushing Thunder Hall's deacon. Junior brother Xiao can choose any of my Shocking Thunder Hall's odd job workers. Isn't this valuing you?" Xiangyang secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of this kind of situation before. Xiaohua didn't even lift his eyelids as he said, "Senior's arrangement is exactly what Junior likes. I just don't know which herb garden is the most deserted. Junior will only take that herb garden's job." Don't. Zhenfeng was very anxious as he hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Xiao, I have already arranged Junior brother's position properly since I received the deacon's order. It's the talisman crafting job. I blocked more than 10 senior brothers and martial uncles to make this arrangement. I hope Junior brother will be satisfied." Zhenfeng said anxiously. "No need." Xiaohua slightly shook his head. "Junior still feels that the herb garden's job is better." "Junior brother," Xiangyang softly shouted, "now is not the time to be angry. That herb garden is very far from here. Every day you have to go there and come back. It's not good for your cultivation. If Junior brother doesn't like talisman crafting, why don't you find an alchemy master and become their alchemy boy? You can also gain something." Alchemy boy? Xiaohua thought in his heart, but he felt relieved right after that. At this moment, he was already capable of refining medicinal pills, and his technique was slightly different from Dawn Rain Continent. Even if he found a master capable of refining pills to observe from the side, then wouldn't he be looking for trouble for himself? Xiaohua firmly shook his head. "Thank you, Senior. Junior wants to go to the herb garden. Senior brother Xiang." Zhenfeng turned his head, the way he addressed him changed again. Xiangyang sighed and pulled Xiaohua to the side as he asked in a low voice, "Junior brother, why do you want to go to the herb garden? It's hard and tiring, and you can't even see any results. You're even more disliked than the guards in my myriad Thunder Valley." Eldest senior brother, I don't have any ideas. We've just defended the disciple on duty in the Jade Archive Hall. Why don't we quickly find a remote place to hide? What's the point of showing off in front of others? The less trouble, the better. Isn't that what you just said? Our Thunderclap Palace's herb garden is really very desolate. Even if something happens, no one will know. Sigh, it's not convenient for me to tell you clearly. Master's wife said it well. Where there are people, there will be fighting. But what if there are no people? What is it? Xiangyang seemed to be really worried about Xiaohua's future and said anxiously, "Oh." Xiaohua, of course, understood. His eyes narrowed slightly before he smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. Little brother already understands." "Oh, that's good." Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief, but Xiaohua's next sentence made him choke. "Little brother still wants to go to the medicinal garden." "Oh, all right." Xiangyang looked at the stunned Xiaohua and sighed. "This is your own choice. It's not good for me to interfere. And if eldest senior brother can choose, then little brother can also choose." Xiaohua smiled. When Xiangyang and Xiaohua came over, Zhenfeng smiled apologetically and said, "How is it?" "Hee, senior brother Zhen, I've troubled you. My little junior brother insists on going to the medicinal garden. As a senior brother, what can I say?" Xiangyang said, "Senior brother Zhen, please go to a slightly more convenient place." "Sai, how should I say this?" Senior brother Zhen also didn't understand. He looked at Xiaohua and then at Xiangyang. "Why did all the stubborn disciples go to your myriad Thunder Valley?" Zhenfeng clapped his hands and took out a jade tablet. He tapped it, and the jade tablet emitted a misty green light and flashed with a few diagrams. Zhenfeng looked at it and pointed. "My Thunderous Palace has a total of 34 medicinal gardens. Right now, there are still 6 that no one is looking after. They are slightly closer to my Thunderous Palace. Oh, if junior brother Xiao is willing, you can wait for a few days. I will give you the medicinal garden closest to Thunderous Palace." "No need, I'll take those 6. Xiaohua shook his head. "I just don't know what's the difference between these 6. Zhenfeng glanced at the jade tablet and smiled. "These 6 places are all places with insufficient world energy. One of them even has an abandoned earth fire. It's precisely because of this that no one goes there. The others are the same as the other medicinal gardens." "Abandoned earth fire?" Xiaohua was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. He said, "I'll have to trouble Senior to point out these places for me to see." "No problem." Seeing Xiaohua still calling him Senior, Zhenfeng lost the thought of roping him in. He straightened his face and pointed out each place. I presume that this medicinal garden with an abandoned earth fire is slightly closer to Myriad Thunder Valley?" Xiaohua looked for a while and smiled. "Indeed, but it's not very close." Zhenfeng frowned. That medicinal garden was the most barren, and the herbs had long been left to grow on their own. This was indeed not a very good choice. "Hee, this kind of medicinal garden doesn't turn in a lot of spiritual herbs?" Xiaohua smiled. Zhenfeng rolled his eyes and smiled. "Others naturally can't be left out, but junior brother Xiao? That's a different story." Xiaohua cupped his hands and gave a rare smile to Zhenfeng. "Then I'll have to thank senior brother Zhenfeng." You're welcome. Zhenfeng was immediately overjoyed. He pointed his hand and the medicinal garden changed into another color. He then said, "Junior brother Xiao, please wait for a moment. I'll get you the token now." After saying that, he hurriedly left. Damn it. Looking at Zhenfeng's back as he hurriedly left, Xiaohua felt that it was funny. This young master has called this fellow Senior so many times, but I don't see him being happy. Why is he so happy when I call him Senior Brother? Is Qian Leizi's token so useful? Just as he was thinking, Xiangyang clapped his hand and took out 1,000 miles sound transmission talisman. He handed it to Xiaohua. "Junior brother, this is a sound transmission talisman refined by your senior sister. It's much slower than the lightning sound transmission talisman. However, with your cultivation, you can only use this. Keep it well. If there's any mishap in the medicinal garden, or if there's any trouble, quickly send it out." Xiaohua's heart warmed. He received it and put it into his storage pouch. He smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Not long after, Zhenfeng rushed back and handed over a token. He smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, please keep it well. This token is the certificate to open the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. As for how to use it, it's the same as the other tokens of my Imperial Thunder Sect." "And many thanks, senior brother Zhenfeng." Xiaohua received it and smiled. "You're welcome, junior brother Xiao. I am very familiar with the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden's roads. When are you going?" "Senior brother will take you there." Zhenfeng's face was full of enthusiasm. "No need, senior brother Zhenfeng. Junior brother will go by himself." Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhenfeng. Zhenfeng actually didn't care about other people's gazes and sent Xiaohua out. After Zhenfeng turned and returned to the Thunder Hall, Xiaohua turned and asked Xiangyang, "Senior brother, where is my Thunderous Thunder Palace's cultivation manual and cultivation place?" Senior brother Zhenfeng teaches cultivation techniques in the Thunder Hall every day, and the essence is different every day. Sometimes it's basic cultivation techniques, sometimes it's cultivation techniques, and most of the time there are also explanations on alchemy and talisman crafting. The cultivation manual is also in the Thunder Hall. However, junior brother, you can just go and listen to the cultivation manual. Why do you want to find the cultivation manual? Xiangyang's patient explanation was a little strange. Xiaohua smiled but didn't explain. He said, "Oh right, senior brother, what cultivation technique do you want to see but can't see?" Xiangyang smiled bitterly. Senior brother has only received master's teachings. Senior brother can't completely comprehend his little things. Although other cultivation techniques are good, senior brother has never thought about them. It can't be, right? Xiaohua really didn't understand Xiangyang's attitude of not wanting to look at cultivation techniques. When he was outside the Thunder Palace, he tried his best to find cultivation techniques to comprehend. Don't bite off more than you can chew, junior brother. Xiangyang smiled. When you cultivate to foundation establishment, you'll understand this principle. You only need one cultivation technique to cultivate to gold core. Why waste time looking for other cultivation techniques? Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua suddenly understood why Master Qian Lei gave him the command medallion. Although this command medallion allowed him to see the cultivation manual of the 8 great thunder palaces, but could he cultivate it? However, your senior sister has always wanted to obtain the refining method of the invisibility talisman. Unfortunately, that thing is kept in the Thunder Palace and can't be taken out. Junior brother, I'm afraid you have the heart but not the strength, right? Xiangyang said casually. Hey, junior brother thought it was something special. Xiaohua was happy when he heard this. He clapped his hands and took out the refining method of the invisibility talisman. He handed it over and said, "No need to go to the Thunder Palace, junior brother has it here." What? Invisibility talisman? Xiangyang was very happy. He took it out and looked at it in disbelief. Unfortunately, how could he understand it? He asked again, "How can you have this thing?" Senior brother, don't ask about this. First, give this thing to senior sister to comprehend. When you finish practicing, just give it back to junior brother. Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua with a somewhat complicated gaze. He nodded firmly and put the booklet into his pocket. Let's go, senior brother. I'll have to trouble you to take junior brother to the Thunder Palace. Junior brother really does want to look for some ancient books to read. Xiaohua said with a smile. You really want to go? Xiangyang asked curiously. You've just reached Qi refinement. You don't have the qualifications to look at the ancient books in the Thunder Palace. You can only go to Master's Cave to look for cultivation techniques to read. Then don't worry about it. Xiaohua waved his hand as if he was the senior brother. You take junior brother there first. Okay. Although Xiangyang was suspicious, he still took Xiaohua to the Thunder Palace. Along the way, Xiangyang still met many foundation establishment disciples. When those disciples saw Xiangyang, they all smiled. The first thing they asked was about Xiangjili. Xiangyang was also good at self-restraint. He calmly responded with a smile on his face. In the end, even Xiaohua almost believed that Xiangyang, the senior brother of the early foundation establishment stage, would definitely have a deification stage son in the future. Between a steep cliff, there was a huge ancient palace half-floating in the clouds. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Is this the derived Thunder Palace? Why is it so much more wonderful than the Thunder Palace?" Wonderful? Xiangyang, who was in the air, almost laughed out loud. Junior brother used the word wonderful very well. Ha! Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Suddenly, he remembered something and said in a low voice, "Right, senior brother, that jade slip can be read and written with divine sense, right?" Xiangyang said, although aura refining stage cultivators have divine sense, they can only read it. If they want to write it, they can only do it at the foundation establishment stage. Or peak aura refining stage cultivators with especially strong divine sense can also do it. Senior brother, do you have these techniques? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. Of course I do. This thing is just an ordinary technique for foundation establishment cultivators. All foundation establishment cultivators of my thunder-controlling sect have it. Xiangyang clapped his hands and took out a thin booklet. Why are you asking this? Nothing, junior brother is just curious about the mystery of this technique. I want to see the trick. Xiaohua stared at the booklet and asked, Junior brother won't give senior brother any trouble with this technique, right? How is that possible? Xiangyang handed it to Xiaohua. This thing is just a waste paper in the thunder-controlling sect. What kind of trouble will there be? That's good. Xiaohua took it and carefully put it away. Not long after, Xiaohua and Xiangyang arrived in front of the Yanlei Palace. This was not the time to pass on techniques. The entire Yanlei Palace was covered in a layer of light purple brilliance. Layers of ripples were rippling within it, as if the entire Yanlei Palace was under the water. Xiangyang walked closer and waved his hand. A red brilliance flew into the brilliance. After a moment, the brilliance was torn apart. A foundation establishment middle stage cultivator slowly walked out. Looking at Xiaohua and Xiangyang, he frowned and said, This is not the time to pass on techniques. Do the two of you have any business? Senior brother, I am Xiangyang from the Myriad Thunder Valley. This is my junior brother Xiaohua. Xiangyang stepped forward and cupped his hands. Of course I know you're Xiangyang. The disciple didn't mention anything about Xiangjili. He nodded slightly and said, Could it be that junior brother Xiang wants to enter the technique imparting pavilion to comprehend other techniques? Xiaohua hurriedly stepped forward and clapped his hands. He took out the sect master's token and said with a smile, It's not about senior brother. Junior wants to enter the technique imparting pavilion. The cultivator stared blankly. With a wave of his hand, the sect master's token appeared in his hand. As he examined it with his divine sense, a trace of amazement appeared in the cultivator's eyes. He then returned the sect master's token to Xiaohua and said with a nod, Since you have the sect master's token, you can naturally enter and take a look. However, Xiaohua, you're only allowed to examine this sect master's token in the technique imparting pavilion. You can't take any ancient books and other things out of the Yanlei Palace. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, Then, with this sect master's token, can I occasionally enter the technique imparting pavilions of the other 7 lightning palaces to take a look? The sect master's token is issued to the attendants of each lightning palace. You can naturally enter with this sect master's token. The foundation establishment cultivator recovered his previous calmness and said, Xiaohua, do you want to enter and take a look now? No need. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua bowed and thanked him happily in his heart. Knowing that Xiaohua only wanted to see if this sect master's token was effective, the foundation establishment cultivator looked at Xiaohua with disdain. He nodded and was about to turn around. That's right, senior, please wait a moment. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and said urgently, Xiaohua, what else do you want? Junior has just arrived. I want to ask, does our technique imparting pavilion have the 5 elements escape technique? 5 elements escape technique? Of course there is. The foundation establishment cultivator nodded. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, your master will naturally impart this 5 elements escape technique to you. Xiaohua said curiously, 5 elements escape technique, aren't there 5 types of escape techniques? Of course not. My Imperial Thunder sect only has the 5 elements escape technique. There are no separate 5 elements escape techniques. The foundation establishment cultivator said with a smile, as long as you use the 5 elements escape technique, all of the 5 elements in this world can escape. Why would you need to cultivate them one by one? Oh, what senior says makes sense. Xiaohua nodded. Then the lightning escape technique? Can I look at it now? Of course you can. Do you want to go in? The foundation establishment cultivator nodded in response. At this moment, Xiangyang tugged on Xiaohua's sleeves. Chapter 1551. Seeing Xiangyang pull on Xiaohua's sleeve, the foundation establishment cultivator naturally knew what Xiangyang meant. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched as he said, "The lightning escape technique is unique to our lightning sect. Any disciple who has the aptitude to practice the lightning escape technique is encouraged to practice it. Your myriad Thunder Valley naturally also has this technique. You should wait for senior brother Wuxian to teach you the most basic 5 elements escape technique before you consider the lightning escape technique." "Oh, thank you for your guidance. Disciple won't be going in today." Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. That foundation establishment cultivator nodded and disappeared in a flash of light. Xiangyang pulled Xiaohua and flew away. He whispered, "Why are you looking at the lightning escape technique? That technique can only be practiced by foundation establishment cultivators. If it's not of the lightning attribute, it's extremely difficult to practice. I'm only at the entry level and haven't mastered it yet. I don't dare to use it normally." "Senior brother, do you have this technique?" Xiaohua smiled. "I do, but it's in my cave." Xiangyang asked curiously, "What do you want it for?" "Hee, if it's convenient for senior brother, how about you give it to me tomorrow?" Xiaohua giggled. "Master told me to guide you in your cultivation. This thing, Sai, even if I don't give it to you, you can find it in the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. Why wouldn't I give it to you?" Xiangyang smiled and said, "Go back to Zhenlei Palace first. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and give it to you." "Aren't we going to Eastern Ridge now?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Of course not today. Let's wait for tomorrow." Xiangyang looked at the sky and said, "I still have something to do, so I won't bring you back to Zhenlei Palace. Do you remember the way back?" "Please go ahead, senior brother. Although I don't remember it clearly, I can still ask someone." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." Xiangyang's figure flew up as if he really did have something urgent. When he was in the air, he said, "I thank you on behalf of your senior sister." "Hee, you're welcome, you're welcome." Looking at Xiangyang's figure that left in a hurry, Xiaohua smiled for no reason and secretly said, "This eldest senior brother is rather interesting. I'm afraid it's hard to find someone with this kind of character in the entire Dawn Rain continent." After that, Xiaohua identified the direction and flew towards Zhenlei Palace at a leisurely pace. But after flying for 2 hours, Xiaohua was at a loss. He really was lost. The Lei Mo mountain range where the Imperial Thunder sect was located was extremely large. There were many towering peaks and continuous forests. Many places looked similar. With Xiaohua's very low sense of direction, they were exactly the same. As expected, I got lost again. Xiaohua felt extremely helpless. Looking at this unfamiliar place, he scratched his head and looked around. Unfortunately, he didn't know where this place was. The barren hills and unruly rivers beneath his feet were far from the usual fairyland. Motherfucker, could it have flown out of the Imperial Thunder sect? Xiaohua didn't dare to fly forward anymore. He turned around and prepared to fly back. However, just as he flew for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the scene in front of him suddenly changed at a rapid speed. The magic power in his body was imprisoned at the same time. His body plummeted down like a stone. Xiaohua cried out in his heart. He knew he had fallen into someone else's formation. Just as he was about to struggle, a silhouette hurriedly flew over from afar. It was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator using lightning escape. "Senior." Xiaohua had just called out when he immediately stopped. Setting up a formation in this desolate and uninhabited place, there must be some kind of scheme. Wouldn't it be ruining other people's plans for him to barge in unknowingly? He didn't even consider how to escape. Instead, he wanted the other party to save him. Wasn't that a fool's dream? Looking at the cultivator again, he had a round face. His eyebrows were slightly drooping from the corners of his eyes. Below his eyebrows, his eyes were slightly narrowed. His 2 gray pupils flashed with an astonished expression. How could an aura-refining disciple appear here? When the cultivator scanned with his divine sense, he immediately understood. He muttered to himself and urged the magic power in his body to activate the formation to kill Xiaohua. But right at that moment, the cultivator's expression slightly changed. He slightly tilted his head and looked in another direction. he said in a low voice, "The time has come." That guy really did keep his promise. If I kill this little disciple, I'm afraid it'll cause a change in the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. As he said that, the cultivator changed the hand seal in his hand and attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had fallen into the air, felt his body tighten. He couldn't even move. Soon after, he felt light again and drifted down like a feather. Soon after, the cultivator hastily took out a small triangular flag from his storage pouch and urged his magic power to wave it a few times in the air. Several rays of light flashed and Xiaohua's figure disappeared. Everything in the surroundings also returned to its original state. Not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual aura of heaven and earth leaked out. Once everything was done, the cultivator carefully put away the small flag and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings again. Only then did he fly in another direction. Why am I so unlucky? Xiaohua was imprisoned by a late-stage foundation building cultivator. He was like a little chick without the slightest power to resist. The magic power in his body couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. He could only use his pure physical strength to struggle, wanting to break free from the shackles. Unfortunately, the opponent had a late-stage foundation-building cultivator's great confinement technique and the power of a formation. How could Xiaohua struggle? After several attempts, he couldn't even move his fingers. Xiaohua could only give up dejectedly and think of another way. That formation was also mysterious. Xiaohua's figure couldn't be seen from the outside, but from Xiaohua's point of view, he could see the scene outside the formation. Moreover, the sound of the wind passing through the air indicated that he could still hear that voice. Is this late-stage foundation-building cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect? And, since he knows the lightning evasion technique, he should be from the Imperial Thunder sect. But, which Thunder Palace is he from? Why did he set up an ambush here? In this critical moment, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of many things in his mind. But in the end, Xiaohua unconsciously became discouraged. His grandmother, no matter what this guy wants to do in the end, I'm afraid I'll become a ghost under his hands. Heavens, how can I be so unlucky? It was like this in Yellow Flower Ridge. Just as I saw the dawn of cultivation and could use the Peiyuan pill to cultivate to the second layer of the aura refining realm, Shang Huaming was exterminated by the 100 Herbs sect. Thanks to Senior Martial Sister, I escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge with great difficulty. Then I met Heaven Forsaken. I originally thought I could cultivate some kind of cultivation technique in Heaven Forsaken, but Heaven Forsaken was a devil's trap. Fortunately, my character was good. I met Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia and escaped from 100 Zhang Peak. Then, with great difficulty, I found an opportunity to participate in the disciple selection of Rinsing Flower sect. I spent a lot of effort to fight for the opportunity, but it was snatched away by Rinsing Flower sect's predetermined disciple. Then, with great difficulty, I obtained a cultivation technique from the auction. I was preparing to find a place to cultivate in peace. But for the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, I had no choice but to go to Flame Forest Swamp. In the end, I obtained the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, but Kai Zhuoxia lost her life. I simply sent Kai Zhuoxia's body to Liang, but unfortunately, I met the Kai family's Grand Elder and was chased by him until I pissed my pants. Fortunately, I was not destined to die and met Chen Qinghua. But, who would have thought that this guy was also not a good person? He placed a restriction on my meridians and gave me the clear flower pill. I had no choice but to give him the thunder-devouring bead. Damn it, I was being hunted down by the 3 major sects in the country of Xi. Those were 4 foundation establishment cultivators. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. Sigh, was it easy for me to get to Thunderclap Peak? I passed 3 tests, tested my attributes, tested my bone age, and even passed through an illusion array. It was not easy for me to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. I finally had a master to guide me, and I even met a good senior martial brother. I thought I could embark on the normal path of cultivation from now on. But, why am I so unlucky? Taking the wrong path can even bring about a fatal disaster? Sigh, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the beautiful Red Dawn Fairy again. I wonder how her cultivation in the Huanhua sect is going? Sigh, Xue, I brought you to the Imperial Thunder sect. I wonder if you'll still remember to follow me when you become a Foundation Establishment cultivator in a few years. Xiaohua's imagination was running wild. His mind was filled with Fairy Hongxia's fairy-like beauty for a while, Xue's curvy figure and shy face for a while, and even the graceful and luxurious face of that mysterious goddess appeared for some inexplicable reason. But at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly quivered. He thought of Goldie who was in his space. The heavens have not forsaken me. Xiaohua suddenly had a ray of hope. Xiaohua himself could not move, but there were things in his space that could move. Goldie and the puppet could help him, right? However, Xiaohua was only pleasantly surprised for a moment before he became dejected again. Goldie and the puppet were in the space, so his mind could also enter the space. However, he used to use his hands to hold things. Now, he could not even move his hands, so how could he hold things? Sigh, pitiful Goldie, your mother is going to be finished soon. I wonder if you can still live. Xiaohua thought, and his mind entered the space. However, when he saw everything in the space, he could not help but be dumbstruck. What do you think? He saw a clever little white mouse flying around in a range of several zhang. Goldie was curled up in the middle of this range. The little white mouse ran in front of Goldie and used its nose to rub against Goldie's big tail. Then, it flew on Goldie's back and used its small tail to curl around Goldie's back. After a while, it rushed into the air and chirped towards tracing back the light above its head. Because of the little white mouse flying around, the entire space was filled with a strange vitality. Immediately, Xiaohua's gloomy mood became much better. Goldie? What is this guy doing? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. This thing thinks I'm its mother. Goldie was still somewhat weak, and said in a low voice. I remember that a few days ago, it was still not awake. How come it's so lively today? How would I know, mother? In any case, when it woke up, it circled around me and was very affectionate with me. Goldie did not need to open its mouth, so it spoke smoothly. I was afraid it would mess up mother's things, so I didn't let it go far away. It really listened to me. Xiaohua said, and again paid attention to the seeking spirit mouse. This spirit-seeking mouse looked exactly the same as the one Xiaohua had seen in the Sobbing Meng Mountains. However, on the tip of this spirit-seeking mouse's nose, there was an indistinct golden line. Chapter 1553. Chirp, 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 chirp. The spirit-seeking mouse seemed to have sensed something and stopped flying in midair. It raised its small head and looked around in a daze, its small nose twitching incessantly. AI, pitiful little guy, it can only move now. I'm afraid it'll have to follow me. Xiaohua was sad again. He looked at the things in the space and the reverse light in midair and withdrew his consciousness. Since I can use my hands to... Xiaohua naturally didn't give up. He was still thinking, but just as his consciousness withdrew, he suddenly realized something. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. I use my hands to take things because I'm a person with hands. I'm naturally used to using my hands. Moreover, I only thought of using my hands when I saw other cultivators use their hands to take things out of storage bags. However, my space is different from a storage bag. My hands can't reach into the space, so how can I use my hands to take things out? I'm just used to using my hands to do this, so I naturally think I'm using my hands to take things out of the space. The thing that's really taking things out of the space isn't my hands, but my consciousness. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and apprehensive. He hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He didn't dare to try using Goldie and the puppet first, so he only locked his consciousness onto a spirit stone. Soon after, his imprisoned left hand naturally struggled, and the spirit stone strangely appeared in Xiaohua's left hand. I told you, this young master is a genius. Xiaohua immediately laughed in his heart, but just as he put the spirit stone into the space and wanted to take Goldie and the puppet out, the sound of something breaking through the air came from above his head. Crap, that guy came back so quickly? Xiaohua hurriedly stopped his movements and closed his eyes. He immediately released his perception, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the formation after only a few dozen feet. At this time, two people's voices came from above Xiaohua's head. One of them was the person who set up the formation. That person laughed and said, "Senior Martial Brother Qin Mingwei, what do you think of this place? My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples rarely come here, right?" Another slightly older voice said, "What Junior Brother Xianxia is looking for is really a wonderful place. The spiritual energy here is scarce, so no one will stay here for long. If there's anything in the future, let's meet here." "Sure. We'll do as Senior Apprentice Brother Qin says. May I know why Junior Martial Brother Jin sent this message?" "Hee, what else could it be? I wonder if Senior Apprentice Brother Ken was able to find out the origin of that item in the Canlay Palace? Where is Junior Martial Brother Jin? Does your Thunderclap Palace have any records of this?" Qin Mingwei asked. "Sai, if I found out, would I still be able to ask Senior Martial Brother?" "I feel the same," Qin Mingwei said regretfully. "I have flipped through almost all the books and records in the Carriai Palace's martial teaching pavilion, and also asked many masters indirectly, but I couldn't find any trace of it." "Don't tell me. The thing we've worked so hard to find is a piece of trash?" Evil Zhen hesitated. "Why don't we take it to the faction leader? Perhaps the old man would know? If it's really a treasure, we can offer it to the faction leader. I'm afraid we can get some rewards." "This?" Qin Mingwei rolled his eyes, cupped his hands and said, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen is really smart. I have never thought about this problem. I always wanted to keep it for myself and find out the origin of this treasure together with Junior Martial Brother Zhen. I naturally want to do the same." Evil Zhen nodded. "It's a pity that this thing has 36 slots. Only 17 of them have something in them. Who knows where the other 19 slots have things in them? If we can't find out the origin of this treasure, we won't be able to find the other 16 things. Since that's the case, we might as well show it to the faction leader. Alright, since Junior Martial Brother Zhen has the same idea as I, let's go to the 10,000th Thunder Palace," Qin Mingwei said with a smile. "Senior Martial Brother Qin, what about the treasure?" "Of course." Qin Mingwei nodded slightly. But at this moment, Evil Zhen turned his head and released his divine sense, sweeping it towards the magic array. He shouted, "Who is it?" Then, without calling out to Qin Mingwei, he flew towards the spell formation. "Who is it?" Qin Mingwei was also shocked. Seeing Evil Zhen fly up, he patted his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. He used his Dharma power and the flying sword grew to 1 foot long. He held it in his hand and chased after Evil Zhen. Naturally, when Qin Mingwei flew above the magic array, Evil Zhen had already left the range of the magic array. When Evil Zhen saw Qin Mingwei enter the magic array, he immediately stopped and took out a small triangular flag. He spread it in the air and a misty green light hit the magic array. With a swoosh, a ray of light appeared from the ground and blocked Qin Mingwei in the magic array. Qin Mingwei was also a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. When he saw Evil Zhen's strange behavior, he immediately became vigilant and hurriedly flew back. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The misty green light happened to block his way. Qin Mingwei was shocked. He used his divine sense to see the whole magic array clearly. He also saw Xiaohua, who seemed to be motionless under the magic array. His expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen, what are you doing?" Haha. When Evil Zhen saw the misty green light form a ball and cover Qin Mingwei, he laughed and spread out the small flag again. In the space inside the magic array, layers of fine orange flames appeared and surrounded Qin Mingwei. "Senior Martial Brother Can, don't tell me you don't know what I'm doing?" Qin Mingwei's expression was gloomy. He sneered and said, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen, you set up a trap here and lured I into the magic array. Do you want to kill me and keep that thing for yourself?" "What? Could it be that Senior Martial Brother Qin didn't have this idea?" Evil Zhen sneered and said, Didn't senior martial brother can take advantage of the fact that I was injured at the Buddhist sect's ruins to make the first move and keep the exquisite pagoda in your own storage pouch? If I didn't pretend to be uninjured and let senior martial brother can take the exquisite pagoda, wouldn't senior martial brother can have already killed I? You're actually injured? Ken Mingwei was somewhat astonished. He then snorted and said, "You really know the origin of this thing. Could it be that senior martial brother Ken doesn't know?" Evil Zhen said complacently, "My Thunderquake Palace certainly doesn't have any records of the Buddhist sect. Your Thunderquake Palace probably doesn't either. But what about Thunderquake Palace and Thunderquake Palace? This exquisite pagoda was the most famous Buddhist treasure before the Buddhist sect was annihilated. How could my Thunderquake sect not have any records of it? Even if junior martial brother Zhen knows that this is the exquisite pagoda, but you wouldn't go so far as to kill I, right? We certainly know that this is the exquisite pagoda and also know that it's the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect. But we don't know how to use it and whether it's useful to our cultivation." Ken Mingwei looked at Evil Zhen with bright eyes and said angrily, "Since it's a precious treasure, how could two people obtain it?" Evil Zhen chuckled and waved the small flag. He said, "I told you so much. The flames of this green leaf fire formation are about to burn out. Senior martial brother can take care. I won't be seeing you off." As the small flag waved, the countless flames around Ken Mingwei's body grew larger, burning towards Ken Mingwei. Evil Zhen, you know that I have the leaf fire physique. How could I be afraid of your green leaf fire formation?" As he spoke, Ken Mingwei waved his hand and took out a disc-like object from his storage bag. He formed a seal with his hand and the crimson disc flew into the air and landed on top of Ken Mingwei's head. Soon after, a circle of cyan flames emerged from the edge of the disc and quickly protected Ken Mingwei's body. However, the situation was still beyond Ken Mingwei's expectations. When the orange and cyan flames collided, they didn't separate as he expected. Instead, the orange flames began to devour the cyan flames and the outermost flames turned cyan red. Qian fire? Where did you get it? You clearly have a thunder physique." Ken Mingwei was shocked and spat out a mouthful of true essence on the disc. More cyan flames flew out from the disc. These flames fell and the cyan red color was greatly reduced. "You don't need to know where I got the Qian fire. If I didn't have the Qian fire to restrain your Li fire, how could I have dared to act rashly?" Xianxia laughed and waved the small flag. All of the heaven and earth Ling Qi within 10 feet of the formation was sucked dry. The orange flame became even brighter, and like a wave of fire, it rushed towards the green leaf fire. "Go, within the circle of fire," Ken Mingwei shouted. The flying sword in his hand turned into a ray of light and flew towards Evil Zhen. With a pu, the formation's brilliance blocked the flying sword. The brilliance shook for a moment, then the flying sword flourished like a dazzling star and fiercely attacked the brilliance of the formation. Evil Zhen frowned when he saw this. He clenched his teeth and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat a mouthful of blood on the small flag. Then, with a shake, the cyan brilliance mixed with the red light hit the formation. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared around the formation and sucked in all the spirit energy within 100 feet of the formation. Although the flying sword was able to advance another foot or so, it was still blocked by the green-red light barrier. Evil Zhen was relieved when he saw this. He sneered and said, "Senior brother Can, I set up this formation because I was afraid that fighting with you would attract the attention of the other brothers. This green leaf fire formation is something I specially set up to deal with your leaf fire physique. Don't resist and don't take out any magic tools. Just obediently let the Qian fire burn you." Ouch! At this point, Evil Zhen's face greatly changed and became abnormally pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The hand that wasn't holding the flag clutched his heart as if someone was squeezing it. Ha! Within the green leaf fire formation, Ken Mingwei's laughter sounded. Chapter 1554. The green-red dry fire gradually turned transparent, and Ken Mingwei's figure appeared from within. He held a pitch-black hook in his hand, and there was a dense grayish-black aura on the hook. The black aura was like a snake slithering around the hook. How is it? How does the heart-devouring worm taste? Qin Mingwei asked gloomily. This is a heart-devouring worm? How did you plant this heart-devouring worm in my heart? How come I didn't notice it? Evil Zhen's face was pale and his head was covered in sweat. His eyes were red and he asked fiercely, "Look at your technique. It's not the usual technique of the 10,000 Poison sect. How come it's similar to the legendary talismans? How could Qin Mingwei care about him?" He waved the hook in his hand and the grayish-black gas faded a bit. At the same time, his face turned slightly gray. Evil Zhen screamed and fell to the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself. At this time, Qin Mingwei's face was red and the hook in his hand was trembling. The grayish-black gas was gradually absorbed into the hook. It seemed that he couldn't completely control the hook. Evil Zhen felt the pain in his heart lessen. He quickly sat down cross-legged and wanted to use his magic power. Evil Zhen, I didn't expect you to know about talismans. I'm afraid these years, you found a story in the technique teaching pavilion. Qin Mingwei was a bit weak and his voice was hoarse. However, you have good eyesight. I used a talisman technique. If I were you, I wouldn't use my magic power. Otherwise, the heart-devouring worm would be even more powerful. Evil Zhen ignored him. However, when he tried to use his magic power, he felt a heart-wrenching pain again. His face changed and he stopped. Then, Evil Tremor looked at Qin Mingwei, who was inside the cyan fire, and sighed. Ever since I came back from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I've only seen Senior Martial Brother Qin once, 10 years ago. I've always been on my guard, so how could I have fallen into your trap? Senior Brother's heart-devouring worm. Ha ha ha, Qin Mingwei laughed heartily and said in a hoarse voice, Junior Martial Brother Zhen, do you still remember the pill I gave you when you were injured by the guardian beast in the ruins of the Buddhist sect 30 years ago? Evil Zhen was puzzled. Remember? When I brought it over to take a look, it was to return it to Senior Brother. Suddenly, Evil Zhen's eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth and said, could it be that Senior Brother can placed the heart corrosion worm on the elixir that day? What do you think? Qin Mingwei smiled and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Zhen is clearly injured, but you didn't take Elder Brother's medicinal pills. Doesn't that mean you still have the heart to let her go? I didn't harm anyone either. Unlike Senior Apprentice Brother Can, who can actually cast a spell and make I fall for it without anyone noticing. Now that I's life is in Senior Apprentice Brother's hands, you call this guarding against people? Qin Mingwei laughed coldly. Junior Brother Zhen, this is the pot calling the kettle black. I may have cast a spell, but that was to protect myself. If not for Senior Apprentice Brother's trap, how could I have triggered the heart corrosion worm? Junior Martial Brother Zhen, haven't you thought about why Senior Apprentice Brother I didn't trigger the heart corrosion worm even after 30 years? Isn't it because you haven't found the origin of the exquisite tower yet? You don't dare to act recklessly. Evil Zhen's expression softened as he sneered. The green fire around Qin Mingwei grew thinner and thinner as the orange fire swallowed up half of the green fire. Qin Mingwei's expression was bitter as he said, if Junior Martial Brother Zhen reduces the power of the Azure Leaf Fire Array, I can answer your questions. Thinking for a moment, Evil Zhen took out a small flag and waved it, causing the orange fire to weaken a bit. I am listening. I don't know how many years this spell technique has been lost. When I was refining Qi, I accidentally obtained this soul tool and learned some spell techniques. Unfortunately, cultivating spells is different from my cultivation path. Cultivation focuses on communicating with heaven and earth and using the heaven and earth's spiritual energy for one's own use. Spells, on the other hand, are related to the mysterious path of the soul. The soul is born in the body and tempering the soul. The foundation of cultivating spells is tempering the body. The body of a cultivator is extremely weak, so how can I cultivate spells? Senior Martial Brother Can, you can cultivate body cultivation. Evil Zhen replied. At this moment, the two of them were completely different from before. They didn't look like two mortal enemies. If it weren't for the fact that one of them was in the fire and the other was sitting in the air with a strange expression on his face, anyone who saw them would have thought that they were two real martial brothers who were discussing Tao. Body cultivation? Those were merely some insignificant Taoists left behind after the decline of the Tao of talismans. I am already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so there is no need for me to take the wrong path. Qin Mingwei snorted. This heart-nibbling worm was originally a method of the 10,000 poison sect. If you used a normal method, I would have been able to detect it. How did Senior Martial Brother can use the spell technique? Evil Zhen asked thoughtfully. Qin Mingwei replied, this is something that I have learned over the years, so I naturally can't reveal it. In fact, it is very simple. Since my body isn't strong enough to cultivate spells, I naturally have to use it in a flexible way. Using the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm? Even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to detect it, right? Evil Zhen sneered. Unfortunately, although I can use the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm, the price to do so is far from what Junior Martial Brother Zhen can imagine. Therefore, although I have a backup plan, I haven't used it yet. Qin Mingwei sighed and looked at the flames around him. He then looked at Evil Zhen, who was outside the formation, and said, I have told you so much because I want to tell you that I am only doing this to protect myself. If Junior Martial Brother Zhen removes this formation, I will immediately remove the heart-nibbling worm. You and I will still be good brothers. We will both comprehend this exquisite tower together. Evil Zhen slowly nodded. Senior Martial Brother Kan's words are exactly what I was thinking. We have a great future and also have a Buddhist sect's treasure. There is no need for us to waste our time here. Qin Mingwei was overjoyed and clapped his hands. Great minds think alike. How about we cast the spell together? Alright. Evil Quake slowly stood up and picked up the small flag. Qin Mingwei also raised the small hook, and the grayish-black fog came out again. As soon as Evil Zhen raised the flag, Qin Mingwei asked, Senior Martial Brother Kan, what is the price for using the heart-nibbling worm? Qin Mingwei was surprised. The hook in his hand paused for a moment. I'm afraid Junior Martial Brother won't believe me. Senior Martial Brother, it's up to me whether or not you believe me. Evil Zhen raised the flag again. 20 years of life. Qin Mingwei said and raised the hook in his hand. Evil Zhen's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, all right, Senior Martial Brother Kansas. I will count to 3 and cast the spell at the same time. All right. 1, 2, 3. Evil Zhen didn't hesitate to count to 3. Once he finished counting to 3, the two of them would use their artifacts and soul armaments at the same time. Dozens of orange-red rays of light shot out from the small flag, but these rays of light didn't hit the area around the formation. Instead, they hit the orange-red flames around Qin Mingwei. At the same time, all of the black fog around Qin Mingwei's hook disappeared. Evil Zhen let out a heart-wrenching scream and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Inside the formation, the orange-red light shone everywhere. The fire was 10 times stronger than before and broke through Qin Mingwei's defenses. The orange-red flames quickly spread to Qin Mingwei's body. The two of them, both of them wanted to kill the other in an instant. You! Qin Mingwei was also shocked. He knew very well that this dry flame was the nemesis of his ignited fire physique. If the ignited fire true qi in his body was ignited by this dry flame, he would have no way to extinguish it. He would only end up being burned to death by this dry flame. Thinking about the blood oath he had made with Evil Zhen in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, Qin Mingwei's heart tightened. He desperately urged the little hook to kill Evil Zhen before the dry flame ignited his true qi. Qin Mingwei was like this, how could Evil Zhen not be like this? When Evil Zhen heard that Qin Mingwei would lose 20 years of his lifespan to activate the soul-devouring worm, he didn't know if that was true or not. Since Qin Mingwei had paid such a huge price to activate the soul-devouring worm, how could he give up so easily? Activating the soul-devouring worm was already a huge price, but what about getting rid of it? Wouldn't the price be even higher? Moreover, talismans were very mysterious. Without a powerful spell, it was impossible to detect them. This was one of the reasons why the talismans were destroyed. Evil Zhen wouldn't let such a dangerous enemy escape from the formation he had set up. As a result, Evil Zhen was even more determined to kill Qin Mingwei. He had already used up all of his energy to activate the flag. He wanted to kill Qin Mingwei before the soul-devouring worm was fully activated. Whoosh! Evil Zhen's body fell rapidly. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand still in the air. The talisman's method was really strange. When Evil Zhen was talking to Qin Mingwei, he had already tried several secret techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect, but none of them worked. Through the control of the formation, Evil Zhen knew that the fire was about to reach Qin Mingwei. He also knew that all of Qin Mingwei's magic tools and other items were refined with Li fire. If he used them, they would undoubtedly be combustible. Qin Mingwei wouldn't rashly use them. Evil Zhen endured the incomparable pain in his heart and waved his hand. He struck himself with a spell seal and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the small flag. He quickly waved his hand and a gorgeous orange light shot out from the small flag. As the light shot out, the small flag lost its color. Evil Zhen's heart was in severe pain and his vision turned black. His entire body fell from the air. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was easily killed by a strange talisman without any room to resist. Presumably, Evil Zhen wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had so many tricks up his sleeve that he didn't even have the chance to use before he became the soul-devouring worm's food. Evil Tremor's final attack before his death was also frightening. When the light landed on the orange flames, the flames doubled in size. Qin Mingwei was surrounded by an orange sea of flames. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Qin Mingwei clenched his teeth and took out a shiny talisman from his storage pouch. He activated his Fa Li and placed it on his body. With a buzzing sound, an extremely bright light flashed from Qin Mingwei's body. Within the light, Qin Mingwei's upper body gradually changed. His face, neck, and arms were covered in layers of fine lines. Moreover, his slightly pale golden skin turned green. After the light faded, a monster that looked somewhat similar to a giant she-beast appeared in the air. Its body was actually several feet taller than before. Roar! At this moment, Qin Mingwei's roar was different. It was like a horse's roar. His huge body charged through the flames and flew towards the formation's light barrier. However, just as Qin Mingwei's huge body passed through the sea of fire, the dry fire ignited his entire body. However, his green skin was thick and coarse, and it actually had the effect of blocking the dry fire. For a moment, it was unable to burn into his meridians. Rumble! Qin Mingwei flew in front of the formation. He raised his large fist and smashed it at the light barrier. Deafening sounds continuously came from the light barrier. The light barrier violently shook and showed signs of loosening. Qin Mingwei's divine sense sensed something and was overjoyed. His two fists rained down like raindrops. As the light barrier shook, the light gradually weakened. Without anyone controlling it, the formation truly began to collapse. However, as the light from the formation weakened, the green light on Qin Mingwei's body also weakened. The patterns on his exposed skin also gradually disappeared. True fear appeared in Qin Mingwei's eyes. As he struck the formation with one fist, his other hand continuously formed seals in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, Qin Mingwei didn't dare to use any fire-type spells. As for water-type defensive spells, only powerful ones had some effect. However, these effects were like a cup of water in the seemingly endless sea of flames. Roar! Qin Mingwei raised his head and roared. He didn't think of anything else and continued to strike the formation with his two fists. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out and a slight crack appeared on the light barrier of the formation. Qin Mingwei was overjoyed. Just as he was about to strike the crack with his fist again, the green light on his body suddenly faded. At the same time, a dim talisman floated down from his body. No! Qin Mingwei panicked. He reached out his hand to grab the talisman, but at that moment he saw a wisp of fiery light sweep across his body. His gradually shrinking body immediately began to burn like dry firewood. Qin Mingwei could sense that the quintessential qi in his meridians had been ignited as well. The fire began to burn from the inside out. Although he knew that Evil Tremor was no longer alive outside the formation, he still sighed. He slapped his hand and took out a small hook from his storage bag. Before he died, he waved it one last time. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.